What is going on, guys? Bearded Bricks here again with another weekly build. This week we're going to do my first jet. We'll wait for some people to slide on in. This thing's going to be a ton of pieces. It should be a pretty fun little build though. It's the F100 Super Saber. Is it Saber or is it Sabri? Sabri. Sent some invites out to get some people in here. Hopefully this thing is big. I know that. Let's close this out. I think one of the cool things. Well, that didn't work. What is going on, Triple D? What is going on, David? Yeah, thanks, man. I got it home tonight. That was what I spent most of the day doing, was fixing a few little things to where it was a little safer to drop home. The brake lights didn't work because there was a ground issue. So I went to work today on my day off and done some things and made it to where I had brake lights and drove it home. It is parked in the garage. It drove fine. It's a 1950s truck for sure. But it's going to be a fun project, I guess. I'm on the fence of whether I should keep it or just sell it and try to buy something else, but I think I'm going to end up keeping it. You don't see those things every day. It's not in that bad a shape. It's actually not in bad shape at all. But it definitely will become a money pit, and it will become a money pit fast. I have a problem, if y'all couldn't already tell. I can't just like have something and then slowly do it. I have to go all in, and then I end up with this. And I need to realize that basically Rome wasn't built in a day. I need to take my time. Other people could do it. I should be able to do it. I just need to be told no sometimes. But to my, I guess, argument, my wife also is the one who told me to buy the truck. So technically, I could still blame some of it on her. It was a lot of money, though. But I will say that just driving it from work to home was pretty cool, because it doesn't matter if you're 5 years old or you're 80 years old. People were giving me thumbs up left and right, which is a good feeling. It actually, the thought crossed my mind about selling my other car and buying a crappier car and putting the money in the truck. Was it a short bed triple? This is a 53 short bed, and it's got a LS actually out of a new Silverado in it with the transmission and everything. Got these two. Got these. I need a 2x4 in brown. And one more of these hinges. Keep finding these 2x6s. Apparently this set requires a lot of them. But I honestly do not see this 2x4. But I feel like I have to have it. Got a bunch of 2x3s. Yeah, that was... So here's another thing that kind of... I guess it... You have to think about it like this. A truck like that, no matter what kind of money you put in it, as long as it, as long as you're not doing stupid stuff just to like stuff that you like, but as long as you are putting money in it to fix it up, a truck like that will always get the money back out of it. You'll always be able to sell it and make a profit or get back what you have in it and stuff like that. You might not be able to do it immediately. Don't think that just because you've got something that you think is cool, you can put it up online and it sells immediately. That is not always true. But it will be a fun little project that I take on. So now, not only do I have a mock, I'm building or designing another mock. Now I have a truck. So I do not see this 2x4 in here anywhere. But I do got one right here. I need to post some pictures up on Instagram of the truck because not everybody follows me on Facebook. Which Facebook, I do have a Bearded Bricks account on Facebook. I ain't gonna lie, but I do not use it. I created it as a page underneath my real name. And I don't have a problem knowing people knowing my real name, but I created a page with it under my real to go to, and it never lets me really post anything. And most of the groups I'm in, when I say that I'm posting it as Bearded Bricks, it still posts it as me. It's not a good platform for it, honestly. Short wooden bed, put 60s on the front and 70s on the back, chromed with the engine button, took interior. That's pretty cool. This has got a short bed. It's got the wood slats in it. They need to be replaced, but that is something that also, like I said, will be done. And that's something pretty simple. That's not something hard at all. You can literally buy kits now to do that next to nothing. I think I looked in the wood, the metal, the bolts, and the hole for the gas tank and the gas tank cover, because the gas tank's in the bed, was only like $500. Which is not bad at all. Not bad at all. So there is another. No, there's not. Hold on, what? Hold up. So there is, that was laid out weird. Two of these, and this goes there. Then this connects just like this. Boom. You bought it for $500, no rust, and repainted it black with red pinstripes and the red wagon wheels. So it already has the rally style wheels on it. They are painted blue to match the truck color. It does have real white walls on it, which is another really cool feature that I like. It's just one of those things, man. Everything can be a project. It just depends on how much you want the outcome to be, really. But it was pretty cool. My wife came up to work and we drove home in it. So it was a nice little, I guess, ride home. It's not exactly as quiet as a normal car that you drive nowadays. It's really loud. What's going on, Bill? How's it going? You been doing all right? Keeping everything straight? Not getting into any trouble? Now is the worst part when it comes to building one of these sets, how I have it laid out, and that is finding the like 2 studs. And both of them are right here beside each other. Lucky me, lucky me. This is actually going to be the first. I built the Harrier jet, but this is going to be the first big jet that I build. This should be quite a bit different in size compared to the Harrier. I'll have to tell her. She needs to get on here and watch. You need to yell at her. But I do appreciate you coming in. My subscribers in the last couple of days have went up pretty high, and I hope it's not bots. Because I could use those on the way to hit that 1,000. 1,000's it's a ways away still. I need, I think, 400 and some more. Or no, sorry. Last time I checked, I was at 668. I need 332 more. So if any of y'all want to create 332 more accounts, or if like 3 of y'all want to create 100 accounts, I'm all game for that. But I guess it don't matter if the people aren't watching either, so. But I have been trying to crank out some vids. I'll probably be doing 2 reviews on Brickmania sets a week. I have another one now I've got to finish up for this week. But with the truck and everything else, I had to take a break. Last night I didn't end up leaving work till almost, I think, 8 o'clock. And then today was my off day, so instead of staying home and making more vids, I actually went to work and messed with the truck more. So shame on me. And we have a guest. What is up? What is up?
Oh, we're running late tonight. Had a bunch of stuff we had to get done.
I'm running late. What are you talking about? I spent my whole day off at work.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Working on the new truck?
Yeah, I went in with the truck, and you know how it goes. Nothing simple is ever simple. Anytime you read something and say that says it's not hard at all, it's going to bite you in the ass.
Open the door. I thought I left them out. You can just leave them out.
So what all do you need to do on it?
Where the engine and trans came out of a truck, it still needs to technically be tuned because technically, quote unquote, the engine thinks it's stole. Or it thinks the car that it's in is stole.
So because it doesn't match the computer?
Yeah. So it needs a tune. And I went to go to work today just to get it home. And the other night we realized the brake lights weren't working. And I was like, oh, well, this is a simple circuit. It's, a fuse or something. Well, we ended up checking all the fuses. Fuses were good. I went on to basically the switch was wired wrong. The switch is underneath the car, and it has like a proportioning valve. When the proportioning valve sees pressure, it turns the light on. It basically closes the switch. And it wasn't working. Do what?
So the switch is on the proportioning valve rather than at the root?
Yes. Because it has a master cylinder in it. The master cylinder and the brake pedal are an upgraded one. And the location that it sits, the brake pedal doesn't sit on the firewall. It sits through the floor. So it doesn't really have a place for a brake switch to sit, per se.
Yellow. My gosh, it's gonna be a big one.
So Tori's working on her parrot tonight between coughs.
You said between coughs?
Yeah. Shake the damn cough. Excuse me. Creeping cough.
Did the kids give it to you?
Hold on, I didn't hear you.
I said, did the kids give it to you?
No, I think it was Gene and I just have some allergies, and he got over his, and I just can't get rid of the cough part.
Awesome.
Mine turned into a sinus infection.
Yeah.
So it's Gene's fault. Well, yeah, I forgot. Last week you were not feeling too hot.
2 weeks ago for me. Last week I was A-okay. Finally.
And he's still been okay. And I'm fine. I just have cough. I just can't shake it.
Well, we'll blame it on Gene anyway.
That's fine.
I like that idea.
Hey, y'all seen the leak of the DeLorean?
The leak of the what?
The Back to the Future DeLorean.
Oh, yeah. Not recent leak. I saw an old leak.
The picture of the box finally came out. But it only the picture I've seen only shows, well, I've seen multiple of the same picture, but it only shows the one build. It does, because you're supposed to be able to build all 3 different versions of it.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be both versions.
As long as I can lift it and the wheels fold in, I'm fine.
You gonna hang it under a shelf?
No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on top of the Millennium Falcon.
Oh.
But yeah, I will tell you this, Gene. I understand y'all are a little older than I am. But
just a little.
This is the first car I've ever owned that didn't have AC, heat, or power steering.
Oh, it doesn't have heat?
No. You don't need it, believe me. The truck gets hot.
AC might be a miss, though.
Well, I thought at first I was like, I really want to put AC in it, and it's not really that expensive. But driving it home today, I know today wasn't blistering hot, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, it's still got the window in the front or the door that opens.
Yeah, it's got 280 air conditioning.
Yeah.
Open two windows and do 80.
An hour.
I hadn't heard that one. Open 2 windows and do 80. Okay. Is that what I'm supposed to do in little truck?
If you'd got a little truck up to 80, it'd blow up.
This truck will do 80, I promise you that, but the speedometer doesn't work, so
So you don't know if you hit 80 or 40 or 100.
I don't. I had Haley's dad behind me following me home, and he said I did not go fast. I thought I was. It was making a lot of noises like it was. I told him the speedometer, it needs a what is it called? Older cars use speed cables, but this is like a valve that reads a sensor that reads how fast the torque converter is spinning. I need to buy one for it.
Oh, that's right. That would have typically used a spinner cable.
Yep.
The square profile cable.
Yeah.
But I bet you, does that transmission have the ability to put one of those on it?
Yeah, because it's a transmission's out of a brand new, well, not brand new, but a newer Silverado.
I thought a lot of the newer transmissions were ditching that in favor of electronic.
Well, this is like 2000 and this is probably like a 2008 Silverado truck transit engine.
Yeah, it'd be like 12 and later.
Are you know your treat already, Brian?
So tonight I have a big pile of Technic parts in the middle of the table.
Yeah, it looks like our basement pretty much.
Are you building the tractor or the bulldozer thing?
No, I'm building the articulated dump truck first. The Volvo.
That's you're not building the big one.
It's
It's
the remote control one.
Yeah, but you've got one that's it's not the one you bought all the pieces for.
No.
The crane.
No, that's a crane.
Yeah, this is a kit. It's got 2193 pieces. 2,193.
That ain't that bad because 200 of those are pegs.
We should have that built by the end of the
Yeah,
night.
200 of those are black pins, right?
Yeah.
No blue ones.
No, these black ones.
Oh, there's black ones too. You got a bunch of blue ones on please.
I mean, you got to think, me and you're pretty much building the same amount of pieces. I think this is, you said that was what, 2000 and what?
93.
2190.
2190. This is.
Oh, excuse me, 2193.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a shame your wife's not here to help me as much as she likes building Technic.
So you've got 1,000 more pieces on me. This is 1,300 basically. So you got a little bit bigger of a set than mine. And mine doesn't have as much.
Eventually.
Mine doesn't have that much articulation as yours. Mine can fly, but only for a little period of time. Once it hits the ground, it just kind of comes to a stop, you know.
So Tori's son is coming over Saturday to help us inventory, actually sort.
Are y'all haven't even started the last thing, have you?
Oh, we won't touch that for 6 months.
I know Mark.
Actually, I take that back. We will. We pulled a tub of Bionicles out of it tonight to wash.
Mark said he tagged y'all in another store that was selling. I was like, Tori's gonna hate you.
Yeah, but it was a small store. It was a long ways away. It was one of those things I looked at it and it was like, I asked the guy how much he wanted and he never replied.
Where was it at?
I don't remember.
Say, I didn't even see where it was at. I almost pondered the thought today of giving up the Lego YouTube channel and just focus the money on the truck and have fun with the truck. But I talked myself out of that.
You enjoy this too much.
Well, I enjoy it, and not to like, I'm not bragging or sounding cocky, but I've actually like kind of taken off in the last couple of weeks. Like not taken off, but I've gained almost 20 subscribers in the past 2 weeks.
Well, they're coming to see us.
Well, that's what I figured.
Right.
That's why I sent y'all an invite again.
So you can grow it some more.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to tell you, like I was once told, as long as you control the fame off of someone else, you still get the fame.
That's a good point.
Would Scottie Pippen be as famous as Scottie Pippen was if it wasn't for Michael Jordan? Remember that. In no shape, way, or form am I calling you Michael Jordan.
Thank you.
David Cross.
A great bill did a while ago.
Yes.
Hey, David, every time I see your name, I have to laugh. My next youngest brother is named David Krause also.
Yeah, we got a Gene, a Steve, a David, and a Richard.
What?
Well, we're CROUSE.
Right.
Hey, Tori, y'all have donated
Yes, sir.
Lego to the Lego Fund. Do y'all want to donate truck parts to the truck fund?
Let's see what I got in the garage. Let's see. I just got rid of some brakes.
Can you use a Mini Cooper sway bar? Will that help you?
Or a tire?
I'm
I got
pretty
extra
sure the
wheel
sway
and
bar
tire.
on the size of this truck is the size of your Mini Cooper.
Yeah.
I need that one piece.
Yeah, there's an extra wheel and tire in the garage.
I bet it doesn't have enough lug holes in it.
Probably not.
No. Is it a 1 ton?
It's a half ton.
Don't we have an extra
6 lug?
tire?
I
We're gonna-
believe 6 lug, yeah. It's got extended studs on it. It's got a wide wheel in the back with the spacer so it matches the fender. It's not honestly that bad to drive. I would just like it's not something I would get in and go to the beach. It's pretty loud to drive in.
Loud engine or loud road noise?
Both.
Yes.
Off of the header, I have about a 4-inch pipe that leads to a muffler, and that's it. And they sit right underneath the seat.
You said 4-inch pipe?
Yeah, it's not big. So in this instruction, I think I'm seeing this correctly. Tan. And then on this, it's green, gray. But I am missing a gray one.
So, David, are you a big Technic fan?
Which I know I have one of these. I'm just going to have to get up to... Never mind, it's right here. See? Dang it.
Now come on, say hi.
Is that microtop?
Come on, put your feet up. Sit down. That's our girl. All right, you gotta say hi, Dave. He's got the camera down. There you go. Say
Look
hi,
at the
Richard.
wingspan of this thing. Hey.
Okay. See, we got Vader a toy today.
She said, "Put me down."
You
You got Vader a toy?
I did. I got Vader a little toy. It's a Darth Vader. Get it?
Vader the
Really?
Space Invader.
It's one of those without stuffing stuff on the inside, so it's just crinkly paper.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like crinkle.
So you're thinking about stopping a Lego channel so you have money for truck parts?
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to save up money to buy wheels and tires for a Bronco I don't own, and my wife's buying toys for your dog.
Hey, you gotta appreciate it.
We gave him a surprise, didn't we?
Hey, David, I got the cat in the closet waiting to be built. That's what Richard thought I was going to build tonight.
There we go. Yeah, you can see.
Gene, you're making these jokes just too easy, so I'm gonna let that one just go.
What's that?
Oh,
You said something about buying wheels and tires for the Bronco.
that you don't have.
I got a
But yet,
Bronco
those
t-shirt.
buys toys for Vader.
I got like 4 Bronco t-shirts. Do those count?
You know what's going to kill
Yeah,
you though is
3.
if you buy those wheels and tires and then you put them in the garage and you have to walk by them every day for 2 years and look at them.
Well, with the amount of Lego we got in the garage right now, there's no
Ain't
room
no
to put
room.
5 wheels and tires.
Ain't no room.
If you
What's
buy
up, Will?
what's going on, Will? If you buy them and need somewhere to stick them, you can put them down here in the basement. I ain't
I
got
think my wife would have a problem with me spending $2,000 on something to just sit around.
Kind of.
Why? It ain't like we've ever done that before.
Like, true that.
It's not like I bought $5,300 worth of Technic
So used to that.
to just sit around. Actually, it wasn't to just sit around. It was to sell.
I thought about selling the truck. I thought about
Sitting on
putting it
top
up.
of the truck, just as.
Not gonna lie, there's a part of me that thought about it.
Tell me what?
Putting the truck up for sale.
I'm glad you didn't.
I
It
don't
kind of sucks. You
do what?
put it up. It sucks if you put it up for sale right after you bought it.
Yeah, but I don't. It's not. I don't not like the truck. It's not really what I thought it would be. But I know the only reason that I'm feeling that way right now is because there's kinks to work out. And the other thing that really made me kind of change my mind on this is I have a buddy that will be working with me in a couple months. And he restores cars for a living. And he told me that something like this truck, it does not matter what money you put in it, because as long as you're not doing it to hurt the truck and destroy the, like, doing something dumb like cut a hole in it or something like that, anything you're doing that is just an upgraded part is money that will come back out of it.
Yeah.
He said that you could honestly, he told me, you know, the money I have in the truck, I could put another 10 grand in the truck and sell it for 70. It just depends on what I want to do and what the person that's looking for it is going to look for. But there's people out there that would much rather buy the truck already done than take the route that I'm going.
So who did the retro distressed look on it? Was that natural? That's too even to be natural.
No, it's not natural. It's sprayed like a brown rust primer and then blue over it, and then the blue over it is like etched out in spaces.
Cool. Looks well done.
Oh, it is. The only thing I don't like about the way that it's done, which it has nothing to do with it, like it's perfectly fine. It's just something that I don't like about it is the logo on the door is his not the guy who did it, but the guy who painted it. Not barn, but farm. And I really don't want that on there. And I think the only way to change it is to repaint it.
Yeah, I love the look of it though. So, David, to answer your question, at least one of every Technic set since 2014. Bought out a collection that a guy had that filled his entire house. It took 2 loads with a long bed F-350 with a camper top on it to get it all home. It was a 2-hour drive each way. There were 7 of the orange Porsches in the mix.
Don't you want to donate one of those to the channel?
You got one behind you, dumbass.
That don't mean I don't want to.
You don't get the because I love you price twice in a row.
Have you seen the alternate builds that people are doing with the white 911?
No.
You can build a Corvette out of that and a white Batmobile. Not the
with just the
technical
parts in it, or with those parts plus more?
I'm not sure, but it's not the technical one, it's the brick built one. And by the way, I got $180 worth of totes down here to pack up all this city.
Wow.
So is next week's video going to be us down there packing?
I don't know. I thought about going ahead and doing it this week and putting them in the boxes.
Well, it would be great if all we had to do next week is just put them from the basement to the truck.
Like I said, I've been on a routine about getting videos out and getting stuff like that, and then I bought a truck, so that came to a halt. But I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be hard. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? It fall apart. If it falls apart, can we just set the like totes on the table? Be like, here's the
and say this was once a nice city mock.
We could just pour it out, like take a tarp and you lift the tarp on the edges, and I'll just pour all the boxes out and be like, this is what happened in New York after the.
But David, we have a Bricklink store, and we parted out maybe 60% of all those sets and put them in our parts inventory. We've got probably 6 sets in there to inventory, maybe.
But in there, yeah, maybe
The
that.
Technics, not the
Yeah,
other ones.
yeah, probably.
And then we've got, I got an orange Porsche down here, got another one in the closet. We got stuff everywhere, and I still got probably 30% of it disassemble and itemize
And wash.
and wash.
dry, and inventory to see if it's all there and if it's worth the money to do that, or if it's more to piece it out.
Most of it's gonna get pieced out.
Yep, probably.
You know the best thing about the word inventory?
What?
Is
Tory's the last thing.
oh boy, what do you want? You are really being nice tonight.
I'm always nice to y'all. Actually, I don't want anything. I don't need anything. I will probably have to buy more pieces.
Like Steve Martin in The Jerk, I don't need anything. I don't need a single thing except this pillow. That's all I need. Just this pillow. This pillow and this lamp. That's all I need. Just this pillow and this lamp. All I need is this pillow, this lamp, and this book.
You can do it.
I was about to say, I've only seen that movie a couple times, but
I don't remember what all they were. I just remember the list goes on and on and on.
nah, I've got another truck to build after I finish this. If I finish this tonight, which I should. But if I finish this late and then wait till next week to build the truck, I don't have anything else, pieces for anything else, so I'll have to build another, which I have Lego sets that I need to build. I cannot find these pieces.
Are they laying down over there or they disappeared?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so that goes that way.
I'm gonna steal them over
This goes
here.
this way. That goes there. You know, I never even looked to see what all functions this one had.
I'm sure you will soon though.
Does it go in?
Motor.
Does it go forward and reverse?
Forward, reverse, steering. David can probably tell us what else it does. I don't know if it does power dump or not. I would have had to have actually read it instead of just foaming at the mouth and ordering it.
What is going on, Greg? I like the DeLorean. I wish that I could see all the versions of what it looks like being built and not just the one that they show on the box. You know me, I love cars and I love Lego, so I will probably buy it. I've got every other, well, I take that back. There's certain cars I haven't bought. I almost bought one the other day, but I talked myself out of it. I don't know if I like it or if I don't like it. Have y'all seen the Shelby, the green Technic Shelby?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't convince myself if I like that or not. I mean, let's just be honest. It is a Ford, so I'm not sure that it'll operate properly after being built.
Well, the big challenge is getting it built.
Well, that's true too. I guarantee you there's a piece missing. They're trying to figure out how to, they're trying to figure out how to remanufacture it. Do what?
Do you know what Ford's doing about that with the Broncos?
What, the chips?
Yeah, they're shipping them without chips for non-safety items. So like some of the Broncos are being shipped without their heated seats.
Well, you know that. So Ford couldn't do it, I don't think. But you know the Tesla can get away with that because technically everything is a beta version. So really it doesn't have to work. So I wonder if Ford's jumping on that bandwagon.
A friend of mine down in Georgia, he's got two of them on order. One for him and one for his wife. And his is built and sitting on what they call Ice Mountain.
Uh-huh.
Big parking lot up there where they're putting them until they get the chips. But I think his is going to ship without some of the chips, and he's going to end up getting it and being pissed off that he doesn't have all the stuff he paid for.
Well, what are the items they're not included? Because, I mean, heated seats right now is not a big deal.
No, and it's literally just the chip, and they'll ship it to the dealership, and you just go in and they put it in.
I mean, that's an inconvenience, but
But they're saying anything non-safety related is subject to not being installed. So it could be radio, could be heated seats, could be what's called the GOAT modes, which is one of the things that makes this Bronco better than anything else out there for off-road use.
So in other words, it has the potential to be a really cool yard ornament.
Yeah, this is when I'm glad that mine's not built.
I mean, you know, Ford's used to buying things and building things that don't work. We get it.
Well, I still find it ironic.
Hey, Richard, you better be careful. You want that big Bertha Ford to carry your stuff all the way up to the stroke.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't risk that.
We could put it in the back of my truck. It's just going to take 19 trips.
and it'll blow all over everywhere.
Now
Yeah,
the
that
way
little
that
bed's
do what?
that little bed's good for about 1 or 2 tubs, right?
No, I could probably fit 4 in there.
You like the 24 that'll fit in mine.
I never said it would fit more.
I still find it really ironic and comical that the first 140,000 miles of my Ford was towing a Chevy show car around.
Well, you didn't want to mess up the nice thing.
I want to make sure it got there.
But see, you also have a different, you've got a diesel. A Ford diesel is not the same thing. And you know that.
Well, technically, it's an international diesel.
Because I don't like Dodges, but I'll tell you right now, Cummins is a hard truck to beat in certain years.
Oh, yeah, Cummins is a great truck. Great engine. And the Dodge has the Cummins engine and the Allison transmission.
Yeah, but only on
That's
certain
a
years.
lot.
You got to find that sweet year to be able to obtain that. So that's some weird placement on how you build this thing. And we flip it over. Look what this thing looks like so far.
Wow.
Does it look like a jet yet?
The wing swoop does.
And now we attach. I think I'm starting to get drawn to more of the Brickmania sets that are like camouflage colored.
Hey, David said this thing does power dump.
It does take power dumps.
Take the Browns to the Super Bowl.
Taco Bell on a Wednesday night.
Power dump's better than a 2 a.m. Taco Bell trip.
If you're at Taco Bell at 2 a.m., you're already having a trip. So this, I need another corner piece. And it should be in the middle of here somewhere. And I think this is the olive color. Huh.
See if my diff is spinning correctly before I get past that.
I was about to say, that could screw up a whole build.
It's a locked diff. What the heck?
You got to
No,
unlock
it's not. It's just a tight diff. Dang, that's tight.
Better calm down over there. These olive green colors are pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the olive green, sand blue, sand green. But my favorite Lego color.
Light bluish gray.
That's bright light orange.
What do y'all think about the new light orange they're coming out with?
Light orange. I got a medium orange that just came in the other day.
Or is it bright orange? It's one of the new oranges.
Yeah, I mean we got in 3 or 4 pieces the other day in something, and when we looked them up, they're medium orange.
Sounds like a
My
strange
comment-
color.
Like, great, another color.
Yeah, especially since we're trying to sort drawers by color now.
What do y'all do in that scenario?
We got some drawers that have mixes because I mean
And we
you just
also
can't
have
dedicate a whole drawer to
one.
bright light yellow, 1x1 30-degree slope. I got 2 of them, and I'm going to dedicate a whole drawer. I don't think so.
I would.
Or even half a drawer.
That reminds me, what did we get that was in?
I believe.
Just inventory.
See, now I'm curious.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Good. Oh, we got several things in medium orange. We got 1 2x2 brick. We got a 2x8x6 swivel without bottom notches. We got 2 2x4 plates and 1 1x4 tile in medium orange.
Hive, I'll probably be streaming until about 12.
You ain't got to work tomorrow?
Yeah, but I stream till 12 every week.
Oh.
He's younger than us, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
You got a bunch of side stud bricks there.
Yeah.
I know I say it every week, but I should probably start sorting these sets out a little more.
You know what you ought to do, Richard?
Sort these
Start
sets
sorting
out
your sets out a little more.
just a little more.
I need one of those. I need 2 of these.
Sweet. Hive said he is on the way.
Awesome.
Place this in the wrong spot.
So, David, do you sort all your Technic pieces out before you build, or you just go for it?
I want that new Technic Batmobile.
Is it out?
Yeah. It's at Walmart up here in King. I witnessed a family buy 2 of them.
Pine.
Okay.
Pine.
Yeah, I watched a family buy 2 of them, and I was like, why in the world are y'all buying 2?
And what was their answer?
Because
I didn't ask.
it's probably one of those people that thinks they want to start a Bricklink store. We'll be getting it from them in 2 years. So I got contacted about another Bricklink store. I haven't told Tori about this. Maybe I did. In Washington State. Did I tell you about that?
No. Mm-mm.
Dude wants 50 grand for his store.
Holy crap.
It's
Hell.
huge. It's huge. He started out doing pieces and parts, and then got into minifigs and started focusing on that, and then got into sets and minifigs, and then opened a brick and mortar store. And he said the pieces and parts take too much of his time. But at 50 grand, that's like like 60% of the value of his store.
Yeah, but
you don't get 60% on a used store.
What made him want to? I mean, did he just fail at it? What's going on, Mayo?
No.
I mean, buying a store at that price is not like. I'm sorry, but no one's just gonna drop 50 grand on a Lego set or on Legos.
You're cool.
It's full. That explains all the behavior the last couple days.
Do what?
Tori's mom told her to go look at the moon, and she did. She said it's full.
I said that explains the behavior of this today and these last couple days.
Oh, with the kids?
Yeah,
Yes.
the kidlets.
Full moon. Jeez. It'll kill me every time.
Yeah, I don't know who would spend like. I mean, that's a lot of money to hope someone is going to put in a Bricklink store.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
Especially in Washington State, it would cost someone down here close to that value just to get it down here.
Yeah.
You don't think it would cost?
You would drive it home in 4 days.
Screw that. Y'all can have that driving.
I'm not getting it. Excuse me. We're not getting it.
I thought Tori wanted to inventory some more though.
Yeah, that's crazy talk right there.
Got an itch on my forehead.
I don't even have to look. I already know what you're doing. Gene, quick, there's a mosquito on her forehead. Slap it.
Hey,
Now you got me coughing, damn
It'll take long for me to break that off.
it. Good Lord, this is.
It's okay, that's
That's wow. So Richard, this one's got some cam that moves. The Porsche had the gear selectors, right?
Yes.
So this has got 3 gear selectors that operate parallel to each other. And it's got a cam that operates all 3. And they're at 3 different positions on the cam. So when you turn the cam, it's engaging one, partially engaging one, and disengaging the other.
That's pretty cool. Is it, well, damn it, I broke another piece off. Why did it have me put these on already? Does it, when it does, is that for, I guess, slower speeds and moving?
I don't know. I don't know what functions that's to yet. Again, I would have had to check in my man card and read the instructions.
Technically, you're reading instructions to build it, though.
Hush.
You're not reading anything. He's just looking at pictures.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures. Right, there's the slip clutch.
What'd you call me?
Slip clutch. There's always one slip clutch in every motorized Technic set.
Uh-huh.
Keep it from burning up the motor if you bind it up.
I need to build something that's mechanical. I still have yet to build anything with an engine.
I was missing it. I'm glad to be doing it again.
Uh-oh. Now we gotta go peace diving.
You gotta go pee?
I said peace diving. I need 10 by 10 1 by 1 dark green tiles. And I have 6 of them.
Charlie's over here snoring so loud. Surprised you can't hear him.
7. Vader's got to go back to the vet Monday.
Why? What's wrong?
He isn't walking anymore on that leg, and he's acting like it bothers him really bad. So I don't know.
Mama said the moon is called a worm moon tonight.
A warm moon.
A worm. WORM. Maybe somebody can explain.
Richard, I've got 82 dark green 1x1 tiles if you want to come over and get some.
I found my other one. It was stuffed in this piece. I don't know how in the world I found that. But yeah, you can bring me some if you'd like.
I would send Tori, let her take them to you, but then I would be minus a drink winch.
But she could be bringing me my drink. So I might be okay with that.
Let me think about it. No.
Gene, you got to share.
He's not real good at sharing.
Certain things I just don't share, Richard.
And his women are one of them. Chester Bell or the mom.
Okay. So that doesn't go all the way through. What is this clutch stop?
All right, I need one more of those tiles.
Put a clutch.
That slutty clutch.
No, it's got a clutch that the outfeed side of the clutch, the axle's blocked.
All right, I'm going to come back to this one piece and hope that I find it later. I know where it goes. All right, we have laid some camo down. Now I need one more dark tan 1x1. Bingo.
Charlie's making me sleepy. He's snoring so loud.
I'm even drinking coffee.
Yeah, that's coffee, all right.
It's my nitro coffee, my cold brewed coffee.
You're right, it is.
Just because it's got the name Guinness on the top of it.
You saw me a genius? Thank you. I appreciate it. Much, much love.
Yeah, I have some Guinness Nitro cold brewed coffee.
That don't sound very good.
Actually, it's quite good. I didn't think it was either till I tried it at the BJ's beer dinner and fell in love with it.
We have another guest. What is going on, Brick Hive?
Hey, what's happening?
What's up, Bob?
How y'all
Try
doing?
Hey, cool.
Trying to
Look at
search
his setup.
for pieces.
No, he doesn't.
Oh,
Full-
that's
Oh, neat.
yeah, this is kind of my new setup right now.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you. And I love you guys' modulars back there.
Oh, that's hers. I
Oh.
wish I got to build them.
Built
I
one.
built one. I did.
The corner garage.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a handful of them. Most of them my wife had bought me when I came out of my dark ages and really started wanting to build a city. And we both didn't even realize at the time, like the whole concept of retired sets and stuff. But luckily it wasn't as expensive as it is now, because this was, gosh, man, it's been several years now. But I've gotten some new ones since then. And actually I've got 3 of them right now. I haven't even opened yet because I haven't rebuilt my city.
Like us.
Well, I decided I'm going to put them all on Mills plates.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I've rebuilt my forest. I pretty much got the desert done. I've got to rebuild the beach, and then I got like a mountain to build, and then I'll get to the city. So it's just going to be a while.
And the majority of our builds is building inventory in our Bricklink store.
Oh, well, yeah. So, gosh, man, I'm getting ready to try and talk in 4 different directions, but I was gonna say, on Good Morning Brick World, we've started having themed panel of guests, and one of those themes in the future that we want to have on was Bricklink store owners. So I'll reach out to you guys, man, when we do that. If you might want to hop on.
Please do.
Yeah,
Husband and wife team's pretty cool at it.
well, we're all about trying to support the community, and that's one way, because obviously a lot of us really rely on Bricklink stores. So
Oh, yeah,
Who
absolutely.
relies on Bricklink stores?
You do. You do.
yeah. So yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. Give us a
They
shout
have-
out. 'Cause
Definitely.
They have been like the 80% provider for these Brickmania kits.
For what? You mean for Brickmania? Brickmania?
No. Like for me building, because I haven't done a Lego kit in I don't know how long.
Oh, you talking about like the instructions that you can buy, right?
Yeah, that's all I've been doing.
Yeah,
He buys the instructions, creates huge wanted lists, and then comes over here and we hang out, drink beer, and find parts.
And his wife and I sort parts while they play.
I don't know what he is talking about. Do not put me
Yeah.
in any situation.
Yeah, I
Okay, if
hate
you
I
say
hate
so.
sorting so much.
Oh, I love it. That's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, I can't. I just can't.
My wife
Well,
said she
part of it is having the right setup to sort.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I actually I don't know how legit it is because I didn't really research it, but I shared it on Instagram. I saw some dude with like this vacuum thing where he was sucking up all these Lego, and like it was slowly like kind of, no, I wasn't separating them by colors and whatnot, but that would really help out a lot because at least you get a head start on like what the pieces would be, you know what I mean? At least like size wise and stuff.
Yeah, so we did something similar. We've got some tubs that are about, I don't know, about that big, about,
Yeah.
I don't know, 18 by 12 maybe.
Right.
And we did the same thing. We drilled different size holes in the bottoms of them, and you could dump everything in the big hole one, shake it over the trays we have, and everything falls into the next size. Dump the big ones, which is all big plates and odd windshields and things and big tires. Then you shake the next one out. The next one leaves you with anything that's between 2x and 4x. And then it goes to another size. And the only thing that goes through the other size is 1x stuff.
Nice. Yeah, I mean,
actually, it takes a lot more effort than you think.
I imagine it does.
It does, because I have to sit over there and go, ooh, I want that. Ooh, I want that. Ooh, I want that. And doing that all day is tiring.
I thought you just said you hadn't been to our place.
Huh?
You just said you know nothing about it.
Yeah, I know nothing about this.
I know nothing about drinking beer with y'all. That is,
Oh, well, okay, so it was moonshine.
y'all are crazy. What?
Moonshine.
Cool.
Whew.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Occasionally, my wife, she gets like this flavored moonshine from somebody at her work, and
Oh, that's homemade stuff.
yeah, it's tasty, but it's still freaking strong, man. Like I can't really handle it. But I don't know if you can really either because a lot of it's still in the fridge.
That's what I've learned about most people that drink moonshine that say how good it is. I don't really believe them because if it was really that good, it wouldn't still exist. They would have already.
Well, again, I don't know. I mean, I would say I've definitely got a lot of experience drinking, but I'm not, I would say, an experienced drinker. But I would imagine moonshine's not something, and I don't know. I say this, but I imagine moonshine's probably not something you're gonna drink pretty quickly. I guess. I
It's
don't
a
know.
sipper.
Yeah.
It's a sipper.
Dude, I took literally a sip of a sip. Like it's just like a taste, man. And even that, I was like, oh my God, God dang, I could feel that. Like, what the heck? Yeah. So
That's how you know it's good. If you feel it.
I've
Need
just
another one.
never really cared too much for alcohol in general. It's disorienting for me. I don't
I
like being
did.
disoriented.
I
I do
used
like the initial buzz you get from it, man. But past that, I don't really care for it that much.
I used to drink like crazy, and now I just don't anymore at all.
I just can't function, dude.
Oh, I can.
Like
function.
I don't like not being able to function. I mean, like you can a little bit, but like I said, once you get past like the initial buzz, at least for me, it's just like I don't like. I've messed around with a lot of different stuff, man, growing up. You know what I mean, and had a lot of fun and stuff like that. But generally, I've never really liked anything where I can't control myself. You know.
Yeah, I get it.
I've
But
never messed with anything other than alcohol.
oh no, I've had a lot of fun, man.
I've
I've done a lot of stuff. I mean, when I was in my early 20s, man, living down in Key West and stuff, like I definitely had a good time down there. But I mean, I'm glad I did. I got it out of me, had some fun, experienced some stuff, but
You can't be around Duval Street much without having fun.
so you know what the Wall Street is. Yeah, that's I mean, look, if you like to drink, dive, I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, it's got a really nice art community down there. Sail, especially anything on the water. You know what I mean? Like it's paradise, dude. It's paradise. And the great thing about Key West is like just the atmosphere in general. Just being down there, man, just breathing the air. It's not even the same as like in other places I've been, like Pensacola, Miami, or even like California. It's just got its own like magic to it. And Duval Street in general, like it's the main street, you know what I mean? For like downtown, and it's where like Fantasy Fest and like Spring Break and Bike Week and like all that stuff that's really big down there, and like that's where like they really celebrate it at.
See, I've only been to Key West one time, and we actually went to go out to eat like as soon as we got there.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to Senior Frogs, and they had so much going on at Senior Frogs. I just didn't want to leave there. Like they had I don't know what was going on. It was during spring break, but they had like all these games and competitions they were doing. And like, this was the Senior Frogs. It's like on the actual beach.
Mm.
And they were like people were chugging beers and jumping off the pier and like seeing how far like you could, or how fast you could like swim out to this buoy and like swim back. And I was just like, I don't want to leave here. I'm watching people make idiots of themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely a good time, man. And I gotta tell you, man, I had this irrational fear of sharks ever since I'd watched Jaws when I was a kid. Like I know this is gonna sound absolutely ridiculous because I know it's stupid, but even like in pools, man, like with really deep water, my legs dangling, it's scary, right? And I decided to try and overcome that fear in Key West, man, jumping in the water. Like, because my boss at the time, he had like a fishing boat. So we all went out on this fishing boat and did some snorkeling. And I had a saltwater reef aquarium at the time. So even though I wasn't planning on like destroying reef, but if I saw like, you know, an enemy or something like just randomly out on the, you know, in the water somewhere, I was, you know, going to try and scoop it up or something, you know, put it in my tank. Anyways, I was out there, dude, for like 5 minutes in the water, dude. Saw like a freaking 7-foot shark, like 10 foot away from me.
You're like, I'm out. That's it. I'm out.
Yeah, dude. I was like, that's it. You know what I mean? I was done. Well, I mean, right. The crazy thing was right before that, though. I had, because I was looking around and I came up to this like cliff and I don't know how deep it was. It could have been too deep, you know, because we weren't that far out, but I couldn't see the bottom and that scared the crap out of me. So as soon as I turned around, that's when I saw the shark. I was like, all right.
Now, was that right off of Key West, or were you north of there a little?
No, it was right off Key West. I mean, we were at least like a mile out, and maybe half a mile. It could have been even between half a mile to 2 miles. You know, like I said, it wasn't super far out, but it was far enough, man. Because the water, everywhere where we went, the water, except for like the cliff area and stuff, was generally about 15 feet deep or so. It wasn't too bad as far as the deepness.
And that's the crazy thing. So I've taken scouts. There's a scout sea base at Upper Metacumba Key.
Yeah.
And we would get on a boat at Upper Metacumba, sail for 3 days down to Key West, spend the day in Key West, then sail 3 days back.
Man, that sounds great.
Oh, it's awesome. I did it several times. There's a lighthouse or an old lighthouse at Sombrero Key.
Mm.
And Sombrero Key has incredible reef life. But if you go half a mile out off of Sombrero, you cross the wall. And the wall is where it goes from like, 40 feet deep to like 2,500 feet deep. And it's nuts. The watercolor's totally different. You got that pea blue water out to the edge of the wall. And when you get to the wall, it's that really deep, dark, almost black blue.
Yeah. And I mean,
like a perfectly straight line.
And the thing is, honestly, either I myself or I've known people very close to me that have just had bad experiences with things in the water. Like everything from like, a restaurant I worked at down there called Turtle Curls. There was a waitress that I knew there, and she got almost pretty much entangled with a man-o-war jellyfish. And she had showed us like, whatever it was, a week or so later when she'd finally come back to work, like all the scars, and it looked like somebody took like a red hot like whip because she had all these red lines like all over her body, man. It was insane. My dad, he lived down in Key West for a long time. I mean, I lived there off and on for, over a decade. But he was telling me one time he was in, I think Bay of Honda, I think he said it was. And there's like a bridge up there that's broken off. And a lot of them, a lot of us like would jump off of it and stuff. But he said one day he was just with some friends hanging out up there. And they said, he said that they saw this, this manta ray like swim underneath the bridge and like swim away, and it had like a big chunk torn out of its like wing. And then like they said like a minute later there was a huge like 12-foot hammerhead shark, man, like swimming behind it. Right. I guess it like took a bite out of it and then just like it got away and was chasing it or whatever. And even like I remember when I was really young, we went on one of those catamarans. I mean, I was like a teenager. And it was when my dad was living down there. Like he just moved down there not long before that. Anyways, dude told us, like the instructor guy was like, yeah, make sure you remove any jewelry, especially earrings. And they were saying because of barracuda, right? And I'd never seen a barracuda before. Dude, those things are so vicious looking. But I've told people, man, they're like, it's almost like they teleport. They're so fast. Because they swim so fast and they'll just bam, they're like right there in front of you, dude. And they got all them jagged teeth. But like apparently a lot of people, like if you don't take your earring out, man, like it'll like just swipe your dang ear right off.
Yeah, so rings, earrings, anything that flashes, they think is a bait fish. And so they're going after food.
Right.
And we would tell the scouts, anytime you get off this boat, remember you're not at the top of the food chain anymore.
Exactly.
Well,
And,
that's the thing is when you're walking around a city, no matter what, in a city, you are in control of the situation. You can be 100%. There, if you have the right armament, you can take care of yourself. But when you go to stuff like the ocean, the ocean's free reign, baby. You're the bottom of the barrel. Everything wants to eat.
Well, and a lot of things that you just don't think about, man, is like that is not your environment, man. You can't just run away.
Yeah.
See, like you can't even swim away really fast, like because barracudas are especially fast. You know what I mean? But any
and they're territorial.
Oh yeah,
they're territorial. So the cool thing that we noticed the first trip I did down there was we would get off the boat, and as you go down the ladder or go off the side, you first look around, get your bearings, make sure everything's safe. And there would be barracudas just hanging out like they were hanging in space, and they would stay there. But if you moved, they would move closer to you. And so I remember one time on that first trip, I got out of the boat and I dropped. We had fiberglass tent poles that we used as tickle sticks to get lobsters out of the coral. And I dropped the fiberglass pole. So when I went down to get the fiberglass pole, I mean, it was like 18, 20 feet down.
yeah.
So I go down to get it. And as I start down, there's a barracuda here, one over here, and one right in front of me. And this one started going down too. And I was like, oh, hell no.
Dude,
So I started coming up. When I'm coming up, I'm not straight from where I started.
Right.
And so that one started going back, and this one over here started coming in. I was like, this is not good.
Dude, I think the very last straw for me was not long after my daughter was born. I still had my reef aquarium, and I was with my my ex-wife's dad. And on the second key up, which is Stock Island, there's that's where like the college is and the dump and everything. But there's a little tiny bridge on there that, because the road's like a big circle around the island. But there's a little tiny bridge. I guess it's like got a little stream that goes into the ocean or whatever, right? Dude, so we stopped there, and again, I was gonna just see if there's anything cool to put in my fish tank, right? And I saw an enemy, man. So I was like, all right. So I like rolled my pant legs up and I took my shoe off, man. I didn't even have to go all the way in. I just needed to step in, right? I swear, man, I stepped in it. I was getting ready to pick this thing up, dude. And it was like maybe 2 or 3 feet long, not very big at all, man. But a nurse shark swam right by my leg, dude. It touched my leg, dude, freaked me out. And I was like, that's it, no more. I mean, like I said, it was a nurse shark. It wasn't going to do anything to me, you know what I mean? But still, that was it. I won't even go in a damn pond anymore.
So the end of that story is you now have a freshwater tank, right?
I don't even have fish anymore. I was like, screw it, dude. Macro says I don't do water, rivers, lakes, oceans. I'm out. I mean, dude, if you think about how alien, most of the ocean really is too, man. I mean, that's one of like my biggest fears. I forgot what the actual term is for it, but like, even if you didn't have to worry about getting bit, like, dude, just can you imagine being out in the middle of the ocean, like if a ship went down, you're just like on a little raft or something, like, dude,
that's the thing. Out there, we're helpless,
right? It's so scary, dude.
Yeah, but out there, you're also less susceptible. When we would go out past the wall, out to the blue water, you get off. What's cool is, all the waves are from the wall in mostly. Once you go out past the wall,
right,
the ocean flattens out a lot. You get a lot more. There's a lot more duration between the waves. So you may have a 4-foot wave, but you may not have another one for a minute
right.
and a half. And so it seems like it's a lot flatter. So you get out of the boat out there and snorkel or whatever, you don't see anything.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing. I mean, no barracudas, no sharks. I mean, nothing.
I mean, I would totally enjoy having a nice boat, you know what I mean, to be out there on the water on. That would be awesome. Even though I wonder if eventually just my fear would get to me, you know what I mean? Because
So
if there's a leak, dude, I'd die of shock before you even hit the water, dude.
You don't think you would be scared to be on the boat?
No, not if I didn't think about it. Because, dude, I've lived on 3 different islands in my life. You know what I mean?
What's going on,
I've lived
Shy?
around tons of water. Hey, Shy, what's up, man? And I've been on a lot of boats. Everything from like big, huge naval ships because my family was military to just like houseboats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I don't think about that, it's like a plane. I've been on a plane probably 50 times, dude. You know what I mean? But if I were to think about what's going, like you start thinking below your feet or, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I could see anxiety setting in. But I think as long as I'm, dude, because, dude, I'm telling you, man, if you're a sailboat, especially, when you're out in the water, dude, at nighttime and it's calm and you have like a clear sky and you're just chilling, you know what I mean? Like, you can't, there are certain things, man, you can't like describe unless you experienced it. Sort of like Shy would probably be able to tell
Like
us.
spending the night on a
Like,
sailboat, right?
well, like Shy wouldn't be able to describe what it's like riding his motorcycle, you know, like on a just like whatever clear night or whatever, like the best setting is to ride a bike. You know what I mean? Like he could tell us how awesome it is, but he wouldn't be able to describe that feeling because you'd have to experience it. You know what I mean?
A motorcycle is like freedom.
And I've had a little taste of that, man. You know what I mean? I've gotten to ride, nothing crazy, nothing for long periods of time, but I've gotten to experience it. And yeah, I tried to talk Mrs. Hyven into it, but yeah, she wasn't really having that, man. So that wasn't a battle. It was worth fighting for. I was like, I got Lego. I'm good, man.
I wanted a bike,
Yeah,
and
so-
my wife wanted me to get a bike, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna do it. And like the more I started like looking into like what I wanted, it was like there for a solid at least 2 months. I knew about 5 people that died on one, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna do it. And and it's not necessarily like usually it's never their fault. It's always an idiot's fault. We had here close to my house, a guy was just riding down the road and a car ran a stoplight, went out in front of him. When the car realized he was in the middle of the intersection, they slammed on the brakes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've seen some pretty bad accidents.
So Tori had never been on, well, she'd been on one sailboat, but it was a large sailboat that was on a motor dinner cruise.
Yeah.
So it's not really a sailboat. And I kept talking about, you know, how much I liked sailing, how fun sailing was. And she really didn't get it. But where's your happy place now?
All right, it used to be the boat.
Well, that's true. The store kind of did us in.
Yeah.
She's
We've
lying,
got a
like,
boat on the lake here.
you're
We just don't
lying.
get down to it enough.
I will tell you this: if I was single and had money, didn't have to worry about money, bills, that kind of stuff, dude, I would have not a huge boat, but a boat big enough to where me and maybe another person can like stay in it very comfortably. I would also have like
I got one. You interested?
after I pay off my Lego debt, maybe. But I would also have like nothing huge, but I would have like a camper type vehicle to go across the states in, because that's something I would love to do, man. But at the same time, I would still have to own a house because I wouldn't want to get rid of like my Lego and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's so many people that are just selling everything and buying a boat and just going.
Well, I'm definitely selling some of my Lego. I can tell you that.
Yeah, one of my college fraternity brothers, he was a big investment broker in New York. Just sold everything. Sold the house, put whatever they didn't. They gave away stuff and sold stuff. And whatever they wanted to keep, they just put in the storage unit. And he and his wife bought a sailboat, sailed to Europe.
You know, I got to tell you, I feel like I'm pretty adaptable because I can, you know, easily say, you know, like I'm doing better, but I'm like addicted to Lego and stuff. But I will say that I can probably live with barely anything because I mean, and it's real easy to say, but I've lived a lot of periods of my life with just about nothing. You know what I mean? And but when I say that also, I'd have to be away from the city. Like I'd have to go live like kind of out in the middle of nowhere or like live somewhere at least a little further away, you know, like at a country type area, because as long as I'm removed from certain things, man, I'm fine. Because again, you know, like I was just talking about the experience of like on a sailboat or riding a motorcycle. There's also an experience, and it might sound silly to some, but it's to be said that I've lived out in northern Michigan and stuff like that, man. And like, dude, sitting out like in the forest, man, or camping, or just even sitting on a porch, man, and just like enjoying like just nice weather and, you know, nature. There's really a lot to be said for that.
How far north? UP?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Oh,
used to
that's
live in
cool.
St. Innes, Nobbin Way, Engadine. Not on the Sioux side, but I've been to the Sioux a lot. But I also lived and worked on Mackinac Island for a while. That was one of the islands I've lived on.
See, like I'm the
That's a
exact.
bummer. That's a
I'm the
tough place
exact
to live, isn't it?
Yeah. What's that, Mackinac Island?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody there has money, right?
Yeah, right, dude. Jeez Louise. Well, and you know, there's the people that are like they from there, live there, you know, all year round. Because I stayed there during the winter, which was really crazy.
Oh, that's brutal.
Because you know, once the lake freezes up, that's it. Unless there's a clear day, you can take a plane out. But once the lake freezes up, you can also you could take a snowmobile, which I did one time, but I'm not ever doing that again. But yeah, you're pretty much stuck on the island, man, for the most part, until boats run again. But yeah, it's
Never thought
bizarre,
what
man.
it'd be like to be on that island in the winter.
Yeah, man, it's really bizarre. And you know, the locals, dude, they're crazy, man. I don't know what the deal is because they just get wasted drunk and like snow. Dude, when I moved, like I've been on snowmobiles a lot of my life, man. You know, just again, living in Michigan, family, you know, they always had them and stuff like that. But I just never really paid attention. But when I lived on Mackinac Island, man, that's when I learned like those snowmobiles can go over like 100 miles an hour. I mean, dude, that is really fast, man. Like to go that fast on a snowmobile through the woods at night. Because
You know, the National Snowmobile Museum's in the UP.
I figured as much, man. I don't know.
Yeah, but you gotta realize though, a snowmobile is kind of just like a motorcycle. The only difference is the ground is a little softer.
Yeah, I mean, but like, dude, because you're right. It's basically like a motorcycle. It's like an engine with instead of two wheels, it's got a tread. You know what I mean? But it's like, because I don't know, man. When I was riding around with them, because they'd let me use one of theirs or whatever, and I'd gun it, you know, and I'd keep up, man, on pretty clear areas. But once they started zigzagging through trees and stuff, I'm like, dude, I am not zigzagging through this forest at night doing 85, 90 miles an hour, man. I'm just like, maybe you guys got more, but they did have more experience. But at the same time, man, they'd still get stupid. And one guy, man, we had to take him to the emergency clinic on the island because he flew off. He hit a tree, flew off, but when he flew off, he went through the little windshield on the snowmobile, and it like just tore a big gash in him. And then, dude, there's so many deaths, man, when they try and cross the lake when it's not safe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I went, it was even deemed safe because when it's deemed safe, the Coast Guard puts pine trees out there in the lake. You know, they make like a path. And when I went, I was on the back of one of the snowmobiles. And pardon me if anybody's heard this story, I've told it before, but I was on the back of the snowmobile because I didn't have one that night to use, and we were going to the St. Ignace. Anyways, I remember there was the moonlight, so we had some light, but there was like 3 people in front of us, and we were going super fast. And I remember you could see the people up front stopping, and then they turned around. And like, dude stopped and told us, like, he's like, there's a big pressure crack. And the guy's like, oh, okay. And like, they didn't finish the conversation. And then I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I figured we were just turning around, dude. No, they were just going further back to get speed and like to get a little faster, man. So what happened was they dude, I couldn't even believe it. I've never been so scared in my life, man. So they were all 1 per snowmobile. There was 3 dudes and then the 4th guy and me. But I was, like I said, I was sharing a snowmobile with the guy. And again, these guys were drunk too, right? So The first three, man, they flew over that crack. Dude, the crack, I swear to God, man, it was almost 6 feet. It had to have been 6 feet wide, dude. It's I swear it had to have been 6 feet wide.
6
So they
feet
kind of
wide,
flew,
really in the middle of Lake Michigan.
yeah. You know what I mean? And like I said, the Coast Guard had deemed it safe. Anyways, so yeah, when we flew over it, like the back end hit the fucking edge of the ice. Sorry for cursing, man, but it hit the edge of the ice. And I remember I'm on the back and I'm holding on. And like I look behind me, dude, and I could see the damn water, and the treads like running. So I was like trying to like scoot up, you know what I mean? So, and we got over it, but I took a plane back the next day. Yeah, I stayed the night in a hotel in St. Ignace, and I just took a plane back the next day, man. I was like, no, not doing that again.
I'm done.
Dude,
So
because you
I'll
fall in
tell you
that
how much
water,
I like-
man. Like, that's it. Huh?
I'll tell you how much I like the UP and all the history and all up there.
Yeah.
Every November 10th at 7 p.m., I drink an Edmund Fitzgerald.
Yep.
November 10th, 7 p.m., I drink an Edmund Fitzgerald every year.
There's a lot of history up there, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
gorgeous.
I like it up there a lot, man. I spent a lot of my years up there. I just kind of leave and come back and leave and come back. My wife, she's from there. She was born in, I want to say Nobbin Way. Chef, he's from up there. Our buddy Chef T. Yeah. So yeah, man, the great, what is it? The great North, the great wide North. I can't. Yeah,
Take
man.
off, eh?
Yeah. But it's good times, man. Like I said, like especially up in the UP, because I always felt like there was almost like an innocence up there, man. You know what I mean? Like you could do things that you could never do in the city. You know what I mean? And I mean like just a certain freedom. It's sort of like look, I've been to Canada, but I've never like lived there. But I heard, everything I've known about Canada, dude. Canadians are good people. You know what I mean? Like they're not violent like Americans are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that kind of spreads into the UP. I'm not saying everybody in the UP is just perfect or anything, but like you can just do a lot of stuff, man, and not worry about things.
Well,
I do miss it.
We've been up there 4 times, 3, 4 times. We used to be heavily involved with Mini Cooper stuff, and there's a big Mini Cooper event at St. Ignace at the Little Bear Arena. They try to set the world record for most similar cars crossing a bridge. In fact, we got it one year, and supposedly our name is in the Guinness Book of World Records for it, but I've never looked for it. But so we would go from North Carolina to there for that. And one of the years we went into Sault Ste. Marie across the border just to say we'd been to Canada. And we ended up eating at this Italian restaurant that was freaking amazing. So ever since that trip, every time we went up, we would take one night and go across the border to go eat at that Italian restaurant.
Wow.
See, I've never been to Canada, but I'm also like, I'm also the exact opposite of how you said, Hive. I don't think that I could live where there's nothing like that. Like, I would have to be in a city. Like, I'm not saying that I'm a prima donna, and I definitely could live without things, but I don't know. I like I've lived in the same, well, not in the same city, but around the same city my entire life.
A lot of it is keeping yourself and your mind occupied. That's I think a lot of the gist of it, because yeah, man, I think about what it was like to live like hundreds of years ago, and I'm like, God dang, yeah, sure, man. At night you can go to bed and not worry about it, but besides working, like what the hell are you doing? It's like what? Am I read a book once every 6, 8, 9 months or something? Like, God dang.
I mean, I understand that. I just like there's certain people, like my grandfather was one of them. They could go to the beach, and my grandfather would fish all day long. And while I enjoy fishing, After like an hour and a half, 2 hours of it, I'm like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Unless I'm taking some naps or something. You know,
Yeah, I'm just not that like. People find it relaxing, and that's fine. I would much rather do something else than fish for 9 hours.
Well, I remember not everywhere, but certain places I've lived too. Because, like I said, I've lived around water most of my life. I know the reasons why most of the time and stuff, but like a lot of dudes, you know, would fish like and struggle, man. Like have a fight. You know what I mean? And then let the damn fish go. And I'm like, what do you eat that thing, man? Like what? It's like you earned that. No, man, you gotta put it back. And then down on the Keys, God dang, man, heaven help you if you like get a lobster and it's not lobster season, dude. They'll throw your ass in jail, dude.
If it's not big enough, or if it's too big. If
Yeah,
the breeding
yeah.
lobster is too big, you get caught with it. Or one of the times we were on one of the sailboats, we were lobstering every day. I mean, we ate lobster in our scrambled eggs. We had lobster with everything. And one of the kids came up with a lobster that was about 1.5 inches too short. And the captain on the boat was freaking out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I miss lobster. I don't eat it as much anymore, just out of sheer principle. I hate paying $20, $25 for just so little meat. Which is, again, it's like
I like the rock lobster at the Keys more than I like the cold water lobsters.
Oh, like up in Maine and everything.
Yeah, I prefer the lobsters from the Keys.
I found a new place to buy Lego today.
Sure.
Some place called Poor Boys. It's the weirdest thing, man. Like, it's not a Lego store at all. It's just some random garden place that sells like a lot of Baltimore Ravens memorabilia and all that, but they got like a Lego section, right? So I'm seeing a chiropractor 2 days a week for a couple weeks because of my back. And the receptionist at the chiropractor place was telling me about this place, right? I think she said her brother or something like runs the Lego part of it. So yeah, I went there today after I was done doing all the stuff I had to do. And dude, I don't know how much you know about Star Wars or not, man, but I bought a Grand Inquisitor there.
Yeah. So they sell like broke open sets.
Yeah, dude, they had all kinds of stuff. I like filmed it, so I have a vlog out Saturday about it too, man. But like, yeah, I bought they had a lot of stuff, man, a lot more stuff than I thought.
Did you get it for a good price? I know.
Yeah, actually, I did. I mean, look, when I first say the price, you're gonna think like, holy crap, that's a lot of money for a mini.
No, I know what they're worth.
But this thing right now, the cheapest one on Bricklink, not even America, just on Bricklink, is $80, dude. And I bought it for $30.
Damn, that's actually really good.
Yeah. I saw it and I was like, holy cow, they must not be keeping track of the prices right at the moment.
Is there
hello, Haley.
No cracks, no nothing like that?
Nah, man, it's in great condition. They had actually a lot of different minifigs, man. Again, like I said, I filmed it all, but they had a lot of different stuff, man. Everything from Harry Potter to just CMF stuff to they even had like SpongeBob stuff. They had like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo stuff. They had like 3 different. I didn't even know they made 2 or 3 different Shaggys, man.
Yeah, we got 2 of them.
Yeah, we have 2.
Hey, babe.
I only see one.
I've got 2 Shaggies in the city.
And I bought this really. So hold on a second. Let me go grab it. Hold on.
I didn't know they had like multiple of it. So those computer pieces that I was buying from you, Gene, because Brickmania use them in like every set.
Yeah.
I've got a bag of 30 of them now.
What do you have a bag of?
Brickmania. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but you see this tile?
No.
We really
it's very tiny. It's still super tiny, but it's all good. What kind of tile is it?
It's a computer keyboard.
Oh,
It's the one
okay.
that's got like the two
It's a
gauges on
computer
it.
keyboard.
Yeah, sure. Brickmania uses it on like every one of their sets. And I got tired of like buying one here and then one here and then one here. So I bought a bag of 30 of them.
Can you see this technic part?
Yeah. I see it.
So at this store up top, like above where they had like a lot of the old minifigs and stuff, like you could buy like the cheaper ones. They had this thing, which I love, like raised base plates and stuff.
Is that Lego?
Yeah, it's totally
Yeah,
Lego,
yeah.
right? So there was another one, right? And it looked really awesome up above, and I grabbed it, and it was really like flimsy. And I was like, dude, this can't be Lego. And I look, and there's like no studs at all on it. No studs. I'm like, this is definitely not Lego. But sure enough, I look in there, man, and it said Lego. I'm like, what? I should have bought it anyways, because it wasn't even that expensive. I should buy it and then show it off to you guys and see like what is it from, because it's weird. There's no studs on it. And it's like, but it's really cool looking because it sits up high and it's almost like, it's hard to explain, but it looks almost like a rock formation, and it's like there's steps or something going down. It's very cool looking, and that's why I took it down and looked at it. And I was like, it's so light. What the heck, man? And then I saw there's no studs, but yeah, it says Lego on there.
It's probably from one of the old like adventure sets.
It might be, because they had a lot of older type of sets that I had no clue what they even were.
I was trying to, which I haven't really, I'm not going to say I have stopped because I haven't. I just didn't buy any. But I was trying to get all the original UFO sets.
Yeah.
And there was a guy that I ran across that did not have a Bricklink store. Why he had them, I didn't know, but he had like 3 of them. Still in the box.
Oh, wow.
So I bought them. But he was like, it was like a consignment thing, antique store type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he had them, and I was like, oh, cool. I was like, do you have any more of them? And he's like, no, I'll be honest with you, I don't know where those came from. And I was like, well, crap. If I could have got the whole set, I would have.
Yeah, we have some of the raised base plates, and I don't know where they're at.
We have one.
We do still have one?
It's in the store, in the old Lego X drawer or X shelf or something. Or Z shelf.
That one right there.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah.
See, I've never
So
made
we've got the one.
do what?
We've got the raised base plate that's got the big cross hole in the middle of it.
Oh, I think I know.
It's been there forever.
I've never built anything with a raised base plate.
Hey, Hive, what color was the base plate with no studs?
Like a reddish color, like a dark reddish.
Dark red or reddish brown?
Maybe reddish brown. Hold on. I got footage of it. Give me a sec. I could just show it
I
to
may
you.
have found it.
Let me
Oh,
see
no, that's
where.
Doc.
Where? Here, is it this one?
Color guy.
Yeah, you can't
Hold
see.
on.
Here we go. I got it. If you need to see it, I can show it to you. You only see
What's the number?
kind of a piece, and they were selling it for $20. But hold on while I'm blowing the picture up.
Have you got the part number?
You can see no, but you can see some of it. You can
Oh,
see-
So
wow.
that's from an old space set.
But there's no studs on it.
Yeah,
Is
they
it the
use
space
that as
set
like
or is it the Richard? Is that the space set or the miner set?
I thought the miners did have something to do with the space, but they use that. The reason why I don't have any studs on it is they use that as like a slide.
Oh, but I saw it and I was like, oh my God, I want that, dude. That's great. But like I said, I'm like, well, what the hell am I going to do if it doesn't have studs, man? I mean, like, I couldn't even connect it to anything.
It's a base plate raised Rocky Ridge playscape without studs.
I wonder how much it's
And-
worth. Maybe it's worth buying and
and-
selling it.
And Richard, it only came in one set, the Radical Racer.
Oh,
Because I'd never seen anything with Lego that didn't have studs on it, really. You know what I mean?
Hey, Hive, there's only one available for sale right now, period, anywhere. And it's $49.
God dang, maybe I should get it, man. Well, look, here's something I've thought about doing, honestly. I've thought about trying to supply Bricklink stores. Because I don't mind, like, all I want to do is make a little profit, as long as there's not too much hard work involved. You know what I mean? Like, so let's say, like, this thing costs $20. You know what I mean? If it's worth 40, like somebody could sell it for 40, like I would literally only want like maybe $6 or something for it. You know what I mean? Just because for me, it's better to just sell some stuff in bulk. The problem, because I've thought about opening a Bricklink store just because I have so much freaking Lego, man, but it's just not worth it to me, man. Like I don't have enough time to mess with it.
Well, also it'd be really easy just to buy something like that, make a quick video about it, and you sell it, move on, and you still get the content from it too.
Yeah, I mean, but I have a lot of just oddball Lego pieces, man.
See, I don't
want them. You know what I mean? And it's like some stuff I give away, some stuff I sell, I guess. You know what I mean? Especially if it's like worth a lot of money, it's worth it. You know what I mean? But like, I just have so many Lego pieces, like, and I just because like I bought so many huge bins full of Lego just for extra pieces. So like parts I like, you know what I mean? Just random pieces and stuff. But like, like the one I can't remember. Somebody wanted it, but like I have like the space shuttle piece in. It's got like 3 buttons on it,
Oh yeah, I remember
the noise and lights, and like I don't want that thing. There's like Bionicle pieces that I've got, you know what I mean? Like they're kind of cool, but I don't want them. Like I can't do anything with them, you know what I mean?
So
box
them all up. Box them all up. I'll give you a shipping label, and I'll pay you $5 a pound for them.
$5 a pound.
I'll tell you what, Bionicle, I'll give you 7.
Well, there are a lot of Bionicle pieces. I have like actually a box full of them that somebody actually wanted a bunch of pieces. So I got like a bunch, but then I found even more, and I'm like, God dang, man, I'm not gonna give them all of them. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I'm serious. We are the number 3 Bionicle store in the nation right now.
Oh wow.
And
yeah, here's another one. Here's another. I don't even know if this is Bionicle or not. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah, so the first year and a half we did. What? Yeah, that's a part of a minifig.
Yeah, I have no clue. It looked Bionicle to me, man.
It is. It's supposed to look like mini Bionicles.
I mean, it's got a Technic piece in the back of its head.
Yep. So,
like, and then there's like stuff like this. I wouldn't even know what to even charge because like it's dirty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I looked this up, and this was worth money, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, Tori watches those for us.
Yeah, man, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Like I was showing earlier, my buddy, I was showing him like the little castle or like the pirate flags and stuff. Like I just have so much stuff, man, and I just have no use for them. You know what I mean? But I also am not just gonna be stupid and just give everything away either. Like some stuff I give out. You know what I mean? That if somebody needs something important and it's not like expensive, like I'll give it to them.
Well, yeah, we don't look for handouts. I mean,
well, some stuff, like I said, I don't mind.
Yeah, we pay what the going rate is for bulk stuff because it's always a crapshoot when you get the bulk. I was looking for that sale. I think we have one of those. No, we don't have that.
So I will tell you, Hive, something that you can rant about. I thought about making a video about it, but I'm not going to. I finally got with somebody posting a for sale for Lego type thing. There was a I don't know what page it was on, but it was on a Lego page from Facebook. He was like, I have all these sets for sale, and just had all the parts. I mean, not the.
Oh, hey, Shai said he's in the green room.
Oh, he is.
I'm Shai.
Dude, I just looked down at my phone. I was like, I have a message.
I'm like, how long can I go before they notice I'm back here?
Well, so I have
text them.
I have the brickmania instructions pulled up, so it's actually covering the viewed portion of it. So the only thing I see is the comments right now.
Oh, well, I didn't understand what you were talking about ranting though. About what?
Oh, but anyway, so this guy on one of the Facebook pages was like, I have all these sets for sale, and it was just the set numbers with the prices he was wanting for them.
Right.
And there was nothing over like $60, or I think the most expensive one was like $80. So of course, like I scroll past it and I'm like, yeah, I don't, there's no point, because I just don't really buy that many Lego sets. And a lot of the bigger, like high value things, I just don't buy anymore. And they were sitting there and I was like, well, you know what? Maybe I should give it a look. So of course, like I went to it, and the first 4 sets that he listed were all like original pirates, including the big ships. And then he had like a couple of the UFO sets that I was looking for. And it was like, you know what? I'm going to message him. And he was like, yeah, man, I'll sell it all. He's like, for, a discounted price, the more you buy, the less I have to get rid of and everything else. And he just like kept feeding into me. And I was like, all right, deal. So I was going to buy all the pirate stuff from him, because he had the original ships and stuff like that. And I was like, all right, what do you want me to do? And I think the total was like $400. But the total value of it was like $1,000 and something. And I was like, you know what? I will. I told him, I was like, I'll make you a deal. I'll send you half the money. I'll send you the rest of the money when I get a shipping label.
That's just like him.
And he was like, okay, deal. And then messaged me like 2 hours later, and he was like, okay, well, somebody actually bought this, this, and this, and this. And I was like, okay. And then he was like, oh yeah, and then somebody also bought this and this. And I was like, so, you don't have everything. And then like he got like just blank for a while, and then it come out to be this scam. But I almost sent this fool a crap ton of money.
Yeah. I don't. It's all right with Facebook Marketplace.
This
The
was
only
a
time-
marketplace. This was in a Lego page,
What do you mean?
like a group.
Like an official Lego page?
No, like a group. Like you go on Facebook and you create a group.
But it was on Facebook.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because I was gonna say I've never dealt with a group before. I've always just
You actually have to be accepted to it.
Yeah, I mean I'm in some groups. I've just never done the whole buying from them, because the only time I've dealt with, so when it comes to, like, I know you weren't talking about the marketplace, but anything to do with Facebook, including the marketplace or other sites similar, like maybe OfferUp or Let Go or something like that. I've used all of them, man. But the only difference is, unlike PayPal or whatever, like I only deal with cash in person from that stuff. If I can't come see you and see what I'm buying and pay you in cash or whatever, then I'm not doing it. Because I'm not going to get ripped off, because I'm not saying everybody would do that. But like you just said, you almost give that guy money. And I'm one of those people, like if I catch something and it's going to be enticing enough, it might be. Now, other stuff is different though, because, you got like your insurance, like eBay and all that jazz. Macari is really good about that as well. But yeah, man, I've been ripped off so many times.
Normally the red flag is when somebody says they want you to pay through PayPal.
Yeah.
If they say PayPal friends and family, then I'm a no.
I mean, but I don't know, man. Like it's weird because like with Bricklink too, like I've been going on there and looking at just stuff in general. You know what I mean? Instead of going to like other places, because I used to use Bricklink mainly just if I needed parts for a mock or just something like that. But
see, I'm telling you, Bricklink gets me in so much trouble because what I do is I have a folder on my computer, and it probably has in general. Probably about 30 brickmania instructions, and what I do is they come when you download them, they come with the set number and then the name of whatever. And every time I build one, I take the set number out so I know what I haven't built yet. Then the stuff that I want to build, I'll go in and create a parts list. Or what I'll do is, and this is exactly how it goes down, I'll create. This is like the perfect example: the Shermans. So I had a Sherman. I downloaded the Shermans, got all the add-on packs. Well, I added one of the Shermans to it, and I went to Gene's store, added them all to cart, and he had like 80% of the pieces. And I was like, well, I'd love to have that. I was like, but that Calliope looks really cool. So I was like, I'm going to do 2 Shermans. Then I was like, well, I'm going to do 3 Shermans. Next thing you know, I'm over at Gene's house pulling a 900 lot thing that I've ordered 6 of them. And then it's the same thing with like this jet. I wanted this jet. Well, then I was putting the parts in the parts list for the jet, and I went to Gene's store and I was like, oh, well, this truck isn't too many pieces either. So I threw the truck in there. And then the $30 Bricklink is now $450. And you're like, what the fuck?
Oh, I hear you, man.
We took you
Shy
to
definitely
dinner.
be getting into that military
Hey,
stuff
we took
too.
you to
That's for
dinner,
sure.
though. We took you to dinner.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, look at that. That's a beautiful looking thing. Dude, what's up with that black on there, man? Wow.
Yeah, it's
Boy, that's cool.
yeah, it's a black camo. It's from Black History Month that they did the Black Panthers.
Oh, wow.
So-
Is
Dude,
that
that
the,
is a great
the K2?
compact little tank, man.
Is that the K2?
The M4. It's an A4A3.
I've
Wow.
seen they also had a somebody did a variant of the Brickmania K2 in black and white and gray.
Yeah, it's not that. And then they have all these little Black Panther
Oh.
minifigures.
Wow.
So
Pretty
the
dope.
video that I'm working on next.
Nice. Oh, hey, what's up, Will? What's up, 117? Superman. Hey, Will.
Hey, Legion, what's happening, dude?
I found a
Hey,
new place
Chef.
to I found a new place. Hey, what's up, Chef? I found a new place to buy some Lego, Will, in Dundalk. I got a Grand Inquisitor today, man, for $30.
Don't tell Will that. Will's gonna have like a heart attack.
Dude, they had like other stuff too. And I got to look up the prices to see if they're good. Like I think they are. Like some of the stuff, I don't know, man. I got to look because they had a Django Fett. Will, what's a Django Fett worth right now, man?
So I'm gonna, when it comes to minifigs, I used to be like, I don't really care about them, whatever, you know, like I didn't really want them. They were cool if they came with the set, and I would keep certain ones, but they didn't really mean anything to me. So I literally have like 6 buckets of minifigs over here that are from Lego. And then when I was building the city, I was like, man, I want this custom fig. And I started spending like $20 to $30 a fig. And then I was talking to Will, and I was like, man, I have so many Star Wars that I just like don't want. I was like, let me get rid of them and just give them to you. And then he, you know, trade me out for some city characters. So I was sitting there and like I was going through them, and I was like, well, you know, I really can't get rid of that one. I really can't get rid of that one. I really can't get rid of that one. And it turned into me being just basically like I gave him some stuff, but like there's so much stuff that I have that I don't know why I have it or where it really came from.
Right.
Well, then I got to looking, dude, I've got, now they don't go to any of these sets because every Brickmania set that I've built has been instructions, but I've got over $500 in, like, I know that's nothing, Shy, don't worry, but of Brickmania figs, and I don't know what I'm doing with them. I just had this conversation before I went live. I have almost 30 battle packs of snow troopers over there, and I don't know why.
Well, so I've been working for the last few weeks. I've been really researching and working on a video about Lego addiction, and I think I might stop because I can promise you right now, man. Just to be blunt, I'm gonna piss off a lot of people, and I'm gonna make a lot of people feel uncomfortable, dude.
Do it.
No. Because it's when I first decided to research it, I thought it was going to be not exactly simple, but kind of pretty much straightforward and black and white. You know what I mean? Almost like any addiction can be, even though there's all kinds of complications and gray areas and stuff. You know what I mean? But it turned into a way deeper rabbit hole than I thought it was going to be, man. Everything from just physical mental addiction in general to marketing gimmicks and tools that Lego itself also does to entice people to buy things at certain times, to myself included, influencers that just excessively and gluttonally just buy Lego, you know, to the whole point where it's almost becoming a joke. Where people are like, shh, you know, don't like tell the wife I spent this much. Like, there's so much involved that I've found out about it that I'm like, I don't even like where it's going, dude. It's because ultimately everybody's responsible for their own actions. Okay, that is that is the bottom line. But just like with anything, when things are constantly thrown in your face, and then there's psychological marketing gimmicks and tools that pull you into it, and then, you know, like double VIP points, and then gift with purchase, and I already spent money this in the beginning of the month, but then now there's gift with purchase at the end of the month, and you know, everything moves so fast, and like we just found out officially today about $160, $70 set that's coming out on April 1st, the DeLorean, which I'm excited about. You know what I mean? But it's just one of those things again. that is marketing, but also tugging with the nostalgia. But it's just, there's so many complications and gray areas in it because, like I said, bottom line, you're responsible for your own actions. Bottom line, if Lego wants to charge whatever they want for stuff, then they can charge whatever they want for stuff. You know what I mean?
So what he's saying
Were
is
you
he started to do a video and realized he was giving himself an intervention.
Sahab, were you on when David was asking about the we did a huge purchase about a year and a half ago, huge Technic purchase. Like
Oh
a
yeah,
$5,300
so to like
$5,300 single purchase. Okay.
yeah, to cut in right here and interrupt both of y'all, you need to do the video and you need to add this story he's about to tell you in there.
You got to be careful with it though.
Well, no, yeah, don't say names or anything, but
yeah, guy about 2 hours. Yeah, guy about 2 hours from us had a Lego addiction like I've never seen. He lived in a house that was maybe a $40,000 house in Southern Virginia. I mean, it was real dumpy. He had easily $100,000 worth of Legos in the house, easily. Okay, he used Lego to stay mentally stable. When he had Lego, he had something to build, something to do. He was fine. But he wasn't a mock designer. He would buy instructions and build other people's mocks. And so he would buy multiple sets. Like when we came home, we had 7 of the orange Porsches, okay, in different mock configurations, but 7 of the orange Porsches. It took 2 trips in my F-350 dually with a camper top on it to get it all home. The guy lost it one day, and on a Saturday morning, he found himself in the parking lot of a Sam's Club with his 7-year-old daughter, saying it was time for he and his daughter to meet Jesus. Had 2 handguns.
Oh goodness,
the cops
man.
the cops talked him down. He got an involuntary commitment to institution, and the psychiatrist at the institution and the wife's counselor both said there was no way he could come home and start rehabbing until all of the Lego was gone. And we just hit it at the perfect time.
Yeah.
We got easily, I'm guessing $65,000-$70,000 worth of Lego for $5,300.
Yeah, that sounds like a whole nother level of
it was crazy, dude.
Yeah, because like I'm just talking about like just going into debt, and not really beyond that. But
that was what sent him over the edge. The collection agencies were coming after him because he had created $50,000 in credit card debt, and that's what sent him over the edge.
I mean, look, and this is, and I don't like. By the way, Haley, thank you for the compliment on my mic. I appreciate that. So look, I don't obviously want to get in anybody's business, man. I don't know how people afford to do what they do or how they can afford Lego or whatever. All I can tell you is from my experience. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I don't even mind saying it now because I'm not even working there anymore. But like at the peak, you know what I mean? Like I was making $33 an hour at my job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I still put myself in debt buying Lego. You know what I mean? So, and I make more than a lot of my friends that went to college. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then my wife makes even more money than I do. You know what I mean? So, of course, she doesn't really have anything to do with the Lego stuff as much, obviously. But, so, you know what I mean? It just, I see, you know what I mean? Like I look around and I see people that have like so much more than even I do. You know what I mean? And again, I don't judge, man. Like however you can afford it, that's great. But I just like, I wonder sometimes, I'm like, God dang, dude. I don't even know how you can do it. It's crazy. But I just, I don't know, man. Sometimes if people just spiral kind of out of control, not as, like I said, as bad as like what you were talking about. What's up, Chef?
How's it going?
Man, it's going all right, man. How about
Kind
you?
of thirsty after sitting in that green room so long. No snacks out, no drink.
I was sitting there too, man. I don't think I was sitting there as long as you and Shy, though. Dude, I'm horrible with the private chat anyways. I'm not even. It's not even my stream, and I still didn't see the private chat.
I didn't need. Well, it pops up, but see, that's what I'm saying. I've got these brickmania instructions pulled up, so it never pops over. And see, with me though, it isn't an addiction, and it's not even like that. Like I have went a while without buying any Lego now. The thing is I get to these. So
I was like, but I thought the last 20 minutes you've been talking about how,
No, I bought literally. Let's see.
I mean, we were talking about 900 lots and stuff like that. That's kind of think how I got on this
10,
subject.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I bought 18 sets at one time, and I stopped. And it didn't but it was one of those things that it wasn't really an addiction. It was just I'm going to spend the money, so I might as well do it all now versus a little here and then a little there and a little here. Because, believe it or not, I pay a crap ton of money in shipping. This jet right here cost me a lot of money in shipping because there's no store that has all these pieces.
Hey, Axel. No, I hear you, man.
I'm convinced that they do that intentionally. Brickmania does to try to get you to buy more stuff from them.
Well, for instance, this jet right here is a perfect example. The back thruster, not thruster, but jet engine portion of it is supposed to be built in this dark or the pearl dark gray or whatever it is, or the flat silver, where the pieces they use in it are $1. It's the 1x3 slopes, the curved slopes. They're $1.36 a piece, and you needed 12 of them. So I just made the rational decision to do it in dark bluish gray. There's a couple things they do it like that, like the Gotha, for instance. The Gotha has $24 worth of string on it. Why I did that, I do not know.
It seems a little. Seems like a lot.
It is.
So, Hive, there's a subject for your research right there.
Like I said, I kind of halted. I kind of
string.
halted it, man. Honestly, I just and when I say piss people off, I'm not talking about anybody specifically or anything like that. I just think that, and maybe not. But I just feel like it might make a lot of people feel uncomfortable.
It is
really
it
starting
is
to
a
think
hobby.
about that. You know what I mean?
It is a hobby that becomes a passion, and when you start stepping on somebody's passion, it does hurt feelings.
Well, and again, there's a lot of people this doesn't affect them, and I don't even just maybe even a casual Lego buyer, but just people that maybe don't have such an addictive pull or personality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It almost hurts sometimes, man, when you can't complete something. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Whether it's the helmets, the Star Wars helmets that are coming out, or maybe Speed Champion sets that are coming out. You know what I mean, or something like that. And then there's other psychological aspects to it that I kind of dabbled into when I was doing all this. Is the whole regret thing. It's like when you're at a casino and you're playing a slot machine. It could be anything, but slot machine's easier. An analogy is, let's say you got $50 and you're like, okay, I'm only spending $50, right? Okay, you put $50 in, ching, 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 ching. All right, you don't really want any money, but you're like, dude, I just put $50 in, man. I know this thing's gonna hit. It's gonna hit, and I'm gonna get my money back. So then you put more money in, man, because you're trying to hit. So in a way, it's kind of like where if let's say you want to wait to buy something because of VIP, okay? You get VIP points or something like that, okay? So let's say you wait, you don't buy it, then VIP time rolls around, but it's sold out. You know what I mean? Or let's say there's a set you want to get, but you're like, I can't really afford it, whatever. But then you don't get it, it retires, and then the price goes up. You know what I mean? Regret.
Fire.
So then in the future, you start thinking about that ahead of time, and you're like, man, I really should buy this. It's probably going to go up in price, or if I don't get it, I'm going to regret it. Or there's all kinds of psychological things that run into this stuff when you start becoming a serious collector or whatever, a seller or whatever. You know what I mean? It's not like a casual person that doesn't really give a crap.
I believe that everything you just said is all 100% of Lego's marketing strategy.
Oh, for sure.
You got to think of it. They drop for instance, the AT-AT. All right, they drop a $800 set. You know in your head that you have like 2 years to buy it. In 2 years, if you don't buy it, you ain't getting it type thing.
I read an article not too long ago about the hot dogs at Costco's. Okay, the $1.50 hot dogs you can buy at Costco's. They lose their asses off with them hot dogs, dude, over the years because they've never raised the prices on them. But the thing is that is a marketing thing because it doesn't necessarily pull people into becoming members of Costco's. You don't go become a member of Costco's because of $1.50 hot dogs. But that is just one of the things that makes you happy about being a member there and it makes you stay there. It's loyalty. It's customer service type thing. You know what I mean? So they're willing to take that hit because of the profit margin they make in the bigger picture, right? It's sort of similar in a way to what Lego does, but sort of like gift with purchases and stuff like that. On one hand, on one side of the coin, it's really awesome. You go buy something and you can get a gift with purchase for free, right? That's really awesome. But at the same time, it's also used, again, as a marketing tool to lure you in to buy stuff that you wouldn't normally buy. You know what I mean? Because you want that set, because you're only going to be able to get it at that particular time. Now, does Lego lose their ass off probably making them sets? Probably in a way, but in the bigger picture, they make a lot more money, man. You know what I mean?
But that's just with anything. So Shy can tell you on this a little bit better than I can. But you have to think of it like it's the same concept, but Brickmania, for instance. All right, the B-17 bomber was a set they came out with. I think it was like $1,300 at the time. Well, so it comes out. You didn't buy it for $1,300. They retire it. Once they retire something, it does have a chance to come back into the vault as many times as they want. They just have to get all the pieces together to make more of the sets. Well, the vaulted version of that's like $2,200. So there is those people that, just like what you said with the normal Lego, that fight themselves. Do you
in the night on St. Patrick's Day?
Do you spend the money you don't have really now to get it? Because in 2 years you're going to wish that you did.
That's why it's called.
It's exactly what you're saying, but it's a marketing strategy that everybody will always use and abuse.
Yeah, no, I know, and see, it's really kind of a nuanced thing because when I see these things, it's like, again, Lego can do, you know what I mean, anything they want, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There are certain things I see that they do, and I try to call them out for it. You know what I mean? But sometimes, yes, it can be difficult because, this hand does something really great while the other hand isn't doing something, that might piss you off or something.
Blame the government.
That makes more sense.
So yeah, it's just, but like overall, the biggest thing, like I said, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
It is a marketing tool.
Makes more sense.
Is there awesome things that Lego does? Of course, but
Rather did.
I don't know. It is what it is.
All the exterminated yard people come.
I mean,
like 75 cents. What?
That's going to be something you always have a thing with. I mean,
But that was just one smaller aspect to the bigger picture. Like I said, the whole thing that I was researching about. You know what I mean? Where there are things that all businesses do. Well, not all, but a lot of them do. You know what I mean?
Think about on a simple scale. McDonald's has the McRib. I mean, it only comes out every so often, and if you don't get it, then you have to wait till the next time it comes out, type thing.
I know, it's a bummer. I like the McRib.
Now, nobody's hoarding those in their freezer and selling them for. At least
I don't know. I probably would.
Hive, don't do that. It's for your own good.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, it's a very interesting subject, man. And just like I said, there's a lot of different aspects to it.
Lego. Shy, did I see you have a new haul video out?
Like recently?
Yeah, in the last week or so. I've been busy. I haven't hit it yet.
No. It was like 2 weeks ago.
All right. Yeah. See, I'm behind.
Okay.
I just got home from work. I see
3
you
weeks
guys
ago.
were on. I'm like, I'll jump on.
Before I went to Florida. That's the last time I did a haul video.
Okay.
Did you have fun while you were down there? I mean, I know I
Florida?
watched the video. Yeah, I know that you had fun, but I'm I guess asking if you had fun.
Yeah, it was a blast.
I know
Oh,
that
chef,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm making this in honor of your birds.
Nice. I covered her up so she wasn't squawking too much tonight.
Aw. I enjoy hearing her.
Oh, I don't.
Then cover her up.
The wife left and I covered her right away. Like, see ya.
But when we went to Brick Fair Shot, I know it was like for a short time, but man, being with Sands kind of makes the day.
Try having Sands and Josh together. Yeah, it definitely elevates it.
Well, that would be a fun time.
I've never me and my wife have tickets and everything to go down to Disney this year. I've never been. She's been once before. Hopefully we can get into some fun while we're down there. But I've never been. I have no idea what to expect.
Super expensive. Make sure you download the app and you like already sign up. Like when you reserve a ticket, when you buy your ticket, reserve the park immediately before you reserve the park. Make sure the rides availability for like a lightning ticket, like you can buy like a fast pass for that like one ride, which is totally worth doing.
Well, we bought the genie thing, but it said that the genie thing only works on certain rides at certain times.
Yeah. You only need it for certain rides. The rest you can kind of wait for. But like the really, really popular rides, that's when you need to use a genie. But you need to know if it's available on the day that you're going. And then, you have to make sure that like once you reserve it, you hit it right away the first thing. So that way you can get there when you're supposed to. Otherwise, you waste like 3 hours of your life.
Did y'all do y'all didn't set up any kind of like meals or anything while y'all were down there, did you?
No, not really. I mean, I know Emily did, like with her and Ross, like on their own, but as a group, we didn't.
Because our tickets are in October, and they won't let me do anything yet other than let me know that I bought them.
It's too soon.
This thing is getting pretty big fast. But that's pretty cool. I'm really excited to go. I'm gonna be like the big kid in the candy store.
Yep.
I was told the Millennium Falcon ride is pretty awesome, but that's like the one that everybody waits on.
Rise of the Resistance is way better.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hey, you got somebody in the chat out there yearning for some beards, man.
The stream needs more beard. He's yearning at y'all. Shaw's got like half a goatee. Gene's got a goatee.
I mean, technically, it's growing out here. I shave this right here. I don't keep it.
I mean, I'm rocking some silky smooth for a little while.
Oh, yeah, no. I shave this. It doesn't grow clean. Like it'll grow pretty heavy, but like right here and like right here, it's not even. So like it doesn't grow clean right here. So I don't even bother.
I'm the same way.
I don't care who y'all are. I'm not growing no beard.
You did.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I wore a temporary one for 5 minutes.
See, I have a problem with growing hair here.
Yeah, me too.
You should just get the old tattoo thing going on, man.
I'm not that much of a badass.
I'm not talking about like flames. Like they actually like tattoo like dots, so it looks like you just have a shaved head, man. It looks really good. The guy from I forget his name, dude from Star Wars Theory did it, man.
I'll just keep shaving my head. I told Haley this was like 2 weeks back, so I don't try to take or try to say I'm anything that I've never been. And I used to work at a tattoo shop for a long time.
Right.
Doing just like flash tattoos for him. And I was trying to, I guess, be an apprentice, but I was like an apprentice. And I always judge people on their tattoos. Like every time somebody come in there and told us like what they wanted, I was just like, you're an idiot. And now that I've grown up, ironically, I have no tattoos. And I was sitting there the other day and I was scrolling through the internet and I found something and I was like, I told Haley, I was like, I really want to get this as a tattoo, but I'm not sure if I should or not because I've never been in the military. But my grandfather was in the Air Force and my uncle was in the Air Force, and they both flew planes. And there's a picture that someone has designed, and it's like a cartoon version of a P-50 or the Mustang. And I was like, man, I really want to look at this. So like I sat there and kept looking and looking and looking, and I found another color variant of it that I like more. And I was like, I really want to get this thing. And I sat there, like, the more and more I thought of it, I was like, I wonder how many people, because I did work in that, the store or whatever, just go and get tattoos and not really think about them and regret them. And I started thinking immediately, like, if I get this tattoo, how many idiots are going to walk up to me and be like, oh, did you used to fly that in the military? I'm like, yes, I did. And in World War II, I was flying Mustangs.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be covered head to toe, man, if they weren't so expensive. I mean, I could still count mine. I think I'm up close to the 20s now, but they're all separated. You know what I mean? But I've hung around people that are just covered head to toe in them, and I can tell you, man, a lot of people are really inconsiderate around other people with tattoos. Just walking right up to them, and be like, "Hey," and just grabbing their arm and be like, "What do you got here? What does it need? Like, look, man, tattoos generally mean something to people, you know what I mean? Even if it's a regret, you know what I mean? It still means something to you. It's still a scar of some sort, you know what I mean? But I've just respected a lot more people that, like, look, if you're into an intimate conversation with somebody, you know what I mean? Yeah, sure, man, of course. But like, if you're just like, you don't have time to get into it, like, don't ask people about their tattoos, man, because there's a whole freaking story behind all that stuff, man, and like they might not have time to sit there and tell you all about it.
One of my really good friends that I used to work with at that store or at that tattoo shop actually has all his meaningful and best tattoo work on his legs because he wears jeans 24/7 and he'll never see it, so he doesn't have to tell you the story of why he got one. And I'm like, that's actually pretty ingenious when you think about it.
I mean, and I don't know, man. There's been a lot of people I know that are really, really heavily into tattoos. And, dude, they don't give two shits if anybody else looks at their tattoos. They really don't. Like, those tattoos are for them. They don't even show them off. They don't even, that's not what it's really. No, like, they'll show them off to other artists or other people that are really into tattoos. You know what I mean? That really are, like into that art type style. And you know what I mean? But, like, dude, tons of them, man. Like, they won't even show you their tattoos if you look at them. They're like, nah, man, I ain't got time for that. Like, it's not even about being mean. It's just like, that's not why they got the tattoos. They didn't get the tattoos to show off to people. They got them because they mean something more to them. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. It's different for everybody, But sure, I got tattoos that got blacklight ink in them, man. And other tattoo artists would scold me for even having that,
There's a lot of people, though, they're on the other side of that spectrum, and they want you to know every tattoo they have.
Yeah, I mean, the tattoo, look, I will tell you this, man, in the tattoo world, and it might have changed. I haven't really kept up with it in the last several years, but like, there's a lot of tattoo people, artists and people that have tattoos they're just stuck up, man. They're seriously stuck up. Like, they just think their shit don't stink. They think they're better than you because they have tattoos, or they think they're cooler than you or whatever. And it's like, dude, whatever, man. There's definitely been a lot of people like that because, I was going to try and get an apprenticeship for a long time, and it's a difficult industry to get into if you're moving around. You don't, you got a family to take care of and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you got to work, and use a lot of apprenticeships. Like, they don't even pay you. You know what I mean? You're just sweeping floors for a year before you even start tattooing anything.
Cleaning equipment.
Right. Now, I was going to just start because someone I know got me a tattoo machine, and I had actually done some, you know what I mean? Especially on me. And I was getting good at it, and I really, really enjoyed it. But I wasn't going to continue to do it, like, not in a shop, because any respectable tattoo artist, generally, man, they'll ridicule you for doing that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, there is just a lot of tattoo artists, man, that I've seen and met and talked to and stuff. And like, I don't know, man, they just have this ego or something that it's just.
That's one of the funny thing about just artists in general, though. And it's like with you being an artist, like normally 9 times out of 10, if you meet an artist, they're never going to be happy with their own artwork. But there's always going to be that one that it doesn't matter what you say, theirs is better than whatever you can do.
Right. But yeah, man. Yeah.
But you-
thank you, Haley.
You definitely need to do that video of the Lego addiction. I think that
Oh man. Oh god. But it just, I don't even know. Like, it's so depressing, dude. It's so depressing.
I'll put it this way: like, you don't like have to say a right amount or whatever, but how much in last year, not this year, but how much last year do you think you spent on Lego?
And what, in 2021?
Yeah.
God, that's now, but 2021 is a little bit more. It's different than some of the other years for one reason, because ever since I gotten out of my dark ages, man, and then once I started my YouTube channel and everything, it's just been a snowball effect. So every year has just been like more, you know what I mean? More. And then 2021, I spent a lot of money at Brick Fair, man. Like that was a big impact. But I guess if I had to take a rough estimate, I mean, maybe around $10,000. Again, that's really just a rough.
That's it.
Guess right off the top of my head, man.
I thought you spent that at Brick Fair.
No, I spent. Well, if you don't want to count like motel food, that kind of stuff, gas, I probably spent $1,500 to $2,000 at Brick Fair.
Jesus.
Yeah. So, but you know, the see, one of the whole defining points that I was trying to make with the whole addiction, you know, video, was how similar is it to other addictions? And like from my perspective, because I've been addicted to tobacco, you know, I quit cigarettes. I've done drugs, you know what I mean, that were getting addictive. I quit those, you know what I mean. I've been trying to think of what else. There's Lego. But yeah, I mean, trying to compare like the physical addictions compared to like a mental addiction is difficult, you know what I mean? But if you were doing something excessively, even if you've got the money for it, if you're just buying stuff excessively, man, you know what I mean? Like, and to the point where you don't even really need it, even part of a collection, you're just buying it because of impulse, or buying it because it goes with this, or you're buying it because of a gift of purchase, or via VIP points, or whatever the reason may be. Like, if you were doing that with other things, would somebody tell you like, hey, you need to slow down?
See, that's what I do. I buy things like the perfect example, those battle packs. I bought those because I had the ability to buy them.
Yeah, I mean, and again, even if you can afford it, even if it's not about like going broke or going in debt, is it still healthy?
No.
I mean, is too much of anything like healthy? Like, and that could be, even if it's healthy for you, man, is it just, huh?
I said, I don't know if it's healthy, but I like doing it.
Well, there's a lot of things we like doing, man. I mean, even things that you wouldn't think about, like for instance, like Chai, I was reading in the comments, him and Mac were talking about the motorcycles and the accidents, you know, and Chai said 4 times, right, Chai? Now, that's obviously no reason to quit riding a motorcycle, you know what I mean? Well, obviously, depending on how bad the accidents were, but it would be a point where you'd be like, okay, why am I having accidents? Am I driving too recklessly, or am I doing this? Or am I doing that? That's not the exact same thing as like buying too much Lego, but it's just a point of recognizing something when it might be a problem. Now, a lot of people would probably just tell me like, nah, man, I don't have a problem. It's no problem, right? I go buy Lego, I have fun.
I don't have a problem.
So that's why I'm saying this is a really,
Technically, it's only a problem if it's affecting you negatively between you and or your family. So that's what would make. That's when it would need an intervention.
I know. I know, and that's
So-
where a lot of that gray
Yeah,
area comes
technically.
into. You know,
So you
I
could-
think Shy
can-
also has an excuse that none of us have right now.
David,
what's that?
got a picture,
Like, well, I bought it for the kid.
and there is a kit link.
We don't have that
Right there.
ability.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong; it's a good excuse to a point.
Tell mommy you want that Lego set. Go tell mommy you want that Lego set.
How
No,
many
but-
times have you actually did that?
No, but Shy, you do bring up a good point.
Yeah, well, because if you were to look at, because I studied
And then
I
you
studied
say
drugs, and because that was part of one of my classes I needed to take for college was drug abuse and
And then I'll
addiction.
make a share with
And
everybody.
technically, it doesn't. It's not a problem unless it starts to cause harm to you and or your family. So if someone is being negatively impacted, then it's a problem. Because I can drink all day and not get drunk.
Mhm.
There's people like that, right? I'm
Right,
not saying that for legitimately. I'm just saying as an example. Like
Yeah,
I can drive all day and not fall asleep. I could drive all day because I love it, but when I start crashing, that's a problem because I'm tired.
right.
So like that's that's when you see like, you're buying too much Lego because you can't pay rent. Okay, now it's a problem. You know what I mean? But if you buy too much Lego because you have the money to be able to afford it, you have the space to be able to do it, it's not really a problem. But when like other things that you need to be taken care of, like your family, your friends, obligations, if those aren't being provided for and you're buying so much Lego, then your Lego is officially now a problem.
So even as far as the hurt part goes, I guess even like, but you're talking about like just literally, if it's hurting you, you know what I mean? Because like, let's say even like if it's hurting you a little bit, but you're fine with it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's fine. If it's starting to make a negative impact either with you or your family, it's a problem. That's when you cross that line. So you could
I'm
use
eating ramen this week because a new set's coming out.
You're eating
So yeah, if
ramen.
I'm not going to eat because I want to buy this Lego set that's coming out, and I just have to starve myself so I can buy that. It might not be a
Well,
problem.
what would you
now,
say?
but
What
if I
would you
keep
say
doing
that? What would you say
so
that?
wait.
Okay, what would you say if? Okay, I've got the money. It's not really taking me away from my family, but I'm buying it, even though I'm buying it just as an impulse because I feel like I need to
that's
buy
fine.
it. It's
We would call
but you're
you
not buying it because of something of like maybe enjoyment. You're buying it
Yeah.
because you need to buy it. You know what I mean? It's not about money and it's not about like family. You just need to buy it. Is it healthy to feed that addiction, even if it's not hurting you?
We would call you Richard, and we would get you a YouTube channel.
I don't know. I mean, because I feel like Shy definitely has the better point about this.
Yeah.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. No, that's a great point, and I'm trying to remember
Because I don't know.
Someone said that.
I don't know
Yeah,
because
I
again,
mean-
if you're not hurting yourself,
But what
does
you're-
it matter? You know what I
What
mean?
you're
Like,
if it
explaining
doesn't-
though is me to a T, because it's not hurting anything. My wife doesn't mind that I do it. We still have money to do plenty of things that we do, but it's not like a. I know that sometimes it's, which of course, then again, there's always the time and place for it. I mean, every time we go to Walmart or Target or anywhere else, I walk down a Lego aisle.
of
But
course.
I
Probably
don't.
all of us
I
do.
don't always buy something. There was a time yesterday,
Sometimes you're taking pictures, sending it to me to buy.
but that's different.
Yes, but you not always buying something doesn't necessarily justify you buying something that you don't need at that particular time. Now, if it's a particular set you really want, like for instance, the DeLorean, I really want that set. You know what I mean? And I've already made a decision that for the most part, I'm going to be sticking to a handful of sets a year. And they're going to be like things like the DeLorean or like Sanctum Sanctorum's building that's coming out. You know what I mean? Like mainly bigger stuff. I'm pretty much done with smaller Lego sets, which is going to be tough, man, because here's another thing that I don't think Lego does this on purpose necessarily. I mean, they do, but they don't. When they put like minifigs are a little bit different. Sometimes I feel like, yeah, they throw some minifigs in sets just to get you to buy this set. But there's a lot of parts and pieces. Yeah, right. But there's a lot of parts and pieces that are just in the set. You know, for instance, there's a Duplo set right now and went with the Chinese New Year. And I saw this in Emily's vlog not too long ago. Her and Ross were at like, I want to say Disney Springs or something, but they came across this Duplo set, but it's got like teapots and stuff in it. That's got one's got like a printed koi fish on it, you know, stuff like that. It's really awesome looking. Now,
Side
Lego's
note,
not.
I'm gonna interrupt you right there, just
Sure, go
because
ahead.
no one's gonna know this. All right. So when we all went to Disney Springs together,
Right.
right? I didn't think about this until right now, but Claire was telling us to buy that set because it's worth a lot of money and it's hard to come by. And if you see it, you should jump on it. None of that was filmed, so that's why when Emily went back the next day, she was like, "I really want this
Well,
set."
because I remember seeing it, and then I was just like, whatever. But then when I saw her talk about it, I was like, oh wow. I was like, yeah, look at those pieces. And I even went as far as went on the online, what is it called, Bricks and Pieces now or whatever. Like I went on there and I found those pieces. They're about $2-3 a piece. And
all
I
Duplo
was
pieces are
almost gonna
expensive.
get them, huh?
Like any aside from the regular brick Duplo, whatever is expensive. Just not the brick, but like the weird pieces and stuff.
Right. But Lego didn't put those pieces in that Duplo set, man, for you to like be pulled in to buy that Duplo set. They weren't like, oh, hardcore
That's not
collectors are
for
gonna
us. Those
right,
sets
right,
are
right.
made for little
Right,
tiny
right.
children.
So there are things that are enticing. I don't think that Lego does. You know,
Now, what parent would buy their 2-year-old $100 Duplo set?
I know a few, but just a few. That's
few.
it.
They could
very,
be
very
grandparents.
few.
Oh, yeah,
Very
that's true.
few.
Really,
Hey, Shy.
grandparent, yeah.
Shy,
Are
we
you-
buy
are you-
stuff all the time. We use the store as the excuse, but we have half a closet over here
At the
of
top.
Duplo for grandkids we don't have
We
yet.
ain't got none yet.
Well, you'll be ready. You'll be
That's an
ready.
excuse. Perfect. Oh, my grandkids are gonna love this one day. Wait, hold on. We don't got any.
That's exactly what I tell them. Let's get this one, Gene. This would be really cool. We'll have a good time playing with our grandkids with it.
So by the time your grandchildren are old enough to actually play with it, those Duplo sets might be worth double.
Probably we'll sell them.
And you're like, I
Or
don't
we
know.
won't want to play with them. We'll want to sell them instead.
I tell you what, I've actually I've turned a few people on that don't collect Lego to invest in Lego. Not heavily, but there's a small handful of people that I know in real life that I've told them about like how the prices go up, investments, blah blah blah. Yeah, they've went out and bought like modular buildings or invested in certain Star Wars sets or like things like Speed Champions is another one. One of my buddies started buying a bunch of. Yeah, and
They're good sets.
all of them don't give two craps about Lego, dude. As far as building it or anything, dude, they strictly bought it for investment. Because like they research, like I tell them about it, they're like, God dang, man, like in 10 years, this thing like tripled in price. I was like, I know, dude. So they just started buying some of that stuff, man.
But wait till one of them opens one of the boxes and builds one set, and then they'll all be open.
Well, I didn't have the heart to tell them, hey, look, there's no guarantee, man. If their bubble ever bursts, stuff's gonna decrease in price. So, I mean, you know, it's hard to say what the hell would happen, man. Honestly, I don't think they're gonna decrease in any kind of value, like on a big scale. But I don't know. The market does fluctuate. Will, I'm glad you got all that stuff for your birthday, man, and happy again belated birthday to you. I was lucky. I got the bookshop and that gift with purchase, the Jane Goodall.
You know what I wanted for my birthday was Lego, and I never get it.
I know you talked about that. You like it's so weird, dude.
I'm like, I don't care if I already had it.
This
Just give
was
it to
my
me.
first year I got something of Lego.
Well, when Shai talked about that before, I had brought up the point, like what he just said, like, dude, because people ask me all the time, like, I don't know what Lego. It doesn't matter. If you got me the same thing, I'm either gonna make it bigger, or I'm gonna keep it sealed, and it's gonna be like maybe an investment piece, or I'm gonna part it out.
Yep.
There's no wrong way to buy Lego, man. I'm telling you. Any theme, you give me anything, dude. Because a lot of times when friends or family buy me Lego, usually they'll buy me like the box of just pieces. You know, I can't remember the name of
The classic sets.
classic sets.
Yes.
Yeah, they just pieces. You know, because then they're like, well, we know you'll just use pieces, but
The best fillers.
because I think it was Mrs. Hive got me something one time. She felt so bad because she didn't realize I had it, and I was like, no, you don't understand. I can make this dessert shop like twice as big now, man. It's like because that's what it was. It was the Creator 3-in-1 like ice cream shop or something. I can't remember. Thank you, Will. Appreciate that, man. Will, when I put it out, when I put the vlog out Saturday, you definitely got to watch to see if there's any minifigs that you like in that store, and I could grab them for you, dude. They had a lot of Star Wars, man. But you know what's weird? They had 2 Jabbas, but the older Jabba was worth less than the newer Jabba. Like they had like the first Jabba for like $25, I think, but then the newer Jabba was like 30. I was like, what? They had the what was it? The corner. I think they had the corner. It was the corner cafe. I think it was the corner cafe. Anyways, but it was like they had it for $400. I was like, God dang.
I definitely think modulars are probably the best way to go if you're just trying to invest money.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, the modulars are expensive, man. Especially the further you go back.
Well, that's the
Hotel.
What did Will, did you hear me earlier when I said I got the Grand Inquisitor over there?
He ignored you.
Oh. Today I got that Grand Inquisitor, and I got this really cool base plate, which I thought would be a lot more. But this base plate, man, it was $8. I was like, wow, that's a good deal for this big, huge, pumpy base plate, man. But yeah, man, I was so happy to get this Grand Inquisitor. I could not believe it. And they must not have been keeping up on the prices. Because they had like the old school Ahsoka too for like $15, I think. And I think that's going for $20 on Bricklink.
I still like till this day. I'll say that I don't really care about minifigs, but I tend to keep buying these brickmania figs.
You don't have that. That's one that you don't have.
Dude. Oh God, man. It would be such a downward spiral if I got into military stuff. Because I love the military. And dude, I almost joined the Marines when I was like 19. I think it was 19 or 20. But so much of my family, man, has been in the military. Like Marines, Army, Air, all of them, dude. Even the Coast Guard. Like I've just got so much family in military.
I tried the Air Force.
Well, the reason that was awesome, I mean, besides just my family, doing their duty and stuff, but like I got to go on like aircraft carriers, dude, and I got to always go to like the air shows and see the jets and stuff like that. Like my dad always took me to those things, man. So I've always loved military vehicles, man.
So that's what I did with my grandfather. I was for sure. I was like, well, when I turn 18, I'm going to the Air Force. And I turned 18 and I went and sat in that room and I like talked to all them and did all that. And then I don't know. I didn't feel like it was me.
Well, and the crazy thing is like when I came out of my dark ages and I started getting into, all this other new Lego stuff, like it wasn't until Shy that I learned about the military aspect of Lego. And I was like, holy crap, dude. Like, and I fell in love immediately with all the jets. And because I remember I want to say it was probably the first time I really talked to Shy because it's my first real memory of Shy. You know what I mean? Besides just in the chat randomly. No, but look, you were building that hovercraft. Remember the hovercraft?
Yeah.
Remember that gigantic freaking hovercraft, dude?
The hoverboard. The hoverboard.
Yeah. Like
See,
I guess, dude, it was so big. It was big enough to put other stuff on it.
That's the point.
See,
That's the point.
That's the funny thing about building military sets, and I am really surprised. Like when it comes to all the reviews that I've done, because I've actually if I do a review on a set, I've actually done research on the aircraft, and I'm having fun doing this because I'm actually learning a lot.
Good.
But there are so many people that have jumped down my throat, and they're like, "Hey, just because that was made for World War II doesn't mean it was used for World War II. You can't say that's a World War II." And I'm like, calm down.
Yeah, that's the downside about this community is if you say something and you're wrong, they will.
Well, I know because I meant to ask you about that a long time ago, Shy, because that was one of the things I liked about a lot of your stuff when you do these types of reviews and stuff. You give a lot of tidbits of information about the whatever that is that you're reviewing about. You know what I mean? And you are military, and I was even wondering, do you get some of that stuff wrong sometimes? Like, do people jump on you about that, dude?
All the time. The jets? Oh, come on, dude.
Because I could imagine the pride a lot of military personnel have. You know what I mean? So if you say something wrong, like I remember when I used to skateboard when I was a teenager. One time, my stepdad, he was in the Navy. He let me wear his jacket, you know. And one of these other military guys, dude, almost kicked my ass because I was wearing it. Until my dad finally came out and told him, you know. But hey, Doc.
Well, see, here's the bad thing about the military is when it comes to a vehicle, like for instance, this jet, just because the Marines use it for something, the Army people use it for something totally different. So they're going to tell you something totally different than anything a Marine knows. And I have learned that, like, especially when it comes to like back in the day, not so much now, but back in the day, if like, all right, if these two planes right here, well, one of them has a red circle with a 3 diameter white ring around it, and the other one has a 6 diameter ring. Well, whatever you know about the 3 diameter ring is wrong about the 6 diameter ring. And there's people that will literally chew you out for not knowing the differences.
Yeah, I get my squadrons wrong sometimes. So when I did the F-18 from Brick Veteran, like I did the the Tomcat. I think I said like the Tomcat was in this squadron because technically it's the same squadron. Like it's the same. They're both like they're both the pirates, whatever they call themselves. But the squadron number changed when they went from F-14s to F-18s. It's the same squadron. So I labeled them similar, like the same squadron. They're like, no, it's wrong. I'm sorry. I'm like, look, dude, I'm on ground side. I wasn't as smart to be on the wing side, dude. I blew stuff up on the ground while these pilots got to like live on base. Chillax, dude.
Well, there was a guy who jumped down, like he didn't jump down my throat, but he just kept telling me I was wrong because of the black vest I did. The World War I tank. Well, that was actually what later became the like predecessor for the Tiger. The Tiger is what like was made from that. That's like it kept advancing until it became the Tiger. And I said that, and he was like, "Dude, you're talking like 6 generations before that. You don't know what you're talking about. That thing never had the potential to become the Tiger." And I'm like, actually, if you look at it, that is the basis of how it started. And he was like, "Dude, you're wrong."
Yeah, weird is I've even seen this Shy interact with this as well, but like. The thing I've noticed about a lot of my friends and family that are in the military in different branches is like they all have respect for each other and stuff, but man, do they have opinions about each other, dude? About the different branches. Good Lord. And I swear, I don't know who gets it the worst, man. Either the Air Force or the Coast Guard. I'm telling you, dude. Like at least the Army and the Marines, like, yeah, they'll battle.
The Marines will protect the Navy because we're technically part of the Navy, but we'll clown on the Navy too. We're the only ones allowed to clown on the Navy. So, like, if the Army starts clowning the Navy, the Marines will be like, "Hey, chill. That we are the only ones that are making fun of them. Go sit back down your rock." So, but then if the Air Force shows up, all 3 of us will be like, "Man, you guys aren't nothing." Then when the Coast Guard shows up, we're like, "Are you leaving military, dog? Go back to the pond." Damn puddle pirates. So like, but now we have the Space Force, so we all.
I know, right? Oh, speaking of which, I know this is totally off subject, but Mrs. Hive has been watching that show recently.
Space Force?
Yeah, dude, it's pretty. Like, I sat down the other night. I was like, kind of watching it with her for a few minutes. And I said, "Are they on the moon?" And she's like, "No, they spent the whole season. They're trying to get." I was like, "Really?" I was like, "They already got there."
Comedy. It's funny.
Oh gosh,
I've got so one of my best friends is in the Army, and he is currently running the armory down here by us.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so funny because he has, of course, like friends in other branches of the military, and they all respect each other. But it's so funny to like hear them get into arguments of who like really got into some shit and who didn't. And like once it comes into play, and like he has a guy that works for him that's in the Coast Guard, and talking and looking at this guy, you would think that he is like been firing tanks for his entire life. Like the way he talks, you just think he's some badass. Well, we were sitting it was about a month or 2 ago. We all went out to eat, and he was talking, and he was like, "Yeah, I done this. And the guy, like one of the other people that I didn't know, turned and looked at him, and he was like, just remember one thing about you. And he's like, what's that? He's like, your recruit videos on TV show you rescuing people out of the water. It just like went back to talking. And I was like, wow.
I feel like Coast Guard gets a lot of crap, but like they do a lot of cartel fighting and like pirate fighting that like nobody talks about. And I think one out of a lot of my veteran friends, I think my Coast Guard friends, like they are really messed up. Just because
I don't doubt that.
Because they do this, they stop smugglers, they stop like human trafficking, they do a lot of all that stuff, like policing the shores. Like they do
mean, you know, and look, here's the thing: is we have different branches for different reasons. You know what I mean? Ultimately, you know what I mean. And each branch has a purpose, man. And we'd be lost without any particular one of them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean, Coast Guard is more, you know, stuff. Obviously, more kind of local stuff. You know what I mean? Because the Navy is for out there, dude. You know what I mean? Like going to Iraq and all these other places. Like they can't stay around here and do the same thing the Coast Guard does. You know what I mean?
Marines, the only thing the Marines are good for is destroying stuff, and that's all we can do. We can't linger. So like we go in, destroy, we leave. We can't stay there for like a long time. That's when the Army comes in and they take over.
Well, yeah, and I remember years ago, you know, family that was in the military. He was in the Navy, and you know, he was trying to explain to me, and I took it the wrong way. But he's like, "Yeah, Marines, they're trying to kill," and I was like, you know that, but I'm like, dude, that's not all they're good for. He's like, no, that's not all they're good for. He's like, but that's what they're trained to do. You got to understand, they'll do stuff that the rest of us wouldn't even dream of even trying to do. You know what I mean? He's like, but that's, he tried to explain to me, and other Marines have tried to even kind of talk about a little bit about how, and I'm talking about the ones that have definitely been in battle, that there's just a mentality you have to be in. You know what I mean? You know, there's a mentality you can't be in any other mentality, like because you're in combat. You know what I mean? Like you can't think twice about stuff like that. You know what I mean?
You know, how many times, in boot camp, you know how many times you said kill in one day?
I couldn't imagine, dude. But eventually, I understood what he was referring to. He wasn't trying to make it as an insult. He just said like that's, you know,
that's our job. That's essentially our job,
right? And because when I was young, when I was a little kid, I didn't understand, you know, like what the difference was between like Army and Marines. You know what I mean? I just didn't understand. I just figured like just soldiers. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's obviously a difference in the things that they do and where they go, where they're sent, stuff like that. I guess kind of similar to like how even the Navy and the Coast Guard, how they have like two totally different types of things that they do.
I got a buddy, and he was in the special forces for the Army, and he did a bunch of crazy crap. But hearing him tell some of the stories, you realize that a lot of the like people like Shy, for instance, who have risked their life, the idiocy that they have to go through is not really worth it a lot of the time.
What is it doing?
One person's already asked me for share request.
Oh, well, that's probably what'll happen.
Everybody?
The craziest whose overlord is that?
The craziest stuff that always blew my mind about like, you know, going overseas and combat and stuff like that I've been told isn't just the combat part. It's, and I know Shai's heard me talk about this, is the elements and the environment, the weather, you know,
Americans
the freaking camel spiders you got to worry about freaking eating you when you're sleeping. You know what I mean? Like there's so many things, dude, you probably wouldn't even think about. Like I would just curl up in a ball. I'd be like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Americans are not built for the weather that's in Afghanistan. I can tell you that.
And even more so, like, and this is kind of different, but like, man, you ever seen like when the fires were going on over there, like the oil? I don't know what they were, man. Like, I don't know if they're geysers or something, but you'd see like I don't even know if it was Americans or not, but you'd see people in like them suits, like trying to like get closer to the fire with their shields. Like, God dang, can you imagine how hot that is? It's like you're already in a desert.
Out of everything I've ever heard, the craziest thing that came, I guess to me, or that I thought was crazy, was a buddy of mine was in the military, and he told me that while he was overseas, they were all hanging out at base one night, and they started hearing mortars come off, and the mortars were going towards them, and they literally could not do anything until they got word that it was okay that they did something. And that to me is the biggest, like think about if I pull a gun on you in the street and you have a gun, but you can't do anything until you call somebody and ask them if you could do it. That to me is like, what in the world?
Yeah, man, it's a scary thing, dude. I mean, even the stuff that's going on right now, you know what I mean, with Ukraine and everything, it's like we still got to be so careful. I mean, to what degree, I have no idea, you know what I mean? But
I don't think anybody knows.
But the thing that scares me kind of about Putin is I figured at this point, you know, he would have been like, oh shit, you know, like our country is tanking with the economy. Like my people are protesting this stuff. Like the whole world is looking
Your
at
military
us,
is losing.
And that, and we haven't even gotten involved like in that aspect. Now there's been some Americans along with other people in the world that have gone to Ukraine, you know what I mean, like as citizens to help them fight and stuff.
I mean,
but
we give them a lot of stuff.
Right. But yeah, you're right. Like
equipment.
you've seen all these tanks, like these Russian tanks, like just on the side of the road, like destroyed or whatever, you know, like so.
So let me interrupt you on that one.
No, go ahead.
Like, so I'm watching all these videos of like, so there's other sites that we can watch, like actual combat footage over there, and sometimes they get into YouTube. Well, actually, a lot of them go into YouTube, but there's a lot of them that don't, obviously, because you know what's happening. Right. But like, I'm looking at these tactics that the Russian military is doing, and I'm like, dude, have you guys not upgraded the way you do urban warfare in the past 55 years? Like you're doing old tactics like from like Korea, and like I'm like, you guys are obviously not experienced in this because you guys are bunching up your, you know, you have infantry, you have armor with no infantry,
right?
You're in a kill zone. And you're not tactically like looking at it. Like I'm like a lot of my military friends in general, we're looking at this. We're like, why? That's why you guys got lit up. Like that's why you guys got lit up.
Well, and on top of that, Shy, but like, dude, they're hitting targets 15 miles away from the Poland border, dude. Like
the last strike, yeah,
dude. Like Putin, you are really getting ballsy, dude. Because you know, one bullet goes over that border, dude. It is fucking over, man. Like we're gonna really start throwing down because now you've crossed into another international NATO like space, dude.
Biden already said that he's a war criminal at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I figured the whole world, with the exception of like a couple countries, are like, dude, what are you doing, man? Like, because what's your end game, man? Because like what you take Ukraine, the whole world's just gonna sit by and just
but what's interesting is watching the people who are kind of brainwashed that this is the right thing to do. And I'm not talking about the people who are like anti this is, you should be like, this is all a hoax or whatever. But I'm talking about the people from like Russia, because the last video I did talking about how Lego stopped sending stuff to Russia,
yeah,
which was fun to do.
It's a good video.
I pretty much said don't talk about the politics at the end, and immediately people are gonna start talking about politics, which is fine.
I know.
Just talk about it. Whatever. Just up the video. So I'm just watching all these like Russian people like defend it, and I'm like, to an extent, yes, you have a point. Yes, America has done some similar things. Blah blah blah. I'm not dismissing any of that, but like saying some of the things that they're saying, I'm like, delete.
Right.
Delete. And I'm not deleting it for censorship. I'm deleting because I don't want this conversation to grow to make
not only that, but
feel like crap.
Does American have skeletons in the closet? Of course we do, dude. You know what I mean? Are we doing that nowadays? No, dude. We're not doing the same things, man. And for good reason, obviously. But like, but you're right. There's a lot of propaganda that's going on in Russia, dude. A lot of, not all of them. There's a lot of them, you know. You see them out there protesting. I don't know if they're still on because I don't know if they still got YouTube or not. But like, there's been a lot of Russian YouTubers I've been watching lately. Like, dude, just normal people, man. Like, just like us, dude. Like, just like Lego, or they're into sci-fi or into gaming, dude. And they're like They look so sad, dude. Every time I watch one of them, he's like, "Yeah, we lost Instagram now." Like, like they just keep
on the
losing
other side of
everything.
that. So before the war even started, there was this Ukrainian that I used to watch. He's a YouTuber that I watch. It's like
Right.
what an apartment looks like in Ukraine, and I follow him. Well, one because his chick's hot, but like, so like they like show off stuff that they do, like jumping, like going to McDonald's in Ukraine, like what's it like to go over there. So I do a lot of interesting stuff in Ukraine, and I totally forgot that he was Ukrainian. So all like. I went back on his channel because it's been a while since I watched anything, and he's like slowly showing the progression of what's happening in real time. Like he's live streaming it. So like he told like the last couple, not the one this last one, but 2 live streams ago, he talked about how his lady and his parents and all that kind of, they left, they're gone, but he's in Kyiv, like the capital, and he's there to he's not really disclosing what he's doing because he doesn't want to like put it out there, but he's doing stuff. So, because he's not wearing the same clothes he's normally wearing, he's wearing something totally different. You can kind of tell, like, okay, he's helping the fight. But so people are sending him money, and he's like using the money to help the cause with the people in this community that can't leave, like all the elderly who are still there. So, like the money to kind of like feed the community in where he's at. So, it's just really like, oh crap, this is real. And the one thing in general that Ukrainians are doing right is that they're, because everyone has one of these. So they're just filming everything.
Yeah.
The Russians don't really have that ability. Like they can still film, but they have a problem. Like they have a huge, like, chance that they might get arrested or all that kind of stuff. But it's really like interesting to see all these Russian like influencers, even in Lego. Like I'm like, I haven't seen these guys post in a while. And I'm like, what happened to? It's like, no, you can't post anything. So.
Well, one of Mrs. Hive's friends we see every once in a while. Her husband works at the Pentagon, and I just happened to be talking to him about a week ago, and not like a long conversation, but I was asking him some stuff because I know he works for the government, so I was kind of wondering what he thought, and we were talking about all that stuff, and I asked him, I was like, dude, and what he told me, he's like, it's pretty general knowledge, but I didn't know. So I asked him, like all the people, a lot of people are revolting. You know what I mean? The economy's not doing good. You know what I mean? Even the oligarchs in Russia, man, like they're like, hey, come on, man. Like we're losing like whatever, hundreds of millions or whatever dollars, why isn't that enough for like Putin? So he told me, he's like, look, Putin don't give a shit about the oligarchs. He don't give a shit about the people. He's like, he gives a shit about the other, his military, like those guys. Like that's who he's listening to. Like, I don't know if it was the straight up military or if it was the people that's in line with him. Because they don't have
people that are
they don't have the KGB anymore. But like, I guess I don't know. But
they just publicly announced they lost their one of their third highest ranking officers in Ukraine. They publicly announced that because, well, it's not going to go unheard of that this hero of multiple different conflicts is now dead, and you're going to hide that. It would be bad juju. But there's been more out there of people like losing their lives.
Yeah, I think that honestly, I think Putin's going to give this shit up eventually. What's that?
Sorry, I also have Frozen playing in the background. That's why I'm
man, that's all right. Let it go.
But that also was a thing that I don't think that anybody expected for what has happened to happen. I think everybody thought it was just going to be a crapshoot and Russia was going to show up and take over. But the way that they're fighting and the way that they're doing it, I mean, they're not.
Yeah, but see the difference. Like, if this was like North Korea, I'd be a lot more scared because that motherfucker's just crazy, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think Putin's more about pride. You know what I mean? I think he's just too prideful to like let this crap go.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that.
But
I'd love to hang out and listen to this. I love all this, but I got to roll.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Hey, Hive, if they do have the corner cafe at $400, is it complete?
It looked like it. I'd have to look at the picture. Like I said, I videotaped it and everything, so I'll look at the video. But yeah, it looked complete. It was all built. It was in a glass. They have like these glass columns with all kinds of stuff in it, and that was the only modular.
That's one of the ones Tori's missing. One of the three.
Oh. Sure. Hold on, man. Let me look. I can tell you right now. Let me see. Where was that? Oh, here we go. Let me find it. Because this was the first glass case. All right, hold on. Because I was going to show Jay, they had an Ninjago building too, but I don't know if it was a good price. They had a bunch of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are kind of, dude, hold on a second. You got to look at this. I don't even know. This looked like Lego, but I'm like, dude, I've never seen it before. It's a big plane type jet thing. God dang it. Come on, dude. No. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Hold on.
It's like Good Morning Brick World getting hyped to share something. Good rip,
God, dude, this thing is such a pain in the butt. I don't want my phone's being so stupid, man.
I'm like, and Putin's gonna get what he wants. The two things he wants: those two regions, and Ukraine to pledge never to join NATO, and the West to say, that they'll never join. Once he gets those two things, he can be done.
You guys see that?
He's just stumbling now, and they're willing to give him what he wants.
Yeah,
that's how it goes.
So this was like a pretty big. I guess it was like a jet. Yeah, it's a heavy lift service. Oh, it's like see, it's got the propellers on the front of it. It's really big.
That
is
is
for 100.
That's not that Osprey.
No,
yeah,
but
that's the Osprey.
That's what I thought. I was like, oh, it's that band plane.
But it's really big. And I didn't know if that was even a good price for it or not. Hold on a second. There it is. There it is.
The story of the Osprey.
Oh, wait, no, that's the Grand Emporium. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, and it was actually $450. But yeah, that's
sweet. Yeah, we got that on there somewhere.
Dude, hold on. Will, hold on. I gotta show Will, dude, a couple of these Star Wars minifigs they had, man.
Well, guys, I'm gonna bounce. Tori's already taken the dogs and headed to the bedroom.
I'll see you later.
All right,
man.
man.
It's fun, guys.
It's nice talking to you.
All right, bye.
You too. See you.
Oh, what? That's the next. So, well, here's some of them. I saw that Grand Inquisitor, dude, and I was like, oh, let me go ahead and take that off their hands. This guy that's got the helmet, who is that, dude?
That's
in the black there.
That's not that one. The one dude that was evil that turned good. Is that him?
No, that's Rich Moranis from Spaceballs.
That's not Rick Moranis, dude.
No,
I thought it was Star Killer for a second, but I don't think it is.
Isn't it Agent Callus in his armor?
No, man, but like it's $20, dude. I was like, holy cow! They had like the old school Ahsoka for like 15. They have all kinds of like clone troopers and stuff, man. I don't know enough about all the different and I didn't want to stand there with like looking at Brickin. And even if I did, even if the stuff was all like really good deals, I couldn't buy everything, Like that Grand Inquisitor was 30, and not even that was like. But I looked and I was like, the cheapest one on Bricklink in any country is $80. So I was like, all right, that's not.
See, right now the only minifig that it kills me not to have is General Patton from Brickmania. They put him out. I
can't get a hold of him either.
They put him out. I didn't.
Military guys.
They put him out. I didn't buy him, and now he's out again. And I'm like, I just can't do it.
Shy's probably got him.
So Shy also, and 117 out there. We're having these themed panels of guests on Good Morning Brick World now, and it'll be a while yet, but eventually we wanted to have a military themed panel of guests. So obviously, Shy, you're one of the first people I thought about asking. But I wanted to reach out to the Lego veteran dad and just anybody else that's really into like the military stuff. They don't have to be in the military, just somebody that's into the military stuff. You know what I mean?
What's that?
What the military stuff? Holy cow!
There's TV down there.
It's getting hot. It's getting hot in here. The temperature raised.
History quick takes. Chemical people
Good Morning Brick World is definitely like really, really good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to watch. I mean, there's always good to watch anyways, and I've always listened. But like lately, there's a lot going on, which is actually pretty cool. Very showy.
Thanks, Shy.
We're
So good job to the both of you.
Well, thank you. We aim to please. You know, the hardest thing, man, is really just trying to contain everything into 2 hours. That seems to be the biggest.
To get Hive to stop talking, sometimes I'm like, okay, should I flicker my camera on and on?
We're trying to think of some stop words or something.
Exactly. Be all like, yeah, okay. Maybe he'll notice when I do that. He'll be like, yo, we're trying to outro now.
He doesn't want to, Haley.
No,
Yeah.
but it's good keeping it like in 2 hours doesn't like drag. So like you kind of force your like viewer to like make sure that if they want to like participate, they're like they have to be there at the time. So you know what I mean. So that's actually pretty smart.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we made it 2 hours. For
It keeps it moving too. That way, it's just kind of like it's just like no, the timer's going.
Yeah, I think we felt it's important to also stick to just a timely schedule as well. Like we don't like a few minutes is one thing, but like we don't even want to like go over like past that. Like it's because the whole thing, the goal, and we mentioned this a bunch of times, is like we're trying to make it like a show. Not just like a live stream. We want to make an actual show, and the show is on time limit generally. So, yeah.
I don't think I could ever do anything like this to a time limit though, because I like these sets, for instance. I never know how long they're going to take me.
Well, that's why we don't build anything really on Good Morning Brick World.
I'm trying to get that back into the show somehow.
It ain't gonna work with me.
But it's going to be more like I think it's going to be more like
an hour to build this thing yesterday.
Right, but I think it's going to be more like we're going to like offer up like a build challenge, and then we can show what people have done. At the end of the week, we can be like, okay, send us your pictures, and we'll do them, and then me and Hive can show up what we did. That kind of a way to get bricks back into it, not like, hey, we're going to start building during the live stream. No, that's not going to happen. But I want somehow to get Well,
and the reason it goes by really fast is obviously the first rough hour, like Doc and I are just spitting on all the stuff that we got or talking about or whatever. And then like pretty much the second hour is when we have the guests on, and then that's when we talk about whatever. Well, it used to be pretty random, but like I said, I really wanted to start making themes.
Yep.
But like, dude, I got so many good themes, man, because they don't even have to be like, Ninjago or this, which we'll do all that stuff. But like, we can do like, military, you know what I mean? Stuff. We can do like we can have like a female panel one day, female like YouTubers, you know what I mean? We do a panel of T-Falls one day, you know what I mean? Obviously, we have to be very selective about that, I'm sure. But the thing is it doesn't have to be just a theme of Lego, you know what I mean? It could be a theme of whatever. I wanted to have like a Bricklink store panel on one time.
Oh yeah.
Even though I hope everybody be really cool and respectful. I'm not trying like duke it out.
Why are your prices so high?
I know, because I've seen some of these stores these people have, and I'm like, holy crap. How much stuff they have. It's like, wow.
I'll even call them out. I don't care. Who is that? Who is like you can literally put any part in anything into a Bricklink search, and it's like the first store that always pops up. Like a 1x1 stud is $2 from them. Who in the fuck is buying shit from that store?
I don't know. I think someone's calling you though.
Do what?
Did you see that you had 10 people watching you earlier?
No.
Bang bang.
I can't see that on my screen.
Exactly. Like I said earlier, you gotta love them electronic instructions.
It said the most people that you had watching was 10, so I just wanted to let you know.
Doc said that the next set I build, he's actually going to buy me so I can have the instructions in front of me and not electronic.
Exactly. That way he can see what's going on.
So I was I'm trying to get this picture. I was gonna show I don't think Doc or even maybe Shy saw this weird base plate I found at this Lego type store earlier.
Is it red?
Yeah, it is. Well, reddish.
That was my. Yeah, I saw.
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for like.
Because I want it, dude. I want to buy it, but it's like it doesn't have any studs.
Come
I
on now,
can't do anything with it.
Doc. You know that he's just gonna keep on.
Man.
And now he has something to talk about on Good Morning Brick World too. So you get to hear it a third time.
I'm gonna hear it a third time. And be like, "Oh my God, look at this, everybody!" I'm like, "Damn it, Jay, just identify it so we can be done."
Right, just get it over with. Just get it over with.
Exactly. Give me the origin of the brace plate, what it was used in, on and on. Just give me all the data, we can be over with.
Halfway, you should.
Jay's gonna know. Jay's gonna go, well, that was used in the following sets and blah 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 blah. You're gonna know it.
You should just do a little bit of research and get that above on the information. And as soon as he starts talking, just cut him off and tell everybody.
So Doc Will says that we can always put out an overtime video of the panel's conversation after the live stream ends. That's kind of like what they do with on that Bill Maher show too.
Yeah,
overtime.
Yeah, I know, but that sometimes it's gonna be like bleep. This can only be played late at night. Age restriction attached.
Yeah, right.
You know.
Well, and sometimes, most of the time, honestly, like what goes on in the backstage stays in the backstage.
Exactly. It's like Vegas.
Like that's generally like private conversation stuff. But yeah, there's definitely some stuff that isn't private that'd probably be fun to put out. You know what I mean? Just because it's funny. You know what I mean?
Doc, show me on the doll where he touched you backstage.
So Will,
can y'all show y'all's favorite sets that y'all have built?
No.
So I can see what people have other than Richard.
This is my wife, by the way, guys.
Hi.
Hi, wife.
I don't even know what my favorite set
I don't know. Like
my favorite. I have a question. What in the hell is this? Like, let me blow this up. What is this?
What are you building?
Isn't
that a torpedo?
The Super Saver.
Isn't that a fuel tank?
The F-100.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah,
it's got like the missile
yeah.
on the back of it.
Well, it's got to be aerodynamic while it's on the wing.
Yeah.
That extends out on a regular plane, so it could be filled in the air.
Yeah.
It's pretty big.
Is it on the belly or is it on the side?
It's on the side of the wing, right next to the two. I guess they look like AIM missiles, but they're not white. They're dark bluish gray.
Right.
That's pretty much the size of an AIM missile. AIM missiles are huge.
It could be.
Yeah, dude.
Right
It's great.
Yeah, that's fuel tanks get dropped too.
Yeah.
But the instructions don't say.
No, but tanks are usually on the belly. But those probably are AIM missiles because AIM missiles are pretty big.
That's crazy.
Is that the Warthog or what? What is that?
This is the F-100 Super Saver.
Oh, Saber.
Oh, that's not American. That's what?
I don't know. I haven't read anything about it yet.
I don't know. I don't know much about. Remember, I like have to do some serious research with all the jets and stuff.
Hold on. I'll scroll up in the instructions and tell you.
Damn it.
It's the North American supersonic fighter jet.
Oh.
It was used in the United States Air Force from 54 to 71 and the National Guard till 79. It is capable of supersonic speed of 864 miles per hour.
Nice. Supersonic.
Just like Sean Kemp.
Actually, I'm kind of glad I got this set out anyways because I needed to dust it. I got to do a lot of dusting, man.
Hey, when you're done there, I've got a whole lot you can start on over here, too.
As long as you come over here and sort my bricks.
After you're done with chefs, just keep making your way down south and head over here.
Chef, you sort my bricks, man. I'll dust yours.
Well, thankfully, we have somebody that comes and cleans our house once a month. But
they don't.
Are you building that set that you ordered online, the individual pieces?
Me?
Oh, yeah. You always order individual pieces.
Yeah, I can't afford to buy the set. What about
Yeah,
like
most of the time
Shy?
it's better doing it like that. Yeah.
Shy's the only one that can afford the sets.
But Haley, this is probably
got a
one
cousin
of
on
one of
that.
my favorite sets that I have that I've built, and it's the '89 Batmobile. Yeah. So this is probably, with the exception of a couple, one of my favorites because this thing was really fun to build as well.
Did that retire yet? I still have to get that one.
I don't know.
I'm looking it up right now.
I don't know if it did. I know the Batwing is still out, which
The Batwing sucks.
dude, but I need to get it, man, to complete the Batman collection. '89.
Yeah, but
For
then
real.
you have to buy the new Batmobile.
What?
I don't like
Talk about the
the
Tumbler?
No,
I don't like the tech
there's
now.
another one that just got
Technic.
released for the new Batman movie.
Oh, yeah, but that's technically.
So how long did you say that it took you to build that? And did any minifigs come with that set?
Yeah. It came with 3. It was Batman, Joker, and Vicky Vale. And it took me. I pretty much built it nonstop. I want to say it took me about maybe 10 hours.
That is stock.
But that was,
You know what?
You know,
You know what my favorite thing is about that movie, though?
Jack Nicholson.
Well, yes, but there's the first scene that shows him like busting in the art gallery, where he's like, "Gentlemen, let's broaden our minds," and like they start playing the song.
Hell yeah, man.
I don't know what it is about it, but that is such a cool ass scene.
Dude, my favorite part of that movie is when towards at the end when Batman's coming down in the Batwing and he's shooting at the Joker and the Joker pulls that gun out of his pants that's like 4 feet long. That's like my favorite scene of the whole movie, man.
Doc, did you mean to call on Instagram?
Who?
You, Doc.
Learn fucking more.
No, I don't think he did.
Nope.
I'm gonna say nay, probably not. But I guess anything's
After that
possible.
comment.
I gotta put this Batmobile back. It's heavy.
I still need the Echo 1 yet, too.
The Ecto 1 you need to buy because that's definitely like one of the best sets.
I've got the little one I haven't put together yet. Still mint in box.
I don't have the little one.
One that fits in the firehouse. That I don't have yet.
Man, this set's finally dwindling down.
What's dwindling down?
On high if you didn't
This
talk me
set,
into it.
I
At
thought
Brick
it was
Fair.
like there was a ton of pieces in this thing. Well, a ton of different pieces.
What is that? 17 says? Keep going south. What are you talking about?
Legion's over by him.
Oh,
Richard.
Yeah, Legion's a little further south from me.
oh, okay. So yeah, Will, dude, I'm trying to think of how we could go together, man. Like, I guess, man, if I had enough gas, I could like come get you, man. We can go, and then I can take you back.
What are you talking about? A brick fair?
No, man, Will lives. So there's a few people that live relatively close to me. Will's one of them. Iceberg's another one, man. Iceberg lives near me as well. Yeah,
No,
there's
I'm saying, what are you trying to get them to? Brick Fair, Virginia?
No. There was a place I went to today, and where I bought those Lego, and yeah, he said he wanted to go there with me. But I've been talking about trying to get with Will anyways and bring him over here, just hanging out. You know what I mean? I think maybe we can do it when Chef eventually comes up, or we can all just hang out together.
That place that you went, did they have like this really cool base plate?
Well,
Talking about that one I showed you, yeah. What?
We made the mistake of shifting everybody around at work, and I was the one that got the short end of the stick because I got the extra workload.
Oh yeah.
Till we hire another tech, it's all me for 330 apartments.
Yes.
What the hell? Why? Y'all Y'all need to quit y'all's job when it comes to shit like that. Screw that.
I did. I said, fuck off. Dude, like when I went to the chiropractor the other day, I was, because when you gotta fill out a form, you know what I mean, and like write all this stuff down, and I wrote down on there like I'd had anxiety and depression, and so when she came and saw me, you know, she's going through my records and stuff, and she's like, oh, she's like, I see you wrote anxiety and depression. She's like, have you been doing anything about that? And I was like, yeah, I quit my job. I laugh now, but let's see how it goes in a few months.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. All right, right now, but see how it's doing midsummer.
Yeah, I know, right?
How
But,
long
you know,
have you worked at your other job?
In that particular job, or are you talking about the field?
That particular one, because that was you were working for the apartment complex that gave you the house, the place you're living in, right?
I was staying there for a little while in between selling a house and buying a house. So look, here's the thing: is I've been in the maintenance industry for about 22 years. You know what I mean? And the majority of the years I was a tech. And then I got into management. Okay. So the management part, I had a pretty good, the first management job I had was all right. The second one was pretty great, actually. It was a pretty cushy job, you know?
Yeah.
And then the last one that I had was the one that like almost killed me. But that was the other two management jobs I was an assistant service manager, you know what I mean? But this last one I had, I was the service manager. I was like the head boss. So here's the thing. The one I had that was like a cushiony job, even that could be a little trying, because here's the thing about management. The reason why I never wanted to be in it is because I don't like being responsible for people, especially if you suck. Because if you suck, that means you're making my life way more difficult. You know what I mean? And it means I'm probably going to have to do your job as well, if not micromanage or babysit your ass. You know what I mean? So that was the main reason I never wanted to be in management. I just hate being responsible for it. Like myself, man, I'll work my ass off. I can't make somebody else not have common sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
common sense is lacking.
Yeah, a lot. So there's that aspect, but then there's all kinds of other things that can be involved with it. You know what I mean? Because the apartment industry in general, for years, man, more and more bigger corporations have been buying apartment complexes, and then they're cutting staff, cutting budget, doing this, doing that. Like Chef right now, you know, like, all right, I don't know, Chef's at a different smaller apartment, but look, it used to be when I got in the industry, man, it was one tech per 100 apartments, and like now it's like one tech per 200-300 apartments. You know what I mean? And it just puts a lot of extra strain on you, and it's getting harder to find good techs because people don't want to pay. So all that just added a lot of stress, and mentally, I just can't deal with that stuff anymore, man. I just can't do it, man. I about lost my mind last time, you know. Now, I thought, all right, I'll just throw all that crap away and I'll just go back and being a tech, man. No worries, right? I can be a tech. Well, what I didn't realize, I hadn't been like a tech for several years, man, because I've been in management, and over those several years, my diabetes had gotten worse. So now, like, I've got worse neuropathy in my hands and my feet, where I'm going to, you know, probably need a cane for my feet eventually. Like, my eyesight's getting bad, you know, like, I'm having back issues. Like, there's just all kinds of stuff that's going on with me, man. Like, to the point where I just couldn't even, like, bend over most of the time to get underneath these fridges to, like, twist off a capacitor cap, you know, or, like, I just couldn't do it anymore physically. So now I'm like, well, shit, what the hell do I do? Like, I got to get a completely different job now. You know what I mean? Because I just can't do what I used to do for the last 20 some years. And then besides that part, you know, I'm not being on call anymore. I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing it anymore, man. Like, when I say I want a work-life balance, like, I freaking mean it. And I'm going to do everything I can to get it, because like I was telling Mrs. Hive, I was like, it's not like I don't want to work, man. I was like, and I say this as humbly as I can, I am one of the hardest working fucking people I've ever known. Like, and Chef can vouch for, like, being like on emergency calls and stuff like that. Like, it's a difficult job, man, you know, but I've worked hard like all my life, man, but I can't physically and mentally do the same thing I've been doing. So I don't have college background. I don't have a degree or bachelor's degree or whatever, you know what I mean? So like trying to find a job is really difficult that I can even make some, type of okay money at,
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I have a talent. Let's see if I can put it to good use. The only thing I didn't realize was like trying to start a business up, even just like with a website and stuff takes a while, you know what I mean? Because there's like all kinds of business things you got to do. And, then just like me getting the right artwork and everything. So anyways, it's rolling, but it's just taking a little while. So I got savings to last me a while, and I'm just gonna give it a shot. And if it doesn't work out, I'm just gonna try and just get whatever kind of job I can until I can figure it out.
I need a tech.
Sorry.
Hey, Beard, can you add my other camera? It's in the back room. I was typing in the private chat. Apparently, nobody reads the private chat. Mrs. Beard wanted
sat there for a long time, Doc.
She wanted to see the stuff. Now I'm going to go out to the garage. Hang on.
Yeah, but she's off now, so you don't have to.
It might just be the principal. I do see Voltron up there.
So the reason why I said something is I'm not going to say I was in the same state as you, because I wasn't. But I've been working at Honda, for Honda, not Jet, but like the cars, for the past 9 years. It's honestly been one of the best jobs I've ever had. Yeah. I went on there as a joke. I have a degree in auto paint and body. I never thought in like anything about me being a mechanic type thing. I went there to apply, and they had a mechanic position. I tried it. I ended up getting stuck. A couple years later, I ended up being a tech, and then I ended up being a team leader, which is like a manager. And I've just been there ever since.
Right.
Well, about a month ago, my wife's boss came to me with a job question, like a couple questions, and like basically a job opportunity. And I took it, and I'm leaving Honda here in the next couple of weeks.
Oh,
and
good, man.
It's just like it's a relief.
That shit.
Just because of the simple fact that there was, I felt like I was at the top of the top. There was nowhere for me to go, and everything else. I had became, like I said, a master tech. I became a manager. There wasn't anything else I could really do above that. And it was a big corporation. So a part of me knows that, no matter what, when you work for a big corporation, they don't give a shit about you. As long as they're making their money, they don't care. And it was, I felt weird. Like, I'm sure you kind of feel the same way about it. Felt weird, like, agreeing to step away from a job like that.
Yeah, and this is the biggest lesson I learned, man, coming out of that job. Not the last one as a tech, but as a manager. Look, and this is the most serious thing I can ever express to anybody, man. You cannot put a price on a peace of mind. Dude, again, I was making more money than I've ever made in my life. I was making more money than a lot of my friends went to college. But, dude, it just wasn't worth it, man. It just wasn't worth it. It's just not. And it seems like it is. And it might be at first. But, yeah, it just was not worth it at all. I don't know.
Only you know what's going to make you happy. And the bad thing is a lot of times you've got to find that happy medium of what is going to make you happy and what is going to allow you to keep food on the table, per se.
Yeah, and some people are just wired differently too. Like for instance, Mrs. Hive. I don't want to say she likes to work. She doesn't like to work, but she looks at work differently than I do. Like, I basically look at work as point A to point B, Like, I'm going to come here, I'm going to do a job to get a paycheck, to pay my bills. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like there's really nothing. I don't go to work like, oh, I love to work, or like even with my art business, dude. Like, I know some people disagree with me, but like I like to draw a lot of different stuff, different types of styles and stuff like that. It's just how I've always been. And it could be detrimental, but it also could be also an asset, you know, because I can reach out to a lot of different people. I can do a lot of different things. But if I were to draw like the same style all the time, I can promise you, because this happens to me, man, I will get fucking bored of it. I will get sick of it. It will get monotonous. And then it's not going to be like, oh, you know, if you love what you do, you know, it's not really a day of work in your life. Bullshit, dude. It's still work. Somebody's still paying me. I got to do what they want me to draw. You know what I mean? Like, if I do the same type of thing all the time, it's gonna get boring.
Well, no, it's always okay as long as you're doing it and it's on your terms.
Well, that's why I've never done this as a business. You know what I mean? And that's the difference now is I've got to take that part more seriously. You know what I mean? But again, it doesn't mean that I'm going to just conform myself to like maybe one thing. But I don't know, man. You know, but like Mrs. Hive, she likes to work her way up to things. So like where she works at now, she hit like a ceiling that she couldn't really get promoted anymore because there was only like 3 people above her. Like, you know, like 2 or 3 people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she was going to leave because she couldn't advance anymore. So she was going to go to a different like hospital or a different area, you know what I mean? And, that freaked him out because, I mean, nobody's perfect. Nobody's irreplaceable. But the thing about Mrs. Hive is she's very meticulous. I wouldn't want to work for her. Like, I love my wife, but she's a fucking hard ass, dude. Like, I would not want to work for her because she don't mess around when it comes to work. But she is like recuperated like millions and millions of dollars, like finding like lost assets and tightening this and fixing this. And so like when she had told them that she was going to leave, like they created a position for her so she could advance. It's crazy, dude. But that's how she is, man. Like she sets these goals, man, and like she's fucking achieving them one way or another. Like she's not gonna cheat or hurt somebody, but like she just works hard, man. Like she does so many things. I'm like, I would never like even waste my time. It's just not worth it to me, dude. But for her, it is worth it, you know. And a lot of it is even like, I don't know how to explain it. It's more even like just psychological. Like for instance, this is gonna sound stupid, but like, so we have chores. We split chores up, and one of hers is laundry. Okay, so like she folds clothes. She hates folding clothes, right? She hates, she hates folding clothes. But she'll fold like my undergarment shirt, like the shirts that nobody will ever see. I don't wear them outside. I wear them under work shirts and stuff. So like, you know, if you sweat or whatever. So like, but she folds them up nice and neatly and puts them in like my drawer. But I'm like, she's like, well, why? What would you do? And I was like, I just shove them in the drawer, man. Like, why are you folding them? Like, what? They're wrinkly. Like nobody's gonna see them.
More fit in the drawer when they're folded. That's why.
But here's the thing: is like so for me, in my mindset, I'm like, it's not worth it, dude, because it's work. It's work. You're doing work that you don't even like to do for no reason. It really is. But for her, it's that she knows it. You know what I mean? Like she can't leave it. Like it's gotta. It's like she has OCD too. You know.
I don't blame her. I couldn't leave it either.
But a lot of people couldn't. Just like there's a lot of things like I can't leave that she totally could. You know what I mean? But yeah, it just that's going back to the work thing. You know what I mean? For me, it's hard to just do the same thing like over and over and over and over all the time. You know what I mean?
See, my job wasn't it. I mean, it was repetitive. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like being a mechanic, you're going to kind of do the same things over and over and over. But it doesn't mean you're going to do the same things, 5 times that day type thing.
Yeah, and it depends on the profession as well. I mean, like, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say another reason why I really wanted to get out of there, and it might sound dumb to a lot of people that have never been in the place before, but sometimes it is so good to have a clean start.
Mm-hmm.
I was at a time where, like where I work, for instance, everybody knows who I am. Everybody knows, like I joke a lot and blah blah blah. There's a lot of stuff that I could say that a lot of the times nobody's going to take me serious, and I've kind of built that. Like for instance, I'm a manager. Well, we have a hard time getting people to listen to us. Mark that used to be on here is the same exact position, same exact thing, and just people never listened. So I'm going to a spot where I don't have all of the dealership bullcrap behind that, and it's such a relief knowing that.
Well, that was one of the other things that stressed me out, about the management, the big management job was like, all right, look, if you're a manager at a McDonald's and somebody doesn't show up, it sucks, dude. But you're gonna have to work the register or cook a damn burger or something, In my line of work, if somebody doesn't show up, that means my ass might get a call at 2 a.m. for a flood for 3 apartments, dude. You know what I mean? Like, there's like a totally different dynamic to that, and you like I said, somebody didn't show up, man. Like, what are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? Or here's the other thing is, I wouldn't point out any names, nothing like that, because the techs that I had as a crew, man, they're all great. You know what I mean? Like, and you spend so much time with your crew, you know what I mean? It's like their family, but they definitely tried to get over on stuff with me or try to get away with stuff. Or, there was one in particular that had been a tech for maybe 4 to 5 years or so, and just would just do the bare minimum, dude. And I'm not talking about just like in work, because eventually I would catch up with that and then I'd get on them about that. But I'm talking about just applying themselves, dude. So when I became a tech, like a long time ago, when I became a tech, like I was like, okay, this is the job I chose. I need to get the tools and I need to apply myself in this job, because I was always worried if I didn't do good enough, man, I'd lose my damn job.
Yeah.
So here it is. I'm now the boss years later, and I'm like, okay, what do I do? Because they keep, no matter what I would do, disciplinary actions, whatever, like they wouldn't. So the only thing left really to do is just fire them. But the problem is, man, if I fire them, then I'm not going to have techs. You know what I mean? And it is really difficult trying to get techs in this industry right now, because either A, we're not paying them enough that they should be paid, or B, just anybody will just apply that doesn't know what they're doing. And that's that's what blows my mind about these companies that own apartment complexes now. And dude, we save these apartment complexes probably millions of dollars a year, dude. You know what I mean? And us being the fixing stuff instead of getting contractors to come out every time. And not only that, but dude, we handle Freon, gas. You know what I mean? Like, dude, like just all kinds of different refrigerations. Like you handle power tools. There's electricity. I mean, there's so much stuff. Dude, there's so many things, like different chemicals, like that we deal with, and they don't.
And not only
you think that you'd want training?
We have to have.
What's that, Chef?
And the certifications we have to have. The time we got to put in to get to those.
Yeah.
How do y'all get certified when it comes to like AC stuff? Do y'all have to go take a test somewhere, or is it all online?
I got to go to Richmond for the state just to take an EPA test.
Yeah, I had to actually go and take my CFC certification, which is basically like the EPA test. Because me and Chef did it at different points in time. You know what I mean? Like I did it like 20 years ago. You know what I mean? So it would cost more. It was a lot different.
I had to do all that, but they let me take mine online.
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on the state as well. I think, you know what I mean, how they go about doing it. Yeah, that's a good point too, Will, is hazardous renters. I've told the story many times about how my buddy down in Richmond got stabbed in the freaking back working on a water heater late at night. And I can't tell you how many times, dude, I've almost gotten into scuffles with people. I've had a guy come out with a baseball bat. It's I don't know, man. People are crazy, dude.
Yes, they are.
I tell you, man, that's a weird industry to be in, dude.
I couldn't imagine it. Like so I've not really had many experiences with any kind of maintenance people, except for the house I was in when I first started this channel. They so it was, we had been living there for like maybe 6 months, and one night it was hot outside, and we noticed that like it was really hot in the house. I went and looked, and the AC wasn't cutting on. I went outside, and I'm smart enough to know, what the machine is supposed to be doing. And the fan wasn't blowing, nothing was on, like it wasn't even trying to kick on, no nothing. And I called the people that were in charge, and they were like, yeah, we'll send somebody out there right now. And I was like, all right. And it was like 7 o'clock at night. So I already knew in my head that a lot of the people that come out late at night like that are already going to be in a bad mood, because more than likely they were on call and they were doing something. So this guy comes out, and he's looking at it, and he's like telling me that this is wrong with it and this is wrong with it. And he like pulls the cover off, and I see that the line's frozen. And he's like, oh man, you've probably got a part messed up. And I'm like, well, normally that line will freeze if there's low on Freon. I was like, is it low on Freon? And he just looks at it and goes, no, it's not low.
See, but that's probably why he got upset, because he came out there and you're trying to tell him like, oh yeah, it's probably low on Freon. Dude, there's like 7 different things that can go on, man.
Oh, I know. But turns out it was low on Freon. So he just takes and charges it up and was like, let us know if it doesn't work, blah, 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 and leaves.
Right.
Well, the next, 3 days later, I call again, and I'm like, hey, the machine's not working again. So they done whatever. And this was like during business hours. And they send this guy out here.
Right.
This guy shows up in flip-flops, shorts, one of the straw hats. And he's got I'll never forget it. He had a little red bag that looked like it maybe had 6 or 7 tools in it. And he's like, yeah, I heard your air isn't working. So I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah,
so he went out there, and he's like, hey, yeah, I found out that it's low on Freon. I was like, yeah, there was another guy that just came out here a couple weeks ago, filled it up, and it's leaking back out. And he's like, oh yeah, well, let me make some calls. So I go back inside, come back outside 5 minutes later to see what's up. And I'm always nice. I'm like, hey, do you want anything to drink? Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, he's putting his tools back in his bag. And I was like, oh, what'd you figure out? And he's like, oh, it was just low on Freon. I just charged it up. And I was like, well, they just done that a couple weeks ago. And he's like, oh, okay. And just kept packing his bags up. And I was like,
well, depending on, because I've been in situations like that, a couple different properties I've worked, and just depending on the budget, sometimes our supervisor would just tell us yeah, just go fill it back up, because they're not gonna replace it.
No. Well, I wasn't expecting them to replace it.
Well, no, they should if it's leaking Freon like that, man.
But
more than likely.
But then 3 weeks go by, and it quits working again. So I call again, and I'm like, hey, the thing quit. The machine quit working again. So he's like, all right, let me call some people. So another guy comes out there that's never been there before. He walks out there, he takes the panel off, and within 3 minutes, he goes, oh, your part right here is leaking. He was like, it's got a hole in it. And I was like, okay, whatever. Right. So he looks, and he starts calling, and he I go inside, and 5 minutes later, he knocks on the door, and I answer the door, and he's like, hey man, I went ahead and charged it up. He was like, there's a part that's leaking on there. He's like, that I showed you. And I was like, yeah. He's like, it's under warranty. I ordered it. And I just looked at him, and I was like, okay. But it took 3 guys for them to figure out what was leaking and that the part was under warranty.
Oh no, some of these apartments I do right away, so I don't have to go back.
I'll tell you what,
fix it right the first time.
Dude, I'll tell you what always got to me, man. And oh my God, it took so much energy not to make me lose my mind. Is I get a call at 11 o'clock at night or something. And they're like, yeah, we noticed our AC wasn't working this morning. Mother. And you fucking calling now, 12, 13 hours later, man. Oh, God, dude. Yeah, man. It just,
it's
or when people would try and fix stuff themselves and make it worse or whatever. Oh, my God, dude.
So I got a call at 3 o'clock the other morning. Some lady has a office in her closet. Goes and turns on her tub to run a bath, get her. Then she said, I went in, sat down to get my computer on, get ready for work. Well, then she started work and forgot about her tub. She let that tub run for about 4 hours.
Dude, you seriously, man. Like, I'm not joking, man. I'm a pretty reasonable person about stuff, but like, you just like would not believe this after you, especially after it's like 20 years, man. The stuff you see, like the way people live, the way people act, like, and not even like all, like, not even most of them, man. But there's always like a high percentage of people that are so entitled, dude, that they just think that you are at their beck and call for whatever they want you to do, man. And it's like for instance, like, not even of our own reasoning. Like, every apartment complex I've been to, man, they have like a set of things they would consider emergency. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, all apartments I've been at, man, there's some things that are just always going to be emergencies, like a flood, something like that. However,
other than that, don't call me.
No. There's still a lot of other stuff going on, especially like over the weekend. But like overnight, like on a Monday, Tuesday, or something, like during the weekday, like we're not coming out like after a certain amount of time for your water heater or your fridge. You know what I mean? Like you're just gonna have to deal with it. It's not even like us making decisions. You know what I mean? Like we have certain sets of rules. You know what I mean? Like we're either coming out or we're not. Like we don't come out for ACs unless it's above 80 degrees. We don't come out for heat unless it's below whatever 55. It's different for different places. But like the residents will get on there and just argue with us about it, man. See, and the thing is, like, I started getting in trouble because I have excellent customer service, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I'm extremely polite. I try and work with people about stuff. But like, if you're just going to be ignorant, you know what I mean? And just try and fight with me on something that I'm not going to give in because I'm not going to lose my job, I'm just going to hang up on you. Like, I'm just I'll tell you a couple times after that. I'll warn you, like, hey, I'm going to hang up now. And they'll just still be screaming, like, just click. Because, like, I don't have time for that, man. We
normally get those entitled idiots that are like, hey, so this one time I was driving down the street in the pouring down rain. It's at 20 degrees outside, and I heard a weird noise, and I've not heard it since then, and it happened like 6 months ago, but I want you to look at my car. And then we'll tell them that we didn't find anything wrong with the car. Well, what do you mean? I heard that noise. Like, there's nothing wrong with your car. Well, yes, there is, because I heard that noise. I'm like, well, if you want me to find something wrong with your car, we can find something wrong with your car. That's no problem. But it's like people think that I guess it's what you said, that the entitlement that's there.
Yeah, it is pretty wild, man. And then, like, and there's just so many different things, dude, over the years that has happened, and people will scream and yell at me about it. Like I have any, like, dude, at one apartment complex I worked at, there was a lot of people from Saudi Arabia, okay, from over in the Middle East. There's a lot of them there, and it's fine, whatever. The only thing is there'd be a couple different times where one of the females would be locked out of the apartment, and I cannot unlock the door for you unless I can see you and identify you to identify, like a license, or I can match up your name or something to the lease. You know what I mean? Like, we had all these policies and stuff, because if I open an apartment for you and you're not on the lease and you destroy that apartment, you steal something or whatever, guess who's going to be in trouble, man?
We're not allowed to do any type of lockouts.
Yeah. Well, some apartment complexes don't even do lockouts anymore.
No,
like if you're locked out, you got to call a locksmith and pay them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But yeah, there'd be times like that where like they wouldn't take off their hijab or whatever, and I couldn't identify them to unlock the door. And I get your beliefs and stuff, but you have to understand, like, I can't unlock this door unless I can identify who you are. You know what I mean?
And we're going to a smart complex. Everything is done by digital. Your smartphone.
Yeah, a lot of places are moving into that, man. Like, and it's definitely helpful.
Leak alerts for underneath sinks, round tubs, hot water heater.
Wait, how does that work?
They just put a sensor down there, so if it runs over, it automatic pings it, and our call center will ring off the phone until they answer it.
Your call center, is it like somebody answers and then relays the messages to you? Yeah, that's what we normally would have for the longest time. But then, like I said, the last few companies, they changed it to, it's like, dude, they changed the last one I worked at, man, to we had a flip phone, and like you would have to like call, listen to the voicemail, then call them back. You know what I mean? It's like if something was flooding, dude, by the time you even got to them, man, it was like, God dang.
We just got this one that used to come to us directly. Now we got a call center. And some of the calls we get are, I got a call, an emergency call. Somebody couldn't put their garage door down. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. So I took it. I had to go that way anyways. Soon as I drove up, the eye was off. You could see it as soon as you passed it. So when I parked, I walked back. I moved the eye. I didn't even say a word to him. I reached in, I hit the button, and I just kept walking.
All right.
I'm like, if you can't look around and notice that, don't call me for an emergency line. That's not an emergency. Go over there and pull your little cord and shut it by yourself.
Yeah. See, you know, the problem too is like, and I don't get mad necessarily because a lot of people just don't understand another person's job sometimes. You know what I mean? They don't understand like what they may go through or whatever.
Yeah. And
that was the problem with basically like almost every single apartment complex I worked at with the office staff. They just had no clue what the hell we did, man, like on that kind of level. So they would just call stuff out. The biggest thing that always made me mad is when they'd make us help them all the time, or not help them. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. They'd make us do it, put out like notices and stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, you guys can get off your butts, man, and go do this stuff, man. Like we're out here shoveling snow.
I usually get irritated. Like I'm hauling something up 4 flights and they're calling me for something like that. And it's like, you gotta be kidding me. Put that on hold. It's not important. I'm trying to take care of a flood here that's going through 3 different apartments. You're worried about your garage.
Yeah, man.
It's
funny. Stressful.
It's funny you say that though, because we had my wife's birthday party last year. We had it here in the house, and all we did was back the cars out of the garage, and we just had like everybody in there. And the neighbors' kids were riding around one of those Power Wheels. Well, like a couple days later, like I'd go to shut the garage door and it wouldn't close right away. And like a couple days later, it would do the same thing. And I was like, what in the hell? Well, one day it just decided like where it wasn't going to close. And when you hit the button, it would like blink. And I was like, what in the world is wrong with the freaking garage door opener? Well, I looked down and seen that the eye was awful, like, because mine light up. They're green. If they're green, they're in order. If they're yellow, then one of them's off. And one of them was yellow, one of them's in green. I bent it just a little bit, and it lit up green. And I just like went on. I didn't even nothing in my head had really processed what I had just done, other than fix it. And I went to work that day, and I was talking to a buddy of mine, and my buddy was having the same kind of issue. And I was like, "Oh yeah, the eye. You gotta turn it. Something must have bumped it or whatever." And like I walked away, and I realized at that moment, I'm like, I know now how to fix something that I had no idea how to fix before, because I took the time to do it. Like the 2 seconds to look down and go, "Oh, I see that." That was something I learned that I did not know was possible.
Oh, there's all kinds of stuff like that. I've learned just in this, working in this industry, there's just certain things that pop out at you like that. You don't know how to do it.
Call one of y'all.
Dude. Seth, have you learned the trick about, what do you got, gas or electric water heaters, man?
We have all electric. There's no gas in 5 buildings.
I can't remember if we talked about this. We were talking about how to replace one of those elements without emptying the whole tank.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You got to be really careful about that. So I'm kind of curious too, man, when my tankless water heater goes out, if I'm going to be able to fix that thing or not, because I've never worked on one.
Your tankless water heater shouldn't go out.
You think? God dang, dude. So, there's pros and cons to having a tankless water heater. Let me tell you something. And I used to think, and I'm thinking now one of the pros is actually a con. So right off the bat, the cons is you have to wait a little longer for hot water than you would if you had a tank, because the water's got to get hot. So and honestly, that's probably really the only serious con about it. Now, the thing that was a pro that now I think is turned into a con is you never run out of hot water. Like, I've never run out of hot water since I've been here. Dude, do you know how long or how difficult it is Try not to take a long ass shower when you don't run out of hot water.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that's really awesome is multiple people can use the hot water at once. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about it. Will says, hi, tankless water heaters are not hard to work on as far as the mechanics, but I hate dip switches. Isn't a dip switch where it only goes one way? I'm trying to remember.
Pressure pops it back up.
Yeah, because I had to install one of those at the last house that we lived at for our sump pump. So and that's the other thing too about maintenance that we do that a lot of people don't really think about, like, is we have to fix like everything.
Everything.
Like, it's not just AC, it's not just plumbing, it's not just carpentry or whatever. It's like everything, man. It's so difficult.
How does like, so for instance, if someone wants to come work with y'all, do they just sit around and train with y'all, or do they actually like have to go learn somewhere?
I try to hire people with experience. Try.
Yeah, the problem is, you get people experience, man. They want money, which I don't blame them. And just these companies don't really like pay people what they should, man. I mean, let me put it to you like this. A leasing agent generally makes more than what the techs make. Because they don't make a lot of money per hour. They make all right. Generally, they make around $15 or so. You know what I mean? And in some states, they have to. And it's turning into the minimum wage. But where they get a lot of their money is commissions. Because when you get like 1 or 2%, even some places I've seen 3% of a yearly, like if let's say rent's $1,000 a month, that's $12,000 a year for rent. Okay.
Yeah.
The leasing agents get like 3% of that $12,000. So if they can lease 10 apartments, you know what I mean, in a month, just 10 apartments in 1 month, man, they generally make about an extra $1,000. So, and if you're decently, because look, man, I've made a lot of them mad because I say this, but look, for the most part, you can put a kiosk on their desk, man, and you're going to get people who are in apartments. You know what I mean? You can have one person working there, show them the apartments. Maybe one person helps sign the papers. You can do all that digitally too. But like, if people want an apartment, they're going to want an apartment. What they're looking for is is this the apartment I at least would want for a price I can afford.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, if they make it to you, they've already admitted that they want that apartment.
Right.
When I applied for this one, I didn't even see it. I did everything online, and I moved in the day I was supposed to move in. I picked up the keys in the office and went and seen my apartment.
Yeah, man. It's just so like I said, they make sometimes usually more than what the techs make anyways. But yeah, when I was hiring people, man, you generally want people with experience. But like, if you got a good head on your shoulders, you know what I mean, you're willing to learn and you're not a piece of shit, you know what I mean, you're not gonna come in late all the fucking time or something like that. Like, dude, I'll hire you. I can train you, man. Like,
yeah,
we can put you in school to get a CFC certification. You know what I mean? That's all. I don't
even care if I get somebody just to change light bulbs all day long.
Yeah, and depending on what you're doing, sometimes it's just good to have bodies.
See, I actually got yelled at that. My first apartment, I changed a light bulb in the ceiling by myself. I went and bought it by myself, paid for it, blah, blah, blah. And I ended up telling the guy that I did it, and he was talking about how something about like if something were to actually happen to me, they could have gotten in trouble. And I didn't know that. I don't know if that was just something that was like down here in this area or what, but it was a nice apartment complex I lived in.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, every time a bulb goes out, I'm not going to call somebody.
Oh shit! I'd like to have you as a tenant.
Yeah, we like them because there's a lot of people, man, that just honestly, I think they're just lonely, and they just want. I can't tell you how many people in the years, man, just call over dumb stuff, or they call for emergency, get there, and it's not really an emergency, and then they just sit there and want to talk. I'm like, dude, I ain't got time for this, man. What? but once I became a supervisor, I shut a lot of that shit right down, dude. If one of the techs called me and said, like, I came out here and there was like, I charge the residents, dude. I didn't give a shit. Like, I get in so many arguments with the property manager because I would want to be tough about something, not mean. Like, one time, resident lost their smoke detector. Lost. I don't know what they did with it. But the point is, a smoke detector that because we got combination smoke CO2 detectors, man. And dude, those fuckers are like $60 a piece.
Yeah.
And when I have an apartment complex of like almost 900 apartments, I can't be affording to like just be willy-nilly with them, dude. So I was gonna charge them. I wasn't even gonna charge them the whole $60 some. It was like $50, man. Like you're paying for that. Yeah, property manager fought me on it because whatever.
Those are expensive.
But then like then the following week, she charged another resident for a bunch of fucking vertical slats on their blinds that were broke. I'm like, dude, that's like $20. like I'm talking about a $67, smoke combination CO2 detector, man. But yeah, I just wouldn't mess around, dude. Like, and a lot of my texts and stuff, like, especially at first, they didn't even like me, dude, because I was kind of like Mrs. Hive. I was a hard ass, dude. Because when I got that position, it was fair. I bought my crew lunch a lot. I'd buy them gift cards. I'd do things for them. I treat them with respect. But dude, you're here to work. And if you're not going to work, you know what I mean? Then I don't need you here. It's straight up. Like, I'm willing to give people chances and stuff like that. But like, yeah, if you're not going to work, dude, why are you here? You're here you're paid to do a job, you know? And there's a lot of people out there. I don't know how many, but there's a lot of people out there that would love your job, dude. It's like they want a job. I just saw Shai wrote something in the private chat. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I have to split.
Is
It's sent like in 20 minutes, so I need to at least put the kids down before it starts.
Nah, dude. Yeah, have fun, man. Can't wait to watch it.
All right, guys.
See ya.
Later, brother.
Peace.
Oh man, putting the kids down. Jeez, it's been so long since I had to do that.
Me too.
Dude, I remember, she'd probably be embarrassed if she's watching this, but I remember like when my daughter was really little, like she didn't want to like I had to tuck her in, dude, and give her a kiss goodnight. You know what I mean? And then I don't know exactly what had happened, but at some point she was like, nah, I'm good. I was like, well, you don't want to tuck me in anymore?
Teenage years.
Oh my gosh. And now, she's practically a grown woman, dude.
Shit comes fast.
Yeah, man. You want time to fly? Have a kid. It goes by really fast. It goes by really fast, man.
I don't have a kid yet, but I've been around them most of my adult life, and it's amazing how fast and everything. I mean, turn around, and next thing you know, they're grown.
Yeah, man. And I tell you, the hardest thing. And I understand now kind of like what she was always talking about, because the hardest thing is just like, you don't want nothing to happen to them. You know what I mean? You can't protect them all the time, especially once she's like on her own and stuff. Like, I'm always going to worry about her, dude. Just what are you supposed to do? Because, I think about all the crap that's like happened to me in my life, and all the near misses I've had with just getting hurt or anything, you know what I mean? Yeah, and you're just like, Christ.
Yeah, but sometimes you just gotta hope that your kids are smarter than you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what it really boils down to. You everybody's gonna make dumb decisions. You're never gonna have anybody that doesn't.
All right. What's Lauren say? Hard pass? What are you talking about? With kids? Well, that's something I really hate it. And I don't see it that often, but I remember when I was growing up, I used to see it a lot more when like people would get ridiculed, man, for not like having kids or having a family and this and that. Like, dude, and like F you, man. If you want to be single or not just be single, or if you want to be with somebody and not have kids, like, dude, like that's totally like your prerogative, man. And besides, there's a lot of people probably shouldn't have kids anyways, to be honest with you. But even people that would be great parents, it's like, dude, that's not a requirement in life. You know what I mean? It's an important thing to do, but not for everybody.
I don't have no kids. So like, I don't have a kid, and I've always kind of wanted one. My wife doesn't. But the other thing I think about too is like, I mean, it's bad to put it like this, and I know this is like the hard way to put it.
That's
but
all right.
It's kind of like a dog. If you want to go somewhere, and they, a lot of the times you got to find somebody to watch them, or you got to find somebody to take care of them, or help you with them, or
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a lot more complicated than a dog. But yeah, I get what you're saying though.
You can't just leave them in the house and lock the door and leave because you want to go do something.
The main thing that really most people refer to is just money, like
Kids
the
are
amount
expensive.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Kids are so expensive, man. Like just straight out the womb, dude. It's like you're already in debt, like with the hospital right off the bat. But yeah, it's but yeah, then there's the whole thing about like, yeah, you're obviously tied down, you know what I mean, to commitment with a child, you know what I mean. Then there's the whole worry thing, taking care of them, Then it's not like they come with instruction booklets, dude. Like, and then you got to figure out sometimes, man, like how to approach certain things, how to tell them certain things, how to teach them a lesson on certain things, and sometimes it's hard, dude. Some of the hardest things I've ever had to do is discipline my daughter, man. Like I've never been like a spanker. I'm just too big. I'm scared I'd hurt her. You know what I mean? But I remember years ago, she was a lot younger and she did something, man, bad. I can't remember if it was like she lied or school or whatever it was, but I straight up like canceled our Comic-Con trip. Like we were all going to go to the comic book convention, man. Like, and she was so excited, dude. It like crushed her, man, that we couldn't go. It was so heartbreaking. I was like, so many times I was almost going to take it back, but like I had to stick to my guns, dude. You know what I mean?
See, I couldn't be that parent. I would be the parent that was like texting her pictures of me being there.
Well, that's just cold-blooded, dude. Well, and here's the thing is I kind of psychologically, I probably shouldn't have done this, dude, but like I canceled it for like me and Mrs. Hive too.
Yeah.
To try and lay on the guilt a little bit thicker too. Like, okay, like we're all not gonna go. We're all just not gonna get to enjoy it, and like and that's the thing about being a good parent, man. You gotta make a lot of hard decisions like that. And that's why and look, it's not easy. And that's why there's a lot of fucked up kids out here, man, and fucked up adults. Because people have let them get away with so much shit for so fucking long, dude, that they have no idea how to take rejectment. They don't know how to deal with problems. They can't problem solve. They don't know how to deal with people. They don't know how to deal with anything, dude, because they've been coddled all their lives, man.
Yep.
And that does not make for a good person. I'm telling you, man. I love Lauren's like, I'm going to be the rich eccentric one of all my friends' kids. I don't know, man. Like I said, it's different, man. That's for sure. But one was enough for me. I couldn't do more than one, man. I couldn't imagine.
I never learned my lesson. I went with 4.
I couldn't imagine. And I don't even know what would be. You'd probably be able to tell me this, Chef, honestly. But I don't even know what would be more difficult, man. Having a boy or a girl.
I got 2 and 2.
Yeah, like
and
I had one girl that was.
And 1 and 1 has given me a run for my money. I called my mom the other day and I said, you used to say, I hope you have one just like you. How do I break that fucking spell? She said, you don't. You just got to live with it.
And that's the other thing too, man, is
how do you break that spell?
Well, like for instance, look, I'm going to use myself as an example because my daughter's just like me and I'm just like my dad. But like, so I've always considered myself a good person. I have a good heart. I try and help people. I try and make people laugh. You know what I mean? But I am nowhere near perfect, man. Like I have done some things in my life that aren't the best of things. I've acted like an asshole a lot of times in my life. I've got a temper. So there are a lot of things, man. There are a lot of things like my parents weren't going to change me on stuff. You know what I mean? Nope. And it's like my daughter's the same way. There are certain bad habits that she can have about things. You know what I mean? And I've tried grounding her, talking to her, pleading with her. You know what I mean? And it's not stuff like that, like trouble. You know what I mean? But just habits. You know what I mean? Or slacking off in school or something like that. And you know, there's a lot of lessons, man, that they just gotta learn on their own. You know?
Yeah, my main problem is just my mouth, and my kids get it.
Yeah. Well, and like something that Mrs. Hive quite doesn't understand either, because Mrs. Hive isn't perfect either, but Mrs. Hive has had a different type of life than I have, and she's by the books, pays her bills. She's not late. She's very responsible. You know what I mean? She I don't know if it's because she grew up on like a lot of her life on a farm, so like she had chores and stuff that she had to do, and like where I've been, and I've been kind of the opposite of that. And the thing is like she can't comprehend sometimes, like me or my daughter or even my dad, like some of the decisions we make, and like there are a lot of times like she would want to like, you know, punish Mal for something, and we would for something, like, don't get me wrong, but the thing that I always tell her is like, we're punishing ourselves more than anybody ever could. You know what I mean? Like whether it's procrastinating and not getting stuff done, you know what I mean? Or maybe gluttony, like maybe you eat a bunch of crap you shouldn't, you know what I mean? And then you have diabetes, you know, maybe you won't focus on certain things, you know, you're always doing this or that, and then you forget stuff, you know? So the thing I try to explain to her is like, trust me, I was like, we're our own worst enemies, and we punish ourselves more than probably anybody else could. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, A117, what's up, man? He says, I have 5 brothers. Sorry, I said I was going back to bed. Hashtag Mrs. Hive fan club.
Yeah, I was saying, right. She's a Hive fan club.
Dude, I'm trying to remember what we were talking about.
Lauren, are you going to the Virginia Brick Fair?
Me?
Lauren.
Oh. I was saying,
Sorry, Bryce with bricks.
I don't know about Virginia, but it does seem like everybody's going to Chicago. Which still blows my mind how that it just accelerated, man. Like it's so bizarre.
You want to drive up for the day?
Oh no, dude. No. Well, I mean, I'd like to go, man, but I'm just like with like a lot of buying Lego stuff, man. Like I can buy certain things, man, but it's just gonna beat the rest for me. You know what I mean? And as far as like Chicago, like even Brick Fair, man, like Virginia is gonna be tough this year. But like,
are we gonna have?
Dude, all right, like right now, like so the DeLorean came out. Okay, like we saw the picture of the DeLorean. I have to make a decision unless somehow I come into like more money or something. I have to make a decision, man. And it's gonna be a tough one. Do I get the DeLorean or do I get Sanctum Sanctorum? I don't have I can't get both, dude.
I've been putting quite a few off. I don't have the Porsche, the truck.
Right, but I mean, and then on a bigger scale, it's like I gotta, you know, I'm gonna go see, you know, my daughter graduate high school. You know what I mean, out in Colorado. So it's like there's no money for Chicago. You know what I mean? And even if I could maybe make it, dude, like it's like this is going back to what I was saying too about like, you know, the whole addiction thing. It's like I don't know if I'm going to be able to control myself around vendors at these conventions right now. You know what I mean? What's that, brother?
I was going to say, so like I look at it as like this: when you say like April 1st comes out, you have to get those sets. Why can't you just wait on them?
Okay, no, that's a very legitimate thing to say. So here's the problem: is the other 2,000 sets that are going to come out the rest of the year. Dude, I said that same thing about the Batwing. I know you said you didn't like it, but I wanted it. You know what I mean? And I had planned on getting it. And I still
me wrong.
No. But I'm saying that's the problem. There's a set. If I don't get it, then 50 more sets are going to come out that I want before I even have a chance. You know what I mean? So it's like you can wait. You can wait and get it like maybe like a different time. But then something else is going to come out that I'm going to want to get maybe before that, or I'm not going to be able to get it before that, and then I'm going to regret not getting that. There's just too much stuff to come out, man. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. There's so the one set that I really, really want more than anything, like if I had to go pick a set right now, it would be the AT-AT. I said for the longest time I was probably going to buy the Titanic instead, and then I never even bought either one of them. But it's the AT-AT. The other hand of that though is like Sanctum Sanctorum. I want that. The car, the DeLorean, I want. But there's a bunch of stuff like that's just kind of dumb that I want. Like for instance, not Gene, but I got another buddy that has a Bricklink store, and they do it. He does it to an extent that Gene does not. Gene does not. They don't. Gene doesn't depend on the Bricklink store for like his income. The other guy, that's what he does. That is his income. And I want to buy a Luigi from him because now Peach is coming out, and now it's like, well, now I'm gonna have to get Peach, like, you know, and stuff like that. But the actual Lego sets are stuff that I just pick and choose, I guess, of what and when I want.
Well, and then there's the whole thing of just stuff sells out.
I mean, you're always going to have that, though.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying, it's just one of the things, just one of the other reasons why it's not easy. And honestly, unless you got the money to spend, dude, it's not even almost feasible to try and buy something that comes out April 1st in November. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like there's just so much other stuff that's going to come out, and there's no guarantee like it'd be out for sale at that particular time. So yeah, I don't know. Will's got it right, man, for the most part.
Are you getting the Jurassic Park set on April 1st?
No.
Yes. I've already paid for that, though.
Dude, there's literally, I've narrowed it down unless there's something that catches me off guard to like a handful of sets for the rest of the year that I'm going to get, man.
That's all I want off it.
The things that are going to get me is stuff like Speed Champions because they're small enough, you know what I mean? That they're not, it's not like buying a $50, $100 or more set, you know what I mean?
I've got one box left.
But if you buy all the Speed Champions, you're still spending a couple $100. You know what I mean?
No, they're not bad this year.
No, I know. I got the 2-pack. I got one for Ninja, and I got me one.
Which one?
Yeah,
the Mercedes or the Aston Martin?
Shit. Let me see. I can't remember which one I got for him and one for me. So the one I got was the Patronus Mercedes. And I think it's because I fell in love with those wheels, dude.
That's one.
Yeah, Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, goodness. Oh, yeah. And then I'm doing stupid stuff also, like buying Black Series. Yeah. But, dude, they had Darth Revan and 501st Clone Trooper at my Walmart. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, dude.
So
I never had them.
Lauren, I completely agree. What's that, Rich?
I went through the whole figure phase. Like, it wasn't Black Series. I was buying the Marvel Legends.
Yeah, I've got one. I've got the zombie Captain America from What If. That's the only one I got.
And I quickly seen how much of a waste of money it was. Like, fast. Because they look really cool sitting there. Mm-hmm. But then it was like at a point where I realized that I was buying them just to, like, not necessarily complete a whole set. But, like, I forgot. I don't know what wave it was, whatever. But the Build-A-Figure part of it was just to have Falcon's wings. And I don't even really like Falcon that much. Like, my Marvel, I guess, history or whatever
hero
spans way before the Marvel universe existed in movies. So it was
that's a whole kind of weird separation of Marvel fans now. There's Marvel fans that do love the movies, but they've been reading comic books for years and years and years. Yeah. And then there's people that, and again, I'm not saying it to make fun of them, but yeah, there's people that don't have a clue about anything. Like my Mrs. Hives, like that. Like she could probably tell you a lot of the ins and outs of the MCU, but dude, she doesn't have no shit about like the comics. Like when we watched Infinity War, like I remember telling her and my daughter about how it was just almost laughable watching the fight scenes with Thanos. For me, it was still cool, and they didn't understand why. And I told them, I was like, because dude, in the comic books, he was so OP, man. Like he didn't, nobody even really got near him, dude. Like even the gods and stuff of the universe, like the Tribunal and all, like none of them could touch him, dude. It was just like pure, almost chance that they even beat him.
So me and Mark is like that. Mark can tell you anything that's happened in the MCU, but if it ever happened in a comic, he has no idea unless someone has told him. And I will never forget, we were sitting there in Infinity War, and it was right when the Hulk falls through the Sanctum.
Oh
And
yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's supposed to be Silver Surfer. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, that's supposed to be Silver Surfer.
To a T.
He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, that's Silver Surfer. Like, what?
But obviously they got to change some stuff, and I
Yeah.
get it, but yeah, it is really crazy to see like the differences and stuff like that. And the great thing is though, man, if you like, there are some channels I watch pretty religiously that aren't Lego, like New Rock Stars and stuff like that. And
New rock stars are smart as shit,
dude. So great. But yeah, they will tell you. And then like I haven't really been collecting comics like the last decade. So also I'll watch Rob from like Comics Explained. Just to catch up on some stories and stuff like that. Plus he tells
these
like, really good.
These came in the other day. I don't know. You're not going to be able to see them. I posted pictures of them on the internet on Instagram. But it's 5 or 4 Spider-Man and a Punisher I ordered from Fig Fab Labs.
Oh, yeah.
They are really cool. I've got like 3 Spider-Man of his already in the city. But, I hate minifigs, so why not buy 4 more of them, right?
I've got a love-hate relationship, I think, with minifigs, man. Because I'm going to sell a good amount of them, I think. I have so many,
right
dude. I need to count all of them because I'm pretty sure I have about 500 in the cases behind me.
Jesus, all of mine that I have got are in like if they came with the set, they are in a baggie with the set number wrote on them with all their accessories. If there is anything else or a set that I just bought for like random pieces, there's literally just minifigs thrown into boxes.
Actually, I have. I wasn't sure what to do with them for a while. I was thinking about. I thought maybe I'd give them to Claire because I was going to send her a bunch of like pieces and stuff eventually. But Ruth from Adorable was telling me that there was somebody that was in need of. Some, in the lighter sense of the word, cheering up, I guess. And I guess they do something with a lot of mini dolls. So I went hunting for as many as I could find, like in the boxes that I've had. And I have more, but I cannot find them for the life of me. But yeah, I'm going to send these out to her here soon.
Yeah, I'm about to head upstairs.
Hey, Will, you'll want to watch the auction then because I'm getting rid of all my Star Wars.
Ooh. Don't tell Will that. He gets excited.
All of them. Except for a few of them. If they're ships or minifigures or anything that I'm not going to put in my city is gone.
So
I just have some that, huh?
I was going to say, so I thought about, I have a whole box. I have like I don't know how many gallons it is, 50, 60 gallon tub over here. I have 2 of them full of sets that I've taken apart. Like I've built them, taken apart, put them over there. They're 100% complete. I would always, of course, before wanting to sell them, go over through and like inventory and make sure everything's there. But I don't know what to do with them. And I thought about selling them all.
I'll get a hold of you.
The thing I need, I need people to come here and tell me like they want this, they want that. Cause like I have so much fucking Lego, dude. Like I'm not getting rid of like general pieces, like just general bricks and plates and all that. Like those I'm keeping. It's all these other random ass weird pieces, bionicle pieces, old ass minifigs, like printed tiles for stuff I don't even need. Like this type of stuff. Like I don't want any of this stuff, man. But I'm not just gonna give everything away. You know what I mean? But I don't know how to break. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, okay, I've got this piece and this piece and this piece, and wait for people to see if they want it. That's why I haven't gotten rid of a lot of it.
So I literally have so the way that I do things, which is a lot different than you. So I normally, and it's nothing against anybody, but I normally don't buy collections. So I don't get things for anybody unless it's, oh, hey, Hive wanted me to pick up the set for him, so I'm going to pick up the set for him. Other than that, I really don't do anything like that. anytime that I go through, like, so I have over on this wall, there is about 15 feet of Lego that's in boxes that I've sorted a certain way that I do it. And it's really not even sorted. It's just like all these are red slopes. All these are green slopes, and they're just done in these little like shoebox, clear boxes you could buy.
Right.
So when I decide to start going through them, I have a tub over here, and I fill the tub up of stuff that I'll never want, like printed tiles that I'll never use. And there's like Bionicle pieces. There was something I found. There was train. I had like a crap ton of the train tracks. I had a bunch of like the roller coaster pieces. I throw all of them in there, and whenever it gets full, I'll end up giving them, like, I sell them to Gene, and then I start over again. And I've already went through it like 3 times maybe. And it was even like with the Harry Potter sets. I bought that whole Harry Potter wave. I built them, and I was looking at the castle, and I was like, I really want to continue to do it. And I was like, but this is like 2 waves now, and just building on top of each other. And I'm not really sure how I like it. And I wanted to do some brickmania sets, so I ended up making a deal with Gene. I was like, you know what? I'll trade you for what these are worth.
Well, and that's my thing too, because he was talking earlier about like if I had some stuff to like put in a bucket and like they'd pay $5 a pound and all that, and that's great for like just pieces. But I was thinking about it, and I was like, I'm not selling just like regular pieces. I'm trying to get rid of all this random stuff I'm not going to use. You know what I mean? But the problem is, I don't want to throw. Yeah, but I don't want to just throw all that in just like a 5-pound bag or a pound bag, because, dude, if you pay me $5 or $5 for a pound of bag, but I might have a $3 piece in there. You know what I mean?
True.
I mean,
like,
yeah.
But I'd want to like look through the stuff first. You know what I mean? That's why I said it'd just be easier. Somebody could just come here and just say like, yeah, I want this or this or this or this or this. But it's like, it doesn't work out quite like that. You know what I mean? Now, sometimes it's not difficult. Like if I know you're really into castle stuff, I can pull off some of this old castle shit that I have and be like, here, is this something you're interested in?
What do you want for the castle stuff? Because I'm about to build that castle.
Well, it's mainly like smaller. Like I got like the gold crown and a bunch of helmets and like some spears and like shields. Dude, I found a shield today. Aren't they they're remaking the lion thing or whatever? That
I don't know.
The king.
You know the
90th anniversary is going to be the Lion King castle or whatever.
So I found a shield with a fucking lion on it today, man, from like one of the older sets. I wonder if that's the same damn theme.
The black dragon figs that like Sha has.
I wonder where that went.
I've got like 300 of them coming to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what. So I'm gonna build after. I'm taking the city to Brick Fair, and then after Brick Fair, I'm just gonna take it apart. And after I take it apart, I'm gonna start the World War II mock. I've already started designing stuff, but the World War II mock won't be like that big.
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, I mean, it's gonna be big, but it's not gonna be tall. It's just gonna be like big,
right?
And then after I'm done with it, and in the middle of it, I'm gonna continue buying pieces. I've already started designing a castle, and the castle will be massive. The problem with the castle is I don't think that it's going to be the way I'm going to do it. I don't think it's going to be movable, so I don't think it'll ever go anywhere.
But like all that little stuff, like this is that shield I was telling you about. Like I just have so much of this type of stuff, man. You know
so
what I mean?
anything. So I had a whole box that I had set aside that anything that I found Star Wars logos on, like stickers, prints, anything, I threw in a box and I gave them all to Will.
We'll get in the hookups. Like, look, check this out. I got a lot of stuff like this too, where so I took out the mini dolls out of these poly bags.
Now
I got all these poly bags with no mini dolls, but just pieces. And like, what am I doing with those, dude? I don't want a bunch of purple pieces. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. Like I built this, and you know, like I like that pearl piece, and I like that little monkey thing in there. That's pretty cool. I guess it's a pretty cool tree, but beyond that, dude, I'm like, what am I doing with this thing?
Coral if you do an underwater scene.
Yeah. Which, you know, it'll happen eventually. So yeah, I don't know.
I mean, see, like the problem you're having with that, you got to realize this right here is a perfect example. All right, this is a cool set to have, but why did I buy enough pieces to build 2 of them?
I don't know. You wanted a duo?
I don't know. I mean, it was just like I really
Oh,
like.
you're asking me.
Yeah, like I mean, I don't know. I just had. I mean, I like the iconicness of a plane, but then it was like with these right here. So this is actually for the mock. It's called the Opel Blitz. It's the pretty much the like 1.5 ton truck that they use to transport troops in. I wasn't going to buy it, and then I found out that it actually comes with this canvas cover that lifts up in the back, so I could show like a scene where troops were coming out of it. And I was like, man, I got to get that. It's in the scale of whatever, you know, the thing I'm doing. And then I seen this. This is the American version that isn't even, it like had nothing to do with what we were doing over in Germany or any of that, but I bought it anyway. This there's no need for this other than it's massive. And not only do I have one of these, like now this is the only one I have of the jet, but I have 4 different jets behind me. Like I don't know why.
Because they look nice. There's a need for that video hype. There is a need.
I told Hive he needs to do it, but the problem is like I'm not putting like my bills in danger. I'm still paying him. I mean, I'm not like putting anything at risk. It's just the point that like, why do I do it? I don't know. Dude,
I swear to God, man, I know it sounds dumb, but I feel like if I make that video, man,
do the video.
There's going to be so many people that are just going to be like, why do you just got to take a shit on everything, Hive? You know, I just feel like everybody's going to just think I'm being totally negative about it. And that's not the intent. But, but there's clearly, I just feel like there's clearly a problem going on that everybody knows about and everybody jokes about, but nobody really addresses. You know what I mean?
So like, this is the honest truth. I have 2 of these. I really only needed 1, but I have 2. It wasn't crazily expensive to build, but I have 2. Over there's another airplane called a Stuka. I have 2 of those. The Huey, I pretty much have another piece, all the pieces to build another one, except for some of the special stuff. There's no need for me to do that. I have back here 2 Messerschmitts. I have no idea why I did that.
And also,
because you like those.
I clearly include myself in this whole thing, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, at first I was gung-ho about it. And then just like I said, the further down that rabbit hole, man, I started going. And then I started like really looking at like smaller influencers, bigger influencers, you know what I mean? And just the excessiveness and like gluttony of,
mine goes past Lego though. So like Lauren made a good point. She said like a shopping addiction. So like I don't know if y'all know anything I'm about to talk about, but I wanted a old square body C10 truck. I've wanted one for a while. I was like, man, I got to have one. I started looking into it and I was like, I don't want to deal with the carburetor. So I'm going to put an LS in it. LS is pretty much a Corvette engine. I was like, I'm going to put that with an automatic transmission because I have a Subaru STI right now and Haley can't drive it because it's a 6-speed. So I was like, I'm going to make this sure this is automatic so she can enjoy it too. So I started looking around. I found an engine next to nothing. I bought the engine. It's like a $800, $900 engine I bought for $150. I had it and I was like, now what am I going to do? I started looking and I was like, well, to do this and do what I want, to build the engine, it's going to cost me like $5,000. Then to get the truck, it's going to cost me something like 10, 13 grand. Then I'm still going to have to buy like the computer electronics, the transmission, everything. And I was like, I'm going to have like 30 grand in this. Well, I just so happen to have a friend that put a 1953 Chevy up for sale. So I asked Haley, I was like, man, it's already got an LS in it. I'm like, should I buy it? She's like, if that's what you want to do, buy it. Well, 20 grand later, it's sitting in my garage right now. I didn't need it. I have no need for it, but it's just something I wanted.
I'm like that with dude. And part of the reason why I had, gotten diabetes too is that's how I was with food too. Because I had a really strong addiction with food, and I still do. I just have cut back a lot. But yeah, dude, I would literally, if I would order something, I usually would order something extra. Just because I think I'd want it or whatever. Like there's a saying like your eyes are bigger than your stomach.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely
my eyes are bigger than my shelves.
Right. Well, yeah. My spending is bigger than my wallet. That's usually how it goes.
And see, like as bad as it sounds, I will never take apart these Brickmania sets before I would those. I'll start taking apart those sets if I don't have room to place these. The difference
Well,
is
if you get ready to take apart that Falcon, let me know. I got you.
I have a Star Destroyer I'll sell you.
I don't know. I mean, I want one, but it's not on the agenda at the moment. Actually, goddamn Falcon's not even on the agenda.
I will never sell that Falcon, but I will sell that Destroyer in a heartbeat.
Is that the one you broke when you moved?
It's broke 3 times now. I'm not building it again. It's sitting in a box in pieces in a frame, and I won't build it again. I thought about it, but the minute I build it, all that's going to happen is I'm going to put it somewhere else, and something else is going to do it. And just like Lauren's saying, it is nothing but a big gray blob. Like it is a gray burrito. All you see, it can't fit anywhere up here unless I lower a shelf. And the T-Rex like Jurassic Park thing, that's being pushed further back so I could put the other T-Rex that's just the breakout thing that's coming out. And over here behind, like what y'all can't see, I have another like 15 feet of shelves. Now those shelves are not exactly full of Lego sets. Like those are like city parts and stuff like that. But whenever the city gets taken down, all this stuff is going to be switched over there. And I've got a table that's got 4 tanks and 6 airplanes and a helicopter on it right now. And all those are going behind me.
Dude, here's another interesting dynamic. So we'll take this Grand Inquisitor I just bought, right? So I've wanted this guy for a long time. All right. It's just been a really cool minifigure. It's been on my list. But the problem was I have a hard time spending an amount of money on minifigs. I don't care what they're worth, man. I have a hard time spending a lot of money. Now, the only reason I bought this guy is because of just what's gone on lately with Kenobi and how the price skyrocketed.
So you got to think you spent $30 on a Lego licensed minifig. Now these are Lego pieces. Everything is Lego right here, but these are all $30 a piece, which means there's $150 sitting on this plate.
Yeah, that's pretty well.
There's a whole plate full of like I bought Brickmania does a thing where they have like influential people. So I bought like Rosie the Riveter. I bought the girl who invented the American Red Cross. I bought Doris Miller, which is like, have you ever seen Pearl Harbor?
Mm-hmm.
Doris Miller was who Cuba Gooding Jr. played.
Oh, okay.
The black cook that ended up taking over the aircraft, anti-aircraft gun, and like destroying all his aircraft. But then over here, I have 10 soldiers that are all like $35 a piece.
Yeah. Well, I know. I think it was Chef, man. Because Chef's pretty hardcore.
Good night, Macro.
Good night, Macro.
Chef spent way more money than I have. But
dude,
Chef's also buying the sets.
Well, he buys a lot of individual figures too. I remember there was, because I think he was even saying in this stream, he was looking for Patton, dude.
Well, Patton's out there. It's not bad. It's $40, and it comes with him, which their printing is 100% better than any custom printing I've ever seen.
I feel like it was at Brick Fair, Virginia. I want to say he passed up on it though.
Pearl handled pistols though.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of which, hold on a second.
Yes, it has a pearl handle revolver that's sitting in his holster.
Okay, because I'm gonna say if he didn't have that, that's not Patton. That's just a general.
And he comes with Willie. He comes with the dog too. But I mean, I don't know. I guess it is somewhat of an addiction, but I mean, I guess my argument is I always could be doing worse things.
Well, there's always a start to the downward spiral, and we're just seeing it.
Well, I'm also not that
before it
type.
gets crazy.
See, I'm also not that type that doesn't have a problem. Like, I don't have a problem getting rid of things. If someone wanted the Star Wars sets I have and they were willing to pay for them, I would sell them. Now, my problem is like when it comes to kind of like what Hive was saying a second ago, like selling them to them for $5 a pound. I would never do that because of these are actually sets. Now, the bucket that I have over here, just random parts, yeah, but I would never sell them anything other than a set. I think the set should stay together.
No, I agree. So a couple things real quick. This is that gold crown I was telling you about.
That's cool.
And this is one of the torsos of one of the older castle guys that I got.
Yeah.
But it's not the oldest one. But that's not the funny thing I wanted to show you guys. So look, these two minifigs, look what's in their waist. There's one.
Okay, a gun.
Uh-huh. Oh, and this one's even better, dude. He's got two.
The Western minifigs.
Right. I remember when I was digging through stuff earlier, man, and I saw those and I was like, God dang, man, they used to really go hard on them guns, dude.
Yeah, but you got to think also, Lego said they will never make anything that what is it? Never make anything that has any kind of likeness to a real weapon or something like that. And now they just came out with Thor's hammer.
I know, but it's stupid anyways, because it's...
Well, didn't the old Western sets have little black or little gray revolver pistols?
Yeah.
But the point is
it's still,
it's still like a point of violence, man. You know what I mean? Like Star Wars, they shoot at each other all the time. They hack off limbs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, technically a bow and arrow or a sword is a real life weapon.
And then another thing too, I was thinking about, man. I was thinking about the Harry Potter stuff and how they won't do the Deathly Hallows movies for sets or whatever. But dude, they just made the Batman sets, dude.
Yeah, but they've done a couple sets from Deathly Hallows.
Did they?
Well, I mean,
because I thought they didn't want to
really
touch
say
that
they're
stuff.
Deathly Hallows, but they're. I mean,
any of the castle builds is the location. They are still at Hogwarts, so you could say this is Deathly Hallows, the Great Hall.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's just really weird that I understand God, dude, I just don't understand Lego, man. Okay, the last two Harry Potter books too dark. The Batman, A-okay. You know what I mean? Or or Stranger Things, A-okay. You know, it's like I don't get them, dude. And to be quite honest with you, yeah, I know there was some darker elements in the last couple books, but there was a lot of the books progressively got darker anyways, man.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, a big giant snake that kills kids, that's not dark. I mean, it's
Right.
like I have no problem with the Chamber of Secrets. Here's a bigger version.
Or just even how they treated, not in the Hogwarts, but the oh man, I can't even think of their names right now. The family lived with, but how they treated them like shit, dude. That was some serious child abuse, man.
We have no problem drawing that little house, the house beneath the cupboard that he lived in, or whatever it was.
or they didn't want to make that one set for the burglar's hideout with the dynamite on top.
Yeah,
but
dynamite is bad, don't you know
but
that?
But dude, I just got a set with dynamite in it, man.
Yeah, I know. Where do they make that dynamite? I don't know.
Dursleys, yes, thank you, Lauren, and yes, literal child neglect, man. Dude, I gotta tell you, man, that was one of the things that struck me the most about those books when I was reading them. Was I was fascinated with the magic and stuff, and it was a cool story. But I always went back to holy cow, dude! How can these people treat this kid like this, man?
Exactly.
God, even if you didn't like him, okay, well, you don't give him special treatment. But dude.
I know. It's where's Child Protective Services? What is going on, Harry? You live in the Muggle world. Call the Muggle police.
For the first 3 books, I mean, he was literally the first 2-3 chapters of the first 3 books, he was literally abused, put in a closet, told he couldn't do certain things, and then he didn't. What was it, the 4th book when he finally didn't ever go back home?
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was, but
yeah,
even there was a lot of stuff in there, man. That really, if you thought about it, was pretty jacked up, man. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. It's just again, they're really weird with stuff like that, you know,
Well, I mean, think
it's
about
okay.
This,
They don't want to make realistic weapons, but they've made plenty of swords, bow and arrows, knives.
They don't want to make violence. They literally just created a play set for the biggest fight scene that probably happened in our generation in movies, which was Endgame. They have the in-game battle, which has hammers, knives, swords, destruction.
Nah, but it's fantasy. But you know, it's like I said.
Yeah, but if it's fantasy, then what about Harry Potter?
Well, you don't think Harry Potter's fantasy?
That's what I'm saying. So why wouldn't they make the darker things? It's fantasy.
Oh, that I don't know because I don't know what any kind of dude. Just like with everything with Lego, they don't communicate with us about stuff, man. You know what I mean? So we don't know what aspects of the last couple books really are too dark. You know what I mean? Or why this or why that or
right. Well, what
they don't
could they make? You know, the tent, the attack in the laundromat. You know, it's just like
they have the
other than Hogwarts itself, you know, to make the
Right.
final. They could do a final battle with all the bad guys and all of the good. You know, be a minifigure bonanza.
Yeah, but then was it Goblet of Fire? Yeah, like they did sets from that dude, and a kid got killed in that, man.
The kid got killed in every single one.
Well, you know what I mean, right?
I
remember that one though.
Movie, some kid got killed.
I remember that one really. That one did shock me though. What is she doing?
For nearly 50 minutes, Zelensky asked for more
Stop,
sanctions
Alexa,
against Russia,
stop.
like me.
Dude, what is?
She knows of your love of Zelensky, so she was like, "Yo, he just made a speech. You want to hear about
Like,
it?"
I'm trying to think of what I said that kicked her off. Like, and she still got the screen, just like that. Alexa, clear.
Well, guys, I'm gonna go ahead.
No, Alexa, stop. What's that, dude?
I said I'm gonna go ahead and end this. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Yeah. I gotta stop too. I lost track of time.
Oh, it's after midnight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's time for a steak. I need a steak.
I need a cup of coffee.
But thanks for all coming out. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking.
Hey man, I'm glad I got to make one.
See you Sunday.
This is your regular bat time, right? Regular bat channel.
Yes.
No, it's not this Sunday. It's because you're on for the Marvel panel, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sure I'll stop by Sunday too.
Yeah.
Weird. We had it was literally 80 degrees, and then the next day it was like 60. The next day it was like 50, and then Sunday hit and it started snowing here. And I was like, what in the hell? And then there's a block down the road from me. There's literally trees laying on power lines. And for some reason, they won't, the power company, whatever, won't cut them off. So anytime that it rains or something, we get where it comes in and out here. But if it snows or puts any kind of weight on the tree, the power just goes out.
Dude, yeah.
I'm sorry, we can't fix it unless there's a catastrophic failure, sir. I'm sorry. That's just the rules in that neighborhood.
Because last week it was I swear to God, last week it got up to 76. And then 4 days later, it's fucking snowed.
Well, yeah, I mean, the equinox is coming. You know, the winter is getting its last hurrah going, don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. But did you guys see the daylight savings? This might be the last daylight savings ever.
Oh, yeah. I heard that they're going to cancel that shit, dude.
I just got to wait for the other chamber to say yes. And we're in business. No more clock changes ever again.
I don't even know what to do.
All my shit does it by
my
itself.
entire life, man.
Yeah, exactly. Nowadays, it's all electronically done, because everybody uses the phone as your clock. So it's just done automatically. It's like, what? You just got to mess with the microwave. You're like, oh, damn it. How do you do this?
Hey, Will, is that live? I thought that was just a recording thing they were doing. I don't know it was actually live. Sorry. Shy went to go be on the.
Oh, no, I know. You're fine.
Oh. Well,
what's he on? What's it called?
A couple of brickheads. But I just thought it was a recording they were doing. I didn't know it was a live stream or anything. So.
He said it's live. Everybody go ahead there.
God damn, who does a live stream this late? Oh, he must be in California. All right, later, brother.
Peace, everybody.
Bye, everybody.